I will continue to serve Shar, of course. My path brings me to Baldur's Gate. Perhaps our paths will continue to intertwine, if the Dark Lady wills it.
That did the trick.
Mm-mm.
The Mother Superior must be close. Soon this will all be over.
Ludus non factum est!
This must be what's causing the curse. Now to find a way to stop it.
A tiefling. That's Arabella's father, I wager. Or was Arabella's father. Sol Invictus!
Maybe I shouldn't be entirely shocked. I did fall for a Saloonite, after all.
Is that... Yes! His hallucinations made real! No need to fight fair. Probably best to not have ogres traipsing through the camp, come to think of it. The nomad's life has its charms. You get to meet such interesting people. And sometimes they don't even try to kill you. Well, I don't find you entertaining in the least.
But what about you, Gale? What will you do now? That little hideaway that we found in the cloister. It almost felt like I'd found a piece of my childhood. A childhood I don't truly remember.
In excessus.
We've had a mind flayer whispering to us in our dreams all this time. I really shouldn't be surprised by anything at this stage.
True soul. Absolute. What did they mean?
Worm's Crossing is a choke point. If I wanted to intercept a new arrival, I'd find somewhere before the bridge, blend in amongst the crowds, and wait.
A fairy ring. Doesn't glow like the others, though.
More Moonwitch nonsense.
Careful. She obviously sees your kindness as weakness. Don't let her take advantage. Silence can be very powerful, you know. Especially when it saves our lives. That smell. What is it? Odd. This is gonna be a rush. What were you two talking about?
Whoever's reaching out to us truly does seem opposed to the Absolute, but wants us to embrace the tadpole. Venture right into the heart of the cult.
No!
Thank you, brother. I'll remember your help if I succeed. As will my lady.
Either way, be careful. You never know what lengths someone might take to solve this little problem of ours. Looks like these plates on the floor can be turned.
Well, that was disgusting.
Don't worry, I'm coming.
I'll never be able to fill the place by my side where you should be standing. And I'll never forget you. Not a single moment.
Enchanted. Nice. Some sort of magic blocking the way. To insatiable urges.
I'm afraid my gratitude is all I have to offer. And a kiss, of course. Nothing. I belong to Lady Shar. Don't waste your time coveting what you can never truly have. Remind me?
There's no time to waste. Is there a dead tadpole in that jar? Leviatha, a goddess who thrives on pain. This book must be for her followers. Precis alia ferro!
A dictionary by how the pages are laid out. But what's this language?
Don't give me that look. I don't know what just happened any more than you do. We should keep going. Ah! No! You just look like one. That's a good way to get yourself killed, idiot. In a bind, I'll help. Need to keep going. I think you'll find I've been showing ample concern for myself since the moment we met. Sounds like something's angry. Or maybe hungry. Best steer clear.
These must be Father Logan's secret tunnels. But his name is here. Someone was spying on him.
This wasn't just a feast. It was a nightfall ritual. Eating and drinking your fill before sacrificing an innocent to Shar. I've missed these.
Lady Shar chose me also, but because of the blood I spilled, not what flows in my veins. You were born of murder itself. Perhaps your fate is out of your hands. That blessing you accepted. Lady Shar won't like it, but I have to hope she'll understand it was a necessary evil. Ironic. She tried to cling to Lady Shar's good graces, but that just hastened her downfall. Curious disc. Looks Githyanki. Lae'zel may know more.
Wounds in need of closing. It's done for! And not a moment too soon. Horribilissimos!
Free, but with the memory of what I've done. Don't ask me to kill my parents, please. I can't live with that.
Back on your feet. A quick talk then.
Considering all we've been through, I think I was very lucky to find such favourable company. And attractive company too, no less. I hope that dragon stays dead this time. The city is close now. My former peers will be watching, no doubt. Waiting for my return.
Actually, yes, you're right. Very intuitive. Clearly the devil was trying to sow doubt among us.
You're nothing but a rabid beast! I have to stop you!
There's no getting past those vines. The ritual was thorough.
We did what we had to do.
And by that, I mean never bring up the subject again. We should check it out, but be careful. I'll fetch you.
Karlak has offered to take on the duty. She doesn't have much time left, so there's a certain logic in leaving this to her. Somewhat callous logic, mind you.
Wouldn't you be in my place? If there's even the slightest chance that Shar worshippers remain within our reach, we should try and find them.
I won't remember you at all. Nobody will. Such an aggressive choice of words. Careful you don't spoil the moment. Besides, we give them a home. Purpose. Just like I received. I've looked worse, but I've definitely looked better. A turnip. Not the most exciting of keepsakes.
What do I say? Melon? Donkey? Sunrise? Whichever words will get you to leave me out of this.
It's real. I felt her presence. I heard her voice. You'll see for yourself soon enough.
This wasn't just a feast. More like a ritual. So familiar somehow.
A remote spot for a monastery. I suppose they wanted to make sure the monks avoided temptation.
Fine. But understand that I'll cut you loose the moment I have to. Got to help. Looks like we're in Eltergard, east of the city of Baldur's Gate.
Go on, Gale. See what Mistra has to say for herself. She was never deserving of your worship anyway. Of course it is. And I said nothing about friendship. But a little less tension between us might benefit all.
We were brought together by circumstance. Besides, I have my own people in Baldur's Gate. Sharpen up, or we're done. In and out like a ghost. I'll grab that. Let me out! Just a bottle. I think you have other plans afterwards. Wouldn't want to keep you.
Not much is coming to mind. At least nothing that's terribly appealing. This wall's ready to crumble. Shouldn't take much effort to get through.
I know this design. Shar's faithful wield crossbows like these. Lux. Light. Maybe a light spell will disarm the chest. That's no ordinary darkness. It feels powerful and familiar. Stay on your guard. We should be able to proceed now. The trials are all complete. Lady Shar's final task is near. That odd staff might be of interest to Gale. After I offered up the night song to Lady Shar, her blood was on the spear, on my hands, on my clothing. I wrung out, Every drop I could. Saved it for a special occasion. Shh. Don't call out. Don't move.
I've failed. Lady Shar will disown me. What will happen to me? More. Most, I should think. I doubt Shar will be given over to generosity. Best if I just consider them lost. I have everything I need to make new memories. As for this place, all I did here.
Non fit injura. Fool, damn you.
Lady Shar teaches us to abhor superficialities like fashion, though the city does have some fine boutiques. After a new look?
Calm yourself. It was a hypothetical. Ugh. Not the most pleasant feeling, though I've definitely felt worse. I'm glad you changed your mind. Otherwise, that would have been the end for us. I don't want it to be the end. Of course I'll help.
A secret. My mission. Must keep it safe.
What are you doing? No! I serve the Lady of Loss. We strip those tieflings of hope itself. Oh. Of course.
You know me. I'm not usually one to elaborate if I can avoid it. Pretty gem. Probably a forgery, though.
Sphaera Mortis!
That's enough. I get the picture. Gods, do I get the picture.
There's something glimmering down there. Could be valuables. Or spikes. Ve Victis!
That's one way to put it. Careful she doesn't try to steal it to replace her own. But in all seriousness, I'm glad you found someone, even if it isn't me. I hope you make each other happy. You're uncharacteristically quiet, Astarion. Awed into silence. Strange. I would have been compelled to defile this shrine once. But no longer. There's an idea. If you're comfortable sharing, so am I.
Moonrise Towers. It must have been quite a sight in its heyday. Ambitious. Don't let Mistra hear you say that.
All these disguises. We were taught that Lady Shar's warriors had to be able to hide in plain sight wherever we went. I'm not sure I can even think about that right now. I'm still wrapping my mind around what happened in the Shadowfell.
Let me see to those wounds. Intertus pulcher imperio!
Be sure it doesn't, or it'll be your last meal.
You mean just waiting? Like a lovesick puppy? Short-term amusements are much less hassle. That should alert a good few goblins to our presence. Not planning on discretion, then.
Why, thank you. Always nice to have you tell me what is and isn't worthwhile.
I've told you all I'm going to tell you. Now, please don't pry any further, or you might force me to become less polite. Nola Salos!
True prayer needs peace, and serenity has proved elusive of late.
All we can do is try, I suppose. Let's get you up. Nonsense. You're just finally showing what you really are. A reaver to the bone.
She is alone and powerless. Lady Shar has denounced her, and her own followers have abandoned her. Perhaps she will come to regret her survival, but either way, I don't expect to see her again.
Burned from the inside out. Must have been our warlock friend.
The grove sported some rather interesting murals, I must say.
Far be it from me to judge. Blood must still be running a little hot after everything. Better to hide than fight sometimes. The goblins stole good wine. It goes straight to the head. Get rid of the Gith, then we can talk about helping each other. I told you already. I want to speak to whoever's really in charge. Really? I'd just kill you. No, but I haven't looked either. Staying alive kept me busy.
Ah! There's too many to fight off! Get that brain under control or we're done for!
Barrel stalks. Poisonous and under the Myconid's control. Best be careful.
Just look at this place. The evidence speaks for itself. Catheric's dark justiciars from a bygone era.
Ugh.
What Ventus! Ah, this cursed thing!
Might not be possible. It's stubborn that way. Prone to lashing out. Keep it for now. We can all help to protect it.
Quite a collection of art tucked away in here. What a ghastly diorama.
This'll help. We should get some rest. I doubt tomorrow will be any easier than today.
What was that? Resisto, Accidum! This must have been quite a place in its heyday. Could you ever picture yourself living here, Astarion? You know, assuming the riffraff were cleared out. Crescit eando!
Don't wear them out entirely, priest. I might have use for them yet. What are you doing?
The Dark Lady teaches us that we are our own worst enemy much of the time. Her embrace will elude us until we shed that which holds us back.
And all that is broken.
So, Cazador wishes to ascend at Astarion's expense. Somehow I can't see our fanged friend accepting that meekly.
That's curious. Doesn't do anything.
Ad maiorem de gloriam! Wooden Shar's name! Get away from me, you rabid freak!
Might as well take a look. Staying in this camp is making me restless.
I'd be lying if I said I hadn't noticed the spasms and the fainting spells. You have my commiserations. I think I know how it must feel, in a sense. And think of how far we've come together. All the ways from the hells back to civilization. I cannot remain with you. Count yourself lucky that I do not just cut you down in the Night Singer's name.
Let's end this. These fungal spores are everywhere.
Not bad, all things considered.
I know people who work much like our new acquaintance does. Strange. You know who I never thought I'd find myself caring for?
No! Those watchers are liable to turn us into cat food if we move a muscle. I still could. Then no more Lae'zel to pry into my affairs.
Something's missing. I'll need a mold to get this thing running. You need me with you. Let me speak to your leader and we can press on.
Wait, just give me a moment. I can manage. As long as you stay with me. Good. I was just starting to miss the sound of your voice. Fronte nulla fides! Cling to your torches and memories of the sun if you like. See how long you last without me. Away, you pox nun! He betrayed Lady Shar. There can be no forgiveness for that. People hiding in the undergrowth, and I don't think they're relieving themselves.
I should hope not. Have you ever heard the people who want to talk about themselves? I'm doing you a favor.
You gore-bellied, purulent horse-ass! Signs of fallen Dark Justiciars. This can't be a coincidence. They must have originated from somewhere nearby.
Let the pain fade. Don't worry, I'm coming.
Wetter than a 10-tongued tarpon!
Shar cloaks me.
A beautiful night. Not even a hint of moon to sully Lady Shar's dark sky.
Some parchment there. Looks official. There's a hollow in that tree. Looks hand-carved.
Baldur's Gate. You know, I never quite believed I'd actually make it back. Wasn't until we got within reach of Worm's Crossing that it felt real. Won't open. Perhaps there's something nearby that can help.
Something needs to be said.
Someone prodding at a newly opened wound doesn't help matters.
Better offer help. Resisto accidum!
And I'm sorry for creeping up on you with a dagger. It won't happen again.
Nicely designed. Secrecy always inspires ingenuity.
We're in decidedly unfamiliar territory now. Keep up the pressure and stay alert. We need to find Thorm.
I don't know, exactly. Lady Shar, protect me. Was that a click I heard? There's something about these plaques.
Everyone watch out! He's gone mad!
Could be anything for all I know.
And this wild boar stabbed her until she resembled a sieve, did it?
Intactilus sum! He vanished in the dead of night. Not terribly surprised. He seemed a flighty type. Whoever or whatever did this could still be around.
They see best in the dark. A light source can blind them.
Look, how tempting.
But first, we'll need to survive the wilderness. I'd hoped there might be useful supplies through here.
I wager that blade has a mighty enchantment. Gale could tell me more. What if this crash doesn't work out, Lae'zel? What if your kin fail you? We're in this together. But I'll happily go it alone. My faith will keep me company.
Quite a set of horns. Fake, no doubt, but still impressive.
A harper would never leave their stash exposed like that. Unless it's a trap.
I don't doubt that, funnily enough.
You're no Gith, at least. I could tell from being in your head. A ruin abandoned to a murderous horde is a very fitting dedication to Selûne. Stuck. There's no leaving without a fight. Stultissime!
Footprints. Small ones. They're heading towards that cave. Let's not dance around the subject. I know you're a vampire.
Cruel-looking blade. Must be Githyanki. Very well. Perhaps there's potential in you. Let's see how you handle this. None of her friends around. Perfect time for a little discreet knife work.
There's so much I can't remember. Yet, if I picked up these implements, I'd know exactly what to do. How could I forget? A pleasant, vivid memory. But now I have to move on.
The same. It must be a side effect from what those tentacled freaks did to us.
You know, we had the beginnings of something special once. But it wasn't meant to be, I suppose. Perhaps happiness lies elsewhere for both of us. These people must have been trying to hide down here.
My Lady Shar is the Night Singer, the patron of darkness and loss. He's down. Time to hit him with all I've got. This is going to be a waste of air. Vita mortis cario!
It's getting stronger. We must be close.
Hardly deserving of this.
I won't pretend the thought hasn't crossed my mind once or twice. Or more than that. I suppose I can understand that. More than most, perhaps.
I'm ready, not someone I'd rush to speak with.
I understand your determination, but we still need a decision.
Come on, no excuses. I meant to do that.
M. Cohen. I remember that name from a note on that dead courier way back in the wilds.
There's often suffering. Death, even. Many people break before they embrace Shar's truths.
You're no burden. You're my strength. I think I know where my willful side comes from now. The Sword Coast. There's Baldur's Gate. Somehow I doubt the Gith are planning a holiday.
A gift for a loathsome neighbor. Strange. Can't feel the shadow curse down here. What is this place? Quite clever. And cruel, of course, but creatively so.
Why, hello, lover. That sounded more debonair in my head, I'll admit. Do you need something?
I suppose, if we're going to keep helping each other, I might as well tell you. I was part of a group
sent to retrieve it. Bring it to Baldur's Gate for our goddess. A problem for another time. Hopefully, we'll no longer be in need of protection by the time my mission draws to an end. The truth's out now. No thanks to you. No more secrets. Understand? Brambles on bearskin aren't as fun in practice, I'm afraid. As for this Gith crash, well, if your kind can actually save us, I stand to be corrected. Looks like an ambush. A clumsy one. That's good enough for me. Whatever made those tracks seems to be in here. Virtus et scientia! Zaris was looking for this chest. If we want to bring it back to her, we should keep it intact. Efferve!
I trust you more than most, but I'm sorry. That's too much to ask. This is my responsibility. You can't even take beasts of burden for granted these days.
Here!
This is what Marcus buried. A dead flaming fist.
My final task lies ahead. In the Chamber of Loss.
Plans. Looks like someone was intending to forge weapons.
Mizora is no more. But we sacrificed Will along with her. The Hells have him now. My orders were to keep the artifact safe, not pry into it. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious as to what exactly it's hiding.
You already know as much as I do. Best ignore it, as long as it doesn't hamper us too much. I'm sorry. I can't give you that. Not right now.
The message didn't quite sink in, I see.
Perhaps. But whatever it was, I don't want to experience it again.
Even things that some may find silly. My favorite flower, my fear of swimming. Yet you accepted me, all the same.
You're more concerned for her than she is for you, clearly. We need to take care of ourselves.
The blood of Selûne? Sounds like a sacrifice.
Arabella's mother. I remember her from the Grove.
Anyone else feel like that tadpole is set to burst? Until I hear what Nightsong has to say for herself, I simply won't know if I've ruined everything for no reason.
Someone else got out.
Lady Shar wouldn't bless me like this for no reason. There must be something she wants of me.
Good. After all we've been through, this is hardly the time to falter.
Not all Sharans don robes and dark armor. Some people live perfectly normal lives on the surface, blending in utterly, so that they can serve the Dark Lady in utter secrecy.
Venne a giovame!
Let's have a look at myself. Thriving. Lady Shar's foes continue to fall, and she continues to honor me. But she wants me all to herself. What we share may be difficult to maintain.
What are these for? Dead drow publicly displayed. The Duergar are sending a message. Veritas, credo, oculus!
Looks like we've done Raphael's dirty work for him.
A prayer and a symbol. Perhaps it does more than just flatter Selûne.
Netherese. Gale will want to see this. This head's no local, certainly. A death devil from the fugue plane.
Full up.
Its will is weakening. We have the upper hand. Time to end this.
Help's on the way.
Yes. I know it must seem like I pulled this out of thin air, but that's how Lady Shar chose to reveal herself to me. You'll see for yourself. Soon enough.
Gaudy thing. Maybe it can be sold for something more useful. Precis alia ferro!
Your blindness as much as my deception, Selûnite. We can talk about this later, if you're willing.
You should have listened. If you're going to hesitate, just stand aside and let me do the trial myself.
If I become a Dark Justiciar, I'll have Lady Shar's highest blessing, and her arsenal at my disposal. This will be good for all of us. Let's explore. It seems to be the perfect night to spend a little time together. Just you and I. Assuming you haven't changed your mind, of course. You've a habit of saying all the right things. Either you're very glib or we're kindred spirits. It hurts.
Jurgle? I didn't think anyone worshipped the scribe of the dead.
Oh.
I can't let you do that.
I suspected there was something to be found, but this... The gauntlet of Shar. I can scarcely believe my own eyes.
Another trial. I should do this one as well.
My. Some bard could write a stirring love poem about you two. Or a lewd tavern ballad, perhaps.
That's the symbol of the Absolute, marked in blood.
Faccio voco fere! Though I'm still finding sand in my hair. I wonder what the others will think of that.
The adamantine forge. We heard of it from the Dweger.
We need to find that spear. It's almost like it's excited by something, drawn to it.
Right, better get to it. Let's see what's on offer.
Everyone's frightened of something. My fear's hardly irrational when you see the fangs on those things. It's nothing. Trust me. Interesting choice of camp we have here, isn't it? Peaceful. But if that comes into doubt, I'll kill you. Sleep well.
That cowl looks fit for a wizard. Gale will want to get his hands on it. No. The artifact stays with me. And I'll do whatever's necessary to protect it, if I can't make you see reason. Stupefaccio!
And not every skill that the Dark Lady asks of her followers can be taught in the shadows. Some can only be mastered on the streets, in daylight, amidst crowds.
Mouthier than an ass, twice as full of shite.
I would never.
I can't tell what I don't know. Shar willed it, so I obeyed. He's tottering. Another drink might knock him out. Resacchio. You! Get me out of this damn thing!
Pigeon feathers, but no bird to go along with them.
Voco flagella!
I can very easily imagine I needed somewhere to escape to, if I was to survive.
More vile idolatry. Makes my stomach turn. No mercy. Might as well take a look.
Last night was perfect. Almost perfect.
That said, you're the likeliest ally I've encountered so far. Perhaps we should stay together.
Are they all like this? It's a beautiful night. I think I'll stay up to enjoy it while I still can. Rest well.
The artifact. That's what you want to hear about, isn't it?
What happened was my dagger finding the back of her throat.
Don't make a fuss, Selûnite. We may be at odds, but I have more important concerns than you right now.
I'd like room for animals. Lots of them. All shapes and sizes, so long as they appreciate a warm fire and more affection than they know what to do with. More than remember it. I think I did it. I mean, desperate people. Like those refugees. Never gave them much thought. Certainly not that bunch in the grove. Sensible.
What the hells are those things?
No surprises that there's danger ahead, but we're getting closer. Perhaps we should seek out near while we can, though.
No surprises that there's danger ahead, but at least we're getting closer. Leave near to rot. We should press on.
Selûnite presence here is an affront to Lady Shar. But this is not the time to do anything about it. We have bigger concerns.
It's gone. I felt so strong. Where did that come from?
But we made our choices, and must live with what we have, and what we've lost.
Dissolve.
I think I know what you mean. There's an undeniable rapport, and yet we haven't made time for each other. Time alone.
This'll help.
I'm glad. Provided we survive, there's plenty of nights yet to come.
Who says you have to feel anything? Would you have joined up with him if you'd known he'd be indulging in this sort of thing, Astarion? Ah! Indeed. And what else might you be willing to do? Gods, what is it? What now?
That's all I remember.
I've tried already. Damn thing won't budge.
I'm sure. I trust you.
You can't force it that way! Try something else! Go look around! Anything! Please!
Get to the point. Prepare to die.
I'm surprised she still listens to you.
Hold on. Carculus mortis!
This is no coincidence, I'm sure of it. I need to keep an eye out for more signs. Learn more about the Justicier's presence in these lands. It could be important.
Another trial. Allow me, please.
You'll need to make some room for me first. Seems like you have ample company already.
True soul? Absolute? What were they raving on about?
Besides, Shadowheart still suits me. Even better than before, perhaps. You can't cast a shadow without some light.
It's done, Shadowheart.
I can't believe I did that. Shar will disown me. Now I'm truly lost. Cannot allow! This is my mistress's will, my life's purpose! Carrion's dead, and with his heart destroyed, he'll stay that way.
I'm far beyond ogre ears. If that Selûnite amulet is really god-touched, Gale will want to see it. Right. Now I need to add a greatsword, sickle, or a dagger.
Corporasana! Rather unsuccessfully, it has to be said.
Use every advantage.
All these bones. Seems there's been a grave robber at work here, and an artful one at that. Piles of bodies. Very old by the looks of them.
Tried to hide from the Marigorns. Not that it helped.
Yet, it was just a reminder of who I truly serve. I am still loyal to Lady Shar, and she will still offer me protection from some of her power.
Diore. A dead tongue. Whoever worshipped here must be long gone.
Please, we've got to get to light.
Scab-licking vagrant! Bene curator!
There. Is that worth your life?
You've no flair for insults. Let's go, before I'm tempted to give you a lesson. No, I can't.
Were they heading to the Druid's Grove?
I'd better do the talking.
Real war devil horns. The book's undersold just how big they are.
Lathander, god of the dawning sun.
Fine. But don't take me for granted. Not my company, and certainly not my blood. Stand down, Will. She's fiery, but no devil.
Secrecy is everything for Shar's children. It is our code, our creed, our shield.
Dimento te.
That's all I know. That's all I need to know.
That's the last of Raphael. I'll be glad to no longer have to suffer his smug face.
You're not the kind of company I'd keep willingly, but all things considered, you'll do. Selûne symbols everywhere. Surely there can't be a temple of Shar here.
Veritas credo oculus!
Let's hope we rapidly find a healer.
Honestly, my nerves are aflame. I'm almost home and Lady Shar's final test awaits. Thank you. I'm not sure I would have ever made it this far without you.
You did the right thing. All those deaths would have weighed you down.
What do you get up to all day without us,
What? Moon Maiden's teachings. But why hidden back here? And what's this symbol?
You haven't even attempted to peek. I'm a little offended.
Better go help that wretch.
Mutatis mutandis! I'd trust this gasbag about as far as I can throw him, which isn't far. But perhaps better to play along, for now. They talk a great deal, but do very little, which may be for the best. Why? Why won't you just open?
So many pods. Are they all infected? Come on, stop slacking. Ah! Are those specks of adamantine in this slag? Bring whoever leads you to speak to me. Then maybe you'll have a hope of survival. Personally, I think finding this Halcyon is our best bet. His heart gave out. With a little magical push, I'll wager.
He was interesting company, all things considered. Pretty, arrogant, and bitey. Like a cat. Lady Shar does not see mercy as a virtue. Even to simple creatures.
Curious mask. What's it doing here? Mind Flayer script. And it makes sense. Must be the tadpole acting as a translator. Those boots look quite special. Something for you, perhaps, Gale?
More a sign of the times, I suppose.
An ordinary lamp. Not a trace of magic on it. These tadpoles came from beneath the tower. If we use them, we'll deny the cultists of their power. Aredissimos! A pleasure, as always.
The tadpole, you mean? It's not that simple. Not anymore. The Night Singer herself has made her will known. She comes before all others.
Intactilissom! A pixie. A rather quaint little find for a place like this. Should get some rest. I need to keep sharp. Shit. Assuming he's even still alive.
We'd better get warmed up then. Come on.
Looks familiar. Did I play this once? Long ago? Fario! Hold tight, I'll help.
Yet I no longer follow those orders. Shar has abandoned me. The artifact is no longer my mission. Saving my family is. But better safe than sorry, I suppose.
Shh, this'll make it better. An interesting tale for the grandchildren. If you survive to have any, that is.
Blessed Night Singer, witness my adoration.
If that was an attempt at flirting, I should let you know I prefer the strong, silent type.
Ad lapidem! We can't just let Orin take one of our own, even if it's Lae'zel. We have to rescue her, or kill Gortash in order to win her freedom.
Fine, I'll help.
He was as noble in spirit as he was in bloodline. We're in his debt.
Fine, but not for too long.
Thou necrotic stump! Not if you enjoy having your head attached to your neck. She stole my family from me. She stole my life. Whatever reason she has isn't good enough.
No harm in taking a peek.
Now's your chance, Dame Aelin. Most people seeking entry to the city will be refugees. I'd look wherever they're gathering.
Mind your footing. The bones of the careless are probably littered down there.
Frange!
I've got your back.
Worse. But it passes quickly. Usually.
I doubt this one's wits will be any sharper by then. Don't forget our little agreement. As soon as things quiet down here... Good. Whatever happens to us, the Lich Queen must not take the artifact. Well, what do we really know about them? I gave you chances. More than I should have. And you threw them in my face.
Harsh. Not the family type, then, I take it.
Get out of my head at once! Nobody's talking to you, flatface.
The final sacrifice has been made. I am Lady Shar's right hand now. It has all been worth it. Every step, every trial, every drop of blood.
Friend in need. Before we go, I wanted to thank you for freeing me aboard the Nautiloid.
So, you're not in full control of your faculties? If you think it might happen again, warn me. I would hate to have to kill you.
Vario tormentum!
May Lady Shar's darkness cloak you and shield you. You will find few friends in the light of day, but you can still count on me.
Well, this isn't enlightening. Another eye, same as in the goblin camp. Someone's watching from afar.
My name is Shadowheart! I don't think I'll fit through there.
Not getting back in that thing.
It must take quite some brawn to wield a warhammer like that. I just hope he'll be receptive to us.
An illusion. There must be something worth being kept secret through there.
Thank you. You're a constant source of comfort.
Have to keep low.
Those are statues of Lady Shar. What lies down here?
Sure, this will be riveting.
It's a beautiful night. I think I'll stay up to enjoy it while I still can. Rest well.
Well, don't look at me. The swamp. Of course. Wouldn't want to be teleported anywhere pleasant, naturally. Their offerings didn't bring them victory. That's plain to see wherever you look. But make no mistake. When the time comes, the artifact leaves with me. You must have an extraordinary affinity for the darkness. I'm jealous. I'd better not blush. Could you not stare so blatantly in my neck when you say that, please?
Perhaps they should expand their horizons. Too much time obsessing over fungi seems to leave them a bit, well, like them. She'll walk right into Leroican's trap. Or fly, perhaps. There is scarcely a greater way to fully dedicate yourself to Lady Shar, save perhaps if you become the head of her church.
Need a lot of propping up, don't you? What happened?
Once being a long time ago, those murals were hardly recent. I think we all have more current troubles to worry about.
Thank you. The offer's kind, but it's not a kindness I can afford.
Don't be so quick to judge. She didn't ask anything of you. Who's to say you'd have handled it any differently? They're after a weapon. Surely they don't mean that strange artifact of ours? Don't thank me. I'm breaking Lady Shar's teachings just by doing so. But sometimes you have to be practical.
You're alive. I'm alive. How is this possible? A trap. Better watch my step.
Don't tempt me. Might find it hard to leave. What did you say?
No way to ignite these. Strange.
Some act as though displaying bare flesh is a more heinous crime than murder and robbery.
Lead the way, Astarion.
Growling. Come on, at least use words. You're better than this. Fight it! That would call for an awful lot of discretion, you know. Enough to make even a former Sharan take pause.
I find something useful. Moonrise. There's a lot resting on what we find in that place. It had better deliver. Interesting bauble, but I don't recognize the symbol.
Omnia mutantor!
Good to know.
Not at all. Nice to be on the receiving end now and again. Keeps me sharp. Worthless.
Confusio!
I hope so too. Though I'm not sure what kind of courtship will be afforded, given all that we're facing.
Forever, ideally. And you assume too much about what I can and cannot tell. Stuck, really?
Mother Superior's jewels. A gift from the Queen of Soldanessala. I suppose they're mine now. Worth a try. I really ought to free Scratch.
Ugh. Leftovers from Moonrise. Not a peaceful death. In a bind. I'll help. Just a trick, surely. We're being toyed with. Ah.
And some might say eels and turnips boiled in milk is a delicacy. But some are fools. I'll make my own mind up. What drew you to Karlak? The muscles? The musk? I suppose we're all entitled to a bit of rough now and again.
Marks on the ground. What happened here? The Necromancy of Thay. Not a children's book, I assume. Gail may want it, though.
Still too soon. Scratch is dreaming of balls and buried bones, no doubt. Silence can be best. Give it a try sometime. I suppose it was. And don't worry, I'm not going to toss your belongings into the campfire or anything. Come. Let's get you some fresh air. I'll stay with you. Right until the end. I'm hoping to find some place I can settle down and stay close to my parents. Somewhere quiet, where they can find peace and gaze at the night sky. My lady, Shar. You may have felt her, but I heard her. She gave me a mission. Ah, well, we'd best not keep her waiting. Perhaps she will have mercy on Boo. A vampire in our midst, on top of everything. I should have seen it coming. I should thank you. If you hadn't sent me on that suicide mission, I'd never have learned the truth. You are adorable, though perhaps a little inattentive. Darkness or not, we need to reach Moonrise Towers.
Treme. Precis. Alia. Ferro.
I'm used to it. Good luck. And thank you for your help. I hope this doesn't come back to bite us. The choice, that is, not Astarion. Looks like he was at the House of Healing. But to what end? Not quite. Above all else, protecting our base of operations in Baldur's Gate was the reason I had to surrender my memories to begin with. Or at least, that's what I was led to believe. Orin's little display was just intended to rattle us. We mustn't let her succeed, but need to stay alert all the same.
Oh!
Hold on, you're a vampire?
There, in the cage.
Help's on the way. Someone climbed up here. Must have been nimble to make this ascent.
Propera.
Strange bedfellows and such. All right.
Minimus.
I can think of better places to enjoy literature than in the depths of the Underdark.
Just a useful landmark to get our bearings with. I'm not keen on taking wrong turns in the Underdark. Fine. But I'll be watching you all the same. Do I truly need to explain? You made me who I am. Now I'd like to show you the fruits of your labor.
Nothing but empty words, clearly.
I've shown no signs of lycanthropy, thank you very much. But should that change, I'll take it you're volunteering to be childminder.
Risus abundat.
Good. Seluna is a bad omen. Just look what's befallen her temple.
Kaido. Flagello.
What's that thing doing? Feeding? Something else? There's little I can say to you, I'm afraid.
I'm no longer one to take the mercy of goddesses for granted. But I hope Mistress smiles upon you.
Got to help. Worse than a bloody child.
That creature you turned into. I hope you have it under control. It didn't look like something I'd want to contend with.
What happened here? It's hard to make any sense of this mess.
I don't know what I'm supposed to feel about Seluna now. I was fed lies for so long.
Remarkably calm for a man I plan to run through. I can appreciate that. Someone else made it, then. We'll be on the mend soon.
You're lost, then. If you're struck down in the battles to come, remember that you refused Lady Shar's shield.
No more war tonight, I think. Let me see your wounds. Hold tight, I'm coming. This'll make you feel better. This was a nightfall feast. To break bread in Shar's name, then spill blood in her name. A sacred rite.
Very serious of you. But go ahead.
I'll need every advantage, it seems. Thank you. Unlucky choice of campsite, judging by all the blood.
Just don't forget about me either. I have needs of my own.
It's bloated with poison. Better leave it be.
Huh. The famous Blade of Frontiers. Clever, this hero act you've got going.
Keep trying! There's got to be something that'll open this!
Best to stay out of its way. Hold on, I'm coming.
Glacius!
Such sweet music. I must listen.
Now what might you be hiding?
I had my family. For too short a moment. Now they're gone. By my hand.
I can handle myself. But you're right. Time to try something else.
Perhaps not just any Shar in ruins. Remember the Dark Justiciars I spoke of before? Might be a coincidence. Might not. You took the words right out of my mouth.
I'd better take a peek.
Voco potentia!
Something's dripping from the rafters. Not sure I want to look up. Maybe, if I down enough of this swill, it'll pickle the worm in my skull.
Sphira mortis!
Ah. I worship Shar, the mistress of the night. It is my holy mission to oppose Selûne, her teachings and her followers. No harm in a discreet chat.
The brain's been removed. Is this how the Steel Watchers are controlled?
Ex textura!
Easy now.
Tunnels beneath the Open Hand Temple. And a name, Father Logan.
Good. A little mystery will keep you on your toes.
I suppose it doesn't. I'm glad we have each other. And I hope we'll have more opportunities to slip away.
I expect we'll be parting company very soon. That should be everything. Let's see what this thing can do.
I like your way of thinking. Split any takings we find?
Some bloody help.
Let's go before they realize we're loose.
I see. Are you sure you don't want to quit while you're behind?
Who is to say? Perhaps she's keen to see me corrupt you. I did once. More fool me. Lady Shar's embrace holds strong. She will be pleased, no doubt.
Invisibilis!
Thank you. I should have known you'd be understanding.
I've said my piece. Good night.
It was to me. I think I was the one who did it. It senses something, doesn't it? I'll keep my guard up.
Should work now, as soon as I find some metal to feed it.
I don't know. It's hardly practical, but when has that ever stopped someone from trying to please their god of choice? I would know.
Have to keep going.
So, only a mind flayer can wield the stones, from what the Emperor said.
I won't regret defending myself. There's nothing more to it.
Ah, thou latrine-loving leper!
I wonder where they were going. Hardly deserving of this. You were just about to loot this shrine. Don't pretend you're offended now. I don't want to know what that is. I can tend to this. Should check for anything useful. I think I've been more than candid. You know about my faith, for one thing.
All about the mission. You sound like how I used to sound. I'm all right now. Or close enough, anyway.
That is none of your business. I suggest we concentrate on surviving. You seem overburdened with hangers-on already. You'll just slow me down. Don't worry, I've got you.
Esperidae me!
Wait, perhaps we shouldn't. You're not the one I need to talk to, are you? Not really. Caution is a luxury we don't have. Let's rest and wake up at first light.
Hells, I could sleep for a 10-day after that.
I suppose these wilds are a frontier to somewhere. And an extra blade's very welcome. Lead on, Will.
I'm in two minds. And frankly, don't care a great deal. Either decision is fine by me.
I don't see one. I didn't realize we had time to read children's stories.
Something has changed about our friend, hasn't it? But I can't quite put my finger on it.
I wouldn't venture in. Nothing to be gained from free-falling into a dark hole.
Now these lands are free of Shar. I hope I can say the same of myself. Soon enough.
Now what might you be hiding? Onward in Shar's name.
Powered by magic, it seems. Now to just get it working.
Where's our dream guardian?
Necklace matches the sigil in that cave. The Harpers were busy.
I suppose fear doesn't have to be rational. But maybe, given time, I can put it behind me.
The curse bites deep here. I need to get to safety.
I jest. And hopefully you do as well. Shall we?
Omnia mutantor!
And as you're telling me this, I assume you intend to do no such thing? It seems my trust in you is well placed.
Go try your charms on someone who's out of earshot.
I'm grateful. But don't expect me to be your pawn just because you freed me.
A bloodied ring left behind. Either the killer has fat fingers or doesn't want riches. Though I suppose the only way is up from there. You'll do for now.
Dark Lady, help me strike true.
Must be the tree from the note to Kulga. What's that cleft there?
Hells. As if the targets on our backs weren't already plain enough.
Trust me, I'll keep up.
You're a strange one. On your way, then.
I'm not here to convince you, Mother. You are already disgraced in Lady Shar's eyes. I merely wish to give the others a chance to repent before they are dragged down with you.
Staring at it won't provide any more answers, unfortunately. There's a power to it, that's for certain.
Careful. Once that thing's eaten through the camp, it might start looking at you hungrily.
And yes, I'm sure there's someone out there for you. You should have seen the look Will was giving you earlier. On I go. I'm sure you do. But please try to understand that it's not something I can just talk about freely.
Hells, was that really necessary? You almost got hatchling on me.
Honest of you. I can appreciate that, after being lied to by Shar for so long.
Look at the barbs on that thing. Shar preserve me.
Why? Was her innocence just an act? A third disc. Related to Orpheus, most likely.
What the? Back off, freak! The goblins will be out for blood after what happened at the Grove. She's not of this world. I'd be surprised if our interests remained aligned.
Well, jumping overboard is hardly an option. So that leaves us with taking control of this ship.
The forgiving sort, are you?
Since when can spectators petrify their victims?
Depends. Are you buoyant? I may need a life preserver if I get in over my head.
Very well. Half elf. Better I go alone, actually. A group your size would slow me down.
They were desperate. Nobody deserves this.
His mind flayer ravings had better not come to pass.
That doesn't sound like the Mother Superior I remember. But then again, I scarcely trust what I do remember. All right. Let's try. We've gotten this far after all. Just let me do the talking. You'd be amazed what a pretty face can get away with.
Not tonight. Indeed. We will avenge them if we can. And who knows? Perhaps other children of Shar are still to be found down here.
Resisto!
I truly hope you're wrong about this. She has. And I must continue to prove myself worthy of her favor. The apostate Ketheric Thorm still lives. That will soon change if I have any say in the matter.
This bear was young, judging by the teeth. Juveniles aren't so impressive as trophies.
Palidamors!
You seem sincere, oddly enough. Let's say we have an understanding.
Best step carefully if I don't want it to be my last.
Never mind how I got it, just be glad I have it. For now, let's just help each other. What do you say?
Very funny. And I'm a bugbear. We'll get along just fine.
I don't feel too good. What did that druid scratch me with?
The Blade of Frontiers. Let's hope Will lives up to his name. We'll need all the help we can get.
Excellent armor. Strange place to find it.
Not as glad as I am.
Commotuis in lingua mortua.
I'll go this way.
Really. After everything we've been through. Sit on your misgivings for now. This is nearly over. Lady Shar is patient, though. She can wait until the rest of you have torn each other apart.
She'll be roast like a goose if that fire isn't put out.
When actual pain comes, the victim's already done the heavy lifting for their torturer.
Ignis!
It's a nice horn, but useless now. How heroic. I was wondering if we'd survive encountering such a fearsome beast.
This is the spot. Looks like someone's left poor Soluna untended. You, I don't mind, but your kin is another story.
From this angle, there's nothing you can't endure.
Inficio!
Moon Maiden's grace. It's open.
Wonder how many times she's been killed down here.
They're not attacking. Must think I'm one of them. Hold on.
Dare I even ask the number? Actually, no, I dare not.
Fine. See what chance brings you. Perhaps we'll meet again. If you survive, that is. It's like an abattoir in here. What is this?
We can't help everyone, even if we want to. There will be more for me to do, no doubt. The holy work will not be done until the Night Singer's eternal darkness is restored. I'm here for the mapping of the heart. I wish to be unburdened.
I've got the plans and the Susabark. Now I need somewhere to craft it all.
They were my sacrifice to make! This will not stand. Expect to answer for it at camp!
Maybe. But I know better than to share my bed drunk.
Lady Shar. I can feel her all around. This is her domain. This is the Shadowfell. Whatever it is doesn't bode well.
I hear fighting. Trouble's not over yet.
I suppose we didn't. Another life, perhaps.
That orb, it's a scrying eye. Someone's watching.
Oh, you'll regret that! Trust me!
Not sure what to make of this hell beast talk, though.
One who's not shy about turning his fangs on his companions, either.
There's nothing to hail here. Just another power grab in a city that's seen too many of them already.
I wonder how I'll feel when I remember everything.
I'll patch you up. Talk to me later. We've got more pressing matters to see to right now.
A key. Haven't seen anywhere this might fit.
Most are lost forever. Some may creep back into my mind if I encounter anything that helps clear the fog. Then there's what Shar did restore to me. Memories of pain, suffering. Both my own and what I inflicted.
I'm not imagining it, am I? These rats seem to be getting more articulate.
Mystra has forsaken Gale entirely. A crushing blow. But he is strong enough to persevere, I think. We tear down the lies the world is drunk on. The institutions they trust, the so-called gods they worship, the lives they cling to.
What, you think frolicking in the woods by moonlight amounts to a test? That's nothing. That's just a childish thing. I don't want to hear any more of it.
Yikes. Don't disturb a half-ogre in the making.
Intactilis sum!
Besides, I can't afford to tire you out. We still have work to do. Rest well. Gale has a proud streak. Do you truly think he'd want to share? Try wooing you while I lurked in the corner waiting my turn? No, that's not him.
The parasite must be affecting you deeply. Hold tight.
Touch them again and it'll be the last thing you do!
Bloody hells! Get me out of this thing! Hurry!
Or just company for our final moments. Gustas dulcis, non compos mentis.
If we hadn't killed the goblins' leaders, they'd have turned that grove to ashes. We're owed quite a debt, I believe.
They do? Well, that's curious.
Barrel sharp, the wit on you!
There's something I want to talk to you about. Something important. A vampire could make for an interesting ally in combat, if nothing else.
Whoever that even is. No intact symbols here, no dedications, nothing.
I'm not sure what else I can say, at least until I can remember more. She taught me, trained me, punished me.
Arabella's father. I recognize him from the grove. Just about. Wouldn't wish that fate on anyone.
Understood. Just keep me from drowning, and don't laugh while I flail about and waste high water. That's all I ask. I'm afraid my gratitude is all I have to offer.
Sounds like a moon lantern. That's just what we need.
A harper and a druid, judging by the heraldry, died together. Well, in that case, thank you. I'll always think of you when I look upon it. After I think of Lady Shar, of course. My favourite flower. Just a small remembrance. From one who can scarcely remember. Rest well.
The crown lies ahead. Now's our chance to dominate it. I will cast the spell.
Well, she wasn't lying. She's immortal.
I did. And you remembered.
Verviero!
I know enough to know I have to keep an eye on you.
Dead. Seems these true souls have their limits.
Oh, hells, what now? The whole blasted ground's shaking.
Might as well. Locked. Best find another way in.
As you like. But don't presume whatever killed them is a thing of the past. Some battles span centuries.
Give me a night to try and get my head together.
I'll fix you up.
A ritual circle. And an infernal one at that. What's it doing here? I'm not entirely without sympathy, I should say. I can't imagine what I'd do if Lady Shar abandoned me.
Dolor. Better take a closer look.
I spoke to my father already. It was difficult, but I think it helped. I'm better equipped to deal with my past now. That mirror reflects nothing. It only consumes and offers darkness.
It helps me create all new memories.
A flaming fist. Someone took their anger out on her, clearly.
Give it time. It may grow on you.
The book said I've to fight myself. A familiar foe, at least. Platform's covered in rust. Must be older than bone dust.
What? Wait!
A shame you feel that way. Just don't expect me to entertain your questions if you won't respect my privacy.
This'll help.
The Watchers have headless corpses inside them. Not an aesthetic choice, I assume.
We can discuss your hurt feelings later. If we want to make progress in this place, we have to do the trials.
Fiat voluntas Dei!
Odd. I feel better.
Darkness smite you.
The name's Shadowheart, by the way.
Again with the adamantine forge. These people need a new hobby.
That wasn't for you to hear!
Suppose I'll lend a hand.
Allow me, friend.
Yes, the shadows are sparing me. But we need to get you some help. We shouldn't have allowed the likes of Aradin to get the drop on us. Better be careful in future. Really? Even with all these chambers and the commanding views, you could live like a lord.
Worth taking.
Where the hells are we?
Surprised this hay hasn't gone up in flames yet.
Huh. Only if you lack foresight and imagination. Can't you show me yourself? Maybe. Or maybe I already liked night orchids and I chose that place because of them.
You have a tadpole too. I'm the only one who lost her bloody mind.
That's one word for it, I suppose. You can turn around again.
Hold tight, I'll get you.
No. We've only just put everything behind us, won the chance to be together. It can't end like this. I won't let it.
Nicely done. I hope you're intending to share.
So what are we to do now? We'd be fools to trust you, surely.
Perhaps next time we shouldn't poke the mysterious ox.
What's a fort like this doing in the Underdark?
He was a lot of things, but he's gone now. Let's not stand here dwelling on it all night. Hey, you!
Let's try this way. Sword and a hat. Wonder whose. Need a lot of propping up, don't you?
Poor wretches. Sorry end.
We've been walking around with a vampire all this time.
This'll make things interesting.
Quantico fake!
You know, I had my suspicions, but I didn't want to act on them. And now it seems I won't have to.
Well, that's my appetite gone for a while. Magic-eating flowers as a light source. Ingenious.
But if you want to see where this goes, I do as well.
Bloodied armor. Wonder why.
Ketheric Thorm had a daughter. I wonder what happened.
UBS! Faccio voco fere! For you, oh horned cheek!
A vampire in our midst this whole time. Just what we need.
For the best. Death is too good for it. A scrying eye. Better keep any mischief out of its view. Time to meet your maker.
Well, now you can run away again, Gith. Keep back.
It's a hypothetical. At present, I have no particular need to kill a cat.
This place makes my skin crawl. Don't take anything for granted in here.
Hardly a conversation I'll relish.
Fiat lux!
Perhaps I shouldn't expect the warmest of receptions when I return to my people. No doubt the Mother Superior seeks to cling to power.
Oh, so murder or theft?
Not my kin. Not any longer. Their past deeds are not my responsibility.
An ally in need. They spoke of the Absolute, same as that goblin Saza. Curious.
Your body's a temple to an idiot god.
She may not be much of an asset, but I doubt she'll be a hindrance. Let her stay. Oh, I'd hoped for a little more enthusiasm. Next time, perhaps. The Night Singer always needs more offerings. The shadow curse persists. A shame we could not lift it. But we have to move on.
Vita mortis cario! They won't stop coming. We have to press forward.
Better than becoming a mind flayer, I suppose. Keep it, in case things start to go very wrong.
Looks like someone wanted to bury their secrets. I'm glad we can face them together. If we become Dark Justiciars, we'll have Lady Shar's highest blessing and her arsenal at our disposal. Let's explore.
I'll follow. But I think I want to stay here a little longer, firstly. This place isn't familiar, but it's peaceful.
The drink! It's turned necrotic!
Perhaps. I can't speak to the qualities of Mistra, but I can certainly speak to those of her servant.
What's the matter with you? Has that tadpole scrambled your brain already? Yes, she must. I'll offer thanks to her in my prayers. And we should speak more later. Alone, ideally.
Vince qui petitor!
Reeks of mugwort. Tastes terrible, but makes some useful potions.
Quiet!
Anything to help.
Hostia manera!
High hole. There's nowhere else to go. This is where it all ends, my love.
Damn! By the nine hells, it worked!
There must be a way to reverse what those tentacled freaks did. Perhaps there's logic to it. Or perhaps they just don't care.
Chloe!
On my way.
I know what you did. My parents. I felt everything they did. As you killed them.
On the move.
There's something distinctly unsafe about these. Better kept out of little hands.
Worth looking for another way in before this place is reduced to ashes.
If you wish, perhaps you can still come to see me now and again. I have a hidden place close to the cloister, where night orchids bloom. If you ever wish to see me, go there.
Quite the security measures here. This relic must be potent. Blood everywhere. Someone wasn't as fortunate in their choice of campsite as us.
Good. Somewhere in the library there should be an image of my lady that we can shroud in darkness. The spear should reveal itself. Let it stay forgotten.
Ugh! What's that ghastly stench? I feel lightheaded.
Everyone watch out! She's gone mad!
I have to find my parents. They must be close. Dead scholars. All their vaunted learning couldn't protect them.
Mean looks. Their eyes are sensitive. Light or fire is my friend.
What can I do for you?
Fronte nulla fides!
I'll fix you up.
That place in the distance. It's huge and dedicated to Lady Shar. It can only mean one thing. Dark Justiciars. I just know it.
Friends can't keep each other warm at night. But yes, it's good that we have each other.
Ah! I can feel you, idiot!
Keep out of my skull or I'll break yours open.
Marten toem storm!
Looks like there's a shrine to Seluna over there.
What the? It's gone. The artifact! What have you done with it?
Defaced by the Absolute's lackeys. Cowards.
Didn't take you for a percussionist. Abandoned. Wonder why.
Precisely. We need someone who can help rid us of these things.
In nocte concilium!
Hells. Is that going to happen to us?
It's difficult to say. Sometimes I wonder if it's supposed to be guiding me, punishing me, testing me. But perhaps it's none of those. Perhaps it's completely random.
What, some advice on how to make me more bearable? All right, if you like. Better get to it.
A mailed fist. There must be a story behind this.
That drow cowl might have bits of magic lingering inside it. Any thoughts, Gale?
What in the hell's... Get back!
But I appreciate the thought.
Ah!
Did you feel that? You've got the same thing I do. In your head. All we can do is try, I suppose. Run. Run. Find her. It only ever stopped when I went the right direction.
What the... That's one way to offer me a seat. There's no time to waste. A better offer. You're lucky you're dashing, and that I know you're joking.
What's the matter? I could swear this plant's got you flush.
That creche would be a smoking ruin if it wasn't for us. Still, better move along. I don't want to test the limits of Githyanki gratitude.
Collapsed tunnel. Looks like it claims some victims as well. Clever. Food is dispensed for anyone wearing this collar.
Pleased. Hardly. I felt the bite of the wound right after the Moon Witch's influence was forced upon me.
Let's hope the locals are friendly.
The creche. It's nothing but rubble and ashes now. We should put some distance between ourselves and this mess, before any Githyanki come investigating.
Something's guarding that forge. And it's weak to this hot hammer. I would, but you have a lot of hangers-on already. Thin your numbers, then we can talk.
6 months? We could be long dead before that long's elapsed.
Keep talking. Nothing to be gained in picking a fight with a fanatic. Sounds like you just need a little more liquid inspiration. A vampire? Well, that explains the pallor.
Without it, the sacrifice to my lady will be in vain, and I won't be blessed as a dark justiciar. And this must mean I have her blessing. Lady Shar is protecting me where others are left to face her wrath.
No point in debating what's already done. Let's go on ahead.
Thank you. Now I have plenty of specifics to worry about. That wasn't what I meant, though.
Can't attack what can't be seen. No. As long as the voices stay away, I think you're safe.
Faccio voco fere! Find someplace else to stand. You may meet with an unfortunate accident if you linger here.
Need everyone alive and fighting. I don't care what you have to say, Gith. Back off! You mean I'd get to prove you wrong and thrash you? I love it. Back on your feet. This grove is the home of the druid Halsin. Apparently, he's a reputed healer. I suppose, if we're to continue together, I may as well tell you. I serve Shar. My home is a secret cloister in Baldur's Gate.
I should pay my respects to Lady Shar as well.
Can't leave a friend stuck.
Remind me?
Need to press onward. Whatever I said about your kind before, trust I'll never accuse you of being boring. My, look at you. Straight as an arrow and right to the point every time. What's theirs shall be mine.
It's too late! You can't appease them! We have to do what's right for us. The artifact stays with me.
So, have we buried the hatchet, Lae'zel? Besides, I'm sure there's plenty of people who'll be keen to celebrate most thoroughly with you. Worth grabbing. Steel mold. Used in forges to cast armor and weapons.
We may have to increase our camp provisions now that we have Karlach along for the journey. Those muscles don't run on fresh air, I'll wager. Still, she'll be useful in a fight.
We need to get rid of them.
I thought you were going to kiss me. I was almost sure of it. Astarion, we need to talk. We know you're a vampire. Jammed tight.
I'm hoping something of use might be behind this door.
If there's anything this city's nobility would hate to lose, it's their wealth.
Take me with you. Might as well take a look. If flaming fists shy away from a fight, then it's probably a fight best avoided. What are you doing here? Are you following me?
She could cut her losses far easier by just killing them. But trap or not, what choice do I have? When you're ready, lead me there.
This'll do nicely. These are Sharan weapons. I would recognize the Night Singer's blades anywhere. Not one to heed warning, then? This could end very badly. Let's check for a healer, then move on. Whatever else is happening here isn't our concern.
Stabilio!
Voco potentia esto perpetua. Ugh, I have to say I'm feeling rather worn out lately. Curious.
This isn't the first sign we've come across of a Sharan presence. I'm not sure I can keep ignoring them. Looks like there's something through there. Can't reach it from here, though. If I knew you weren't a threat to me, to my mission, then perhaps we could make peace. No chance I'll fit through that. You act a fighter, but a fool's a fool.
On your feet. I'll grab that. Looks like the larder's run empty. Another moment won't kill them, I suppose. Well, it might, but let's take that risk. Giant mushrooms. I've never seen anything like them.
I would have liked that very much. A strange courtship we've started, isn't it? Safer to keep her here than blundering around by herself.
Wouldn't want her accidentally leading the wrong sort of attention to us.
This dream companion wanted me to use the tadpole, use its power.
Whoever it was claimed to be an ally, but I don't know.
Doesn't work.
Until I met such a thing you call a myconid.
Good. Now keep your distance.
Oh, didn't die from natural causes anyway. Remind me, why are we digging up corpses? But it won't. I fought too hard to win my freedom. I will not give it up again, no matter how much it hurts. Alistair Marnley. Sounds human, and the grave wasn't recent. He must have died some time ago. And I mourned him already.
Minimos!
Allow me to help.
I'm sorry, Gale. To be abandoned by your goddess. I cannot imagine how that must feel. May the Dark Lady comfort you. Of course. You look different, there's no denying that. But I think you're still the same, deep down. So, before you were Blade of the Frontiers, you were Pointy Stick of the Park. How did the imaginary monsters compare with the real thing?
Wait! Get me out of here! I can help you!
There we go. Clean and deep.
It would be too much of a risk, though. One mishap, one busybody, and you could be surrounded by a mob. I'll brave a lot of things, but I'd rather not wade through the city's wastewater, thank you. It doesn't seem long ago that Minthara would have sought to kill us, and now we've welcomed her along. We're nothing if not magnanimous.
They've been in my head ever since. It doesn't matter. They brought me here.
Roland, unleash fire from above!
But you're sweet to notice.
A Dark Justicia helm. I wanted one of my own so badly. Hard to imagine now.
Shadow druids at work. And this Korga is their newest recruit. Selûnites wouldn't have abandoned this place willingly. What happened? Are you looking for the lurid details?
I have to do it! My whole life has been leading to this!
Crescat scientia, venustior.
Your breath had killed the dead twice over! Honestly, I think I'm caught for words.
Tuus nihil!
Looks like Dame Aelin evaded Roland. She won't be pleased next time she appears. Fresh blood and no blacksmith. Not good.
We find a healer, fast. We can't have much time left before Ceramorphosis takes hold.
Some destinies require sacrifice. Do as you must.
The lava's erupting. Better watch my step.
The Hag's Lair. Wonderful. This'll make it better. Shh. And yet another, hardly the warmest of welcomes.
What is this liquid?
All right. As I said, Shar is my patron, my mistress. Goddess of darkness and loss.
Uh-huh.
I don't need much excuse.
Charming place. Makes the rest of the creche look like, well, a non-Githyanki creche.
A waste of good healing.
Do this, and the Queen's forces will aid us against the Netherbrain.
Time for a boost.
Karlak! I thought after all we've survived, maybe one last miracle would rear its head. But no. I'm sorry. You sound troublingly sincere. But thank you. I'll find this a place of honor at camp. Tell them what you witnessed. Tell them how Lady Shar favors me.
Not the place or manner in which I thought you'd learn it. But yes, I worship the Dark Lady.
You truly will not give up, will you? I admire your tenacity, if not your powers of persuasion.
It's strange. I've been dwelling on what I told you before about wanting to become a Dark Justicia. But perhaps I should be content with my lot. I'm already blessed to have you at my side, after all.
Damn these imps. I need to reach the transponder. Cozy fire. Let's head back, if we must. Or Betty May.
I won't begrudge Gale for winning you over. He does try awfully hard.
In excessus. I need him alive. Stow that blade, or I'll show you just how messy things can get. I have to survive this.
A replica devil's skull. Perhaps a little oversized, mind you.
You pest!
This'll help, friend.
What are you waiting for? Get this blasted tube open!
I even keep secrets from myself. I had my memories suppressed, so that nothing I knew could be used against our Dark Lady. Once I prove myself, my memories will be restored. What do we have here? Damn this fog. Strange. This torch really doesn't want to be snuffed out.
Flagulo!
Hope the forge is close by. I'm sweating from the heat. Shadow druids. It seems Korga's been keeping secrets.
Keep out of sight. No point in announcing ourselves just yet.
Ah! No. You were on the ship. Captive. I can feel the parasite in your head. The Absolute's legions. They're gone. And I doubt they've disbanded peacefully. Quite literally, I mean. With my memory suppressed, I can't betray Shar's secrets. But I can't remember much of myself, either. A gaudy display. Let's just hope it actually protects us. My head's been in a fog for days. This morning, it cleared away. Moll's eye patch. This doesn't bode well for her. Long ride down. Is this the Underdark? You could almost row a boat through here with all the blood that was spilled. What happened?
This has a magic ward protecting it.
It's all right, I'm coming. They looked formidable enough. Lucky they didn't catch us with their loot. Looks like a magic mouth spell. That voice probably belongs to someone long gone.
Thank you for the advice. See? We have much to learn from each other. A cat with wings. That's new. At least to me, anyway.
I didn't ask for... You. You're one of them. The ones who are attacking the ship. There's no story. None that you're entitled to hear, anyway. Just forget you ever saw it.
You're nothing but a bloodthirsty maniac. I have to stop you. Everesco! Tahira, no!
All the hallmarks of a hag's lair.
This'll raise your spirits. I don't know where home is anymore. But it's not here.
Charming. She mustn't have nursed him enough as a child. Or too much.
A Selûne statue in a stinking cave. Hardly a place of honor. You're alive. I woke up by the wreckage, surrounded by corpses. I was starting to think I was the only survivor.
My training knowledge. My experiences. My will and faith. Everything I need to be leader of the cloister.
Morzanimai! Alfira was harmless. Couldn't you have quenched your bloodthirst on something that posed a threat to us?
For now. Don't worry. There'll be plenty of fun for you tonight. Just not in my tent.
Oh.
Impero tibi!
A lie of omission at most. I'm sure you have some skeletons of your own hidden away. Secrecy is everything for Shar's children. It's our code, our creed, our shield. Better lend a hand. Empty. I can't see anything else. I can't shake it. You could spin a cloak from all these cobwebs.
My thoughts exactly. It has to be around here somewhere.
On me! Always in reach!
Save your thoughts for later. An open tomb. Something tells me this wasn't plundered by grave robbers.
The Mother Superior must have had a reason to deny me the chance to become a Dark Justiciar. Perhaps this is the reason. Perhaps I'm simply not worthy.
Te absolvo!
His territory ran from the Wood of Sharp Teeth to Cloak Wood. It took half an army to drive him out. How did he end up here?
Is that so? It's quite a hand.
What's that?
This place. There's a power in these shadows, I can sense it. It's ancient. Familiar.
Punge!
I'm sorry. You shouldn't have to see me like this.
Lady Shar's work is never ending. I've cleansed the ranks of her followers, leaving only the faithful, the worthy. Sometimes I still catch myself scoffing at anything Selûnite. Old habits die hard.
Time to fill some graves. That can't be. I was always loyal to Shar.
Someone of your social stature, Will, are they typically allowed to pursue their heart's whims as they like? Halsin, were there ever wolves in these woods?
I even keep secrets from myself. I had my memories suppressed, so that nothing I know could be used against the Dark Lady. Once I prove myself, my memories will be restored.
Tunnels beneath the Open Hand Temple. Why is Father Lorgan written here?
Sweet of you, but don't worry. I'm sure you'll get to know me just fine by traveling together. No need for interrogations just yet.
I wonder. Perhaps this is connected to the Dark Justiciars.
Alle me!
Orin's made off with Yenna. Either we mount a rescue, or we win her freedom with Gortash's life.
Better take a look. Nothing. You and I ought to be considering how we're going to survive this mess. We should stay together.
I don't think I'm the salve you're looking for. Sorry about that.
You don't actually want to jump, do you?
Come here. Very well. At least you're consistent. Locked. Better take a look around.
I suppose I'll find out. To us. This looks like the tree mentioned in Korga's note.
That place in the distance. It can only mean one thing. Dark Justiciars. I just know it.
Then what are you looking for? Because it seems like you're following me.
The mural is propaganda. Who's to say what truly happened? Though it is known that the Dark Justiciars have been silent for years.
Kudo!
Wait, we don't exactly have the advantage here.
My lady does not want you to. A Guardian of Faith spell. All this time and it still holds strong. I mean, never mind. Let's consider the matter settled. You're welcome to try.
The hell's with this? I'm here to save you.
Your father won't be around forever, Will, but the pact, that's a different matter. I hope you won't live to regret being sentimental.
Half this drow's body is crushed. Must have fallen from pretty high up.
Thank you. I suppose I should encourage independence amongst the Dark Lady's flock. Viconia held us in too tight a grip. I don't want to make that same mistake.
I doubt we'd make it in time. There has to be someone else nearby.
For once, I'm going to say the vampire is too civilized to do such a thing. They just reminded me of something half forgotten. It seemed to depict Lady Shar's warriors in combat. I hadn't known they were active in these parts. Don't be foolish. You're far too handsome to hate.
That wouldn't be wise. Even if you managed to get it off me, do you really think your kin would welcome you with open arms?
Ugh. I have to say I'm feeling rather worn out lately, Astarion. Curious.
Looks like necromancy. Ugh, smells like it too. Turning people into undead.
The corpse mentioned a key. This must be the one.
Stop being so gentle.
Perhaps you'll come to realize that, in time. If you do, you know where the House of Grief is.
and what lies beneath it. We all need to be unburdened, every now and again.
It must have been some task to stuff this thing. Never mind, kill it. Best to stay clear, or be ready for a fight.
Astarion, we need to talk. I know you're a vampire. Frankly, it's obvious.
Need to stay hidden.
Quiet! I can't concentrate with all these voices. Just listen.
Don't worry, I've got you. Fine, I'll help.
Perhaps we'll meet again. If you survive, that is.
More of those wretched things. Illithid writing. Meaningless to me.
Macte virtute!
A whole fleet of nautiloids. Enough for an army of true souls.
I wonder why this one isn't working. Darkness, cloak me. I'll give it a try. Hardly a conversation I'll relish. Flump mating rituals. An odd book for a drow to carry.
Not another one. Ah, those things smell like a fishmonger's unsold stock. What are they? It must be close.
And you ran away, as I recall. Left me to die, trapped in a pod while we tumbled through hell. Let's try this way.
And that was before the kiss. Selûnite. An offense to the eyes.
In order to join Lady Shar's elite, you had to pass her trials. Then make a sacrifice in her innermost sanctum. One revealed only when you've proven yourself. Very few made it that far.
I think that disturbed something's slumber.
But you need to understand the limitations. I can't truly love you. Not like most define it. I'll always have to keep a place for Lady Shar.
I hear shouting up ahead. I'm not the coward here. Flat face.
I suppose you're right. On both counts. Don't be. He's charming enough, well-read and well-groomed. You could end up with worse specimens at your side.
Dead. By her own kin's hand.
If you say so. You're the one who nearly lost their neck over it.
Lava's not supposed to explode, I don't think. Something's igniting it.
Well, these things have been giving me plenty of practice. But I'd rather get out of here than push my luck.
A nautiloid? Could it be?
Seems like this flame doesn't want to be snuffed.
Mortalis! Maior! Fortior!
If we're to survive, we need to trust each other.
According to these notes, there's an adamantine forge down here.
I do. Don't worry. It gets easier and easier the further you venture into the darkness.
It's not? What are these voices doing to me?
Hell's below, what's that?
Well, it's always an option if we're out of ideas. But let's at least try to save you before it comes to that,
I doubt there's much worth saying. Looks like a beast came through here. A big one, too.
What's that? Something's glittering down there.
Gladly.
Fading fast. I need healing. We'll need to track down the rest before we see the ringmaster.
I worship Shar, the mistress of the night. It is my holy mission to oppose Selûne, her teachings and her followers.
Not keen on fighting its allies. Should have figured.
That is none of your business. Let's just concentrate on survival, yes?
We showed mercy to a mind flayer, and now our whole family's paid the price. I think so, yes. It's just up to me to recognize it when it's in front of me.
This shape feels deliberate. Like it might have some sort of purpose.
I think you may be overestimating his willingness to share. He may seem like the carefree hedonist, but there's something fragile beneath the facade. How about a night on the beach, under the stars? Together. Just near enough. They're my parents. I've always felt like I owed Lady Shar my life. But what came before? Why was I in those woods?
A scrying eye. Wonder who's looking through it. If only they had the same vigor fighting goblins as they did each other.
I'd like to find somewhere peaceful. With my parents close by. Away from the city, perhaps. You're no such thing. But I'm still keeping this. Thank you.
Help's on the way.
The chest Zara sought. I wonder what its safe return is worth to her.
And even then, only for a moment. Until I got here.
I think so. I remember something. Not everything. It's new and not new at the same time. All jumbled up. That thing's bound to be dangerous, even if injured. Best be careful.
Wyvern poison. Never tried it, and I hope to keep it that way.
I can't use that.
Gale, what's the matter? I'll see what I can learn.
Better lend a hand.
Hells. That could have gone better.
Magis amica veritas! My eyes!
Sunlight giving you a headache? You're not supposed to stare right into it, you know. As long as my actions can be thought of as honoring Shar or honing skills in her service, there's a great deal of flexibility to be had.
That's Jurgle, scribe of the dead. I didn't think anyone still worshipped him.
Glue and optimism are holding this thing together. Nauseating spectacle aside, I hope we made the right choice.
There's a tadpole, too. Pickling in a jar. Well, maybe I would. But first come, first served. Provided we can figure out how to do that, of course.
Viconia would have you hide down here, oblivious to the true danger. The absolute must be stopped. And only I can lead you. Lady Shar has decreed it.
The object of Father Logan's demise, I'll bet. There's a grim sort of artistry in how these remains are laid out. Someone has a creative streak.
Better fetch that.
Only jesting. I'm sure you're a force to be reckoned with.
This would be the worst time to take a nap.
Sounds like the shadow curse. We must be getting closer to Moonrise. Perhaps we should seek out this near while we can, though.
Sounds like the shadow curse. We must be getting close. Forget near and the moon lantern. Let's just press on. Virtus et scientia!
That was me. I hurt them. How?
Do you think this Inquisitor person is really going to help us?
Gladly. And best of luck. You'll need it.
I won't keep you long. I gather you've already made plans with someone for your evening.
Rather conventional beds for Githyanki. Do they cuddle plush red dragons, I wonder?
Many of us were sent to take it from your kin. I'm the last one left.
Gale defied Mystra herself. I hope he does not come to regret it. But there will be a price to pay. We can't take the lack of symptoms for granted.
Voscuro!
Must there be? I've learned to live with it. It's fine, I swear. I didn't realize you had such a soft streak. Now it'll cost you. And the city as well, perhaps. Difficult to say. I've strayed from my original mission, but Lady Shar has given me a new one. Time will tell if my peers recognize that. The Mother Superior has a tight grip on them. One that I intend to break. I cannot say. Not with what I can recall. But even then, it would not be for me to question her will. Lady Shar has her reasons.
Gladly.
You'll probably break your arm.
Ad vitam aeternam!
Sounds in line with what I've heard about your kind.
Good riddance. That devil had no right to be here.
The adamantine forge. The same the wizard Duan was hunting for, it seems. Another brain.
So Astarion didn't fulfill his master's ambitions for himself. At least that means he's his own man. Though I'm a little surprised he didn't covet those powers.
Risum teniatis incende!
All these implements. I'd wager they'd feel familiar in my hands. I learned so much here. Seluna. Had life turned out differently, I might have been kneeling in prayer here.
It's awkward for me too, you know.
Very good thing. I don't know what I did to trick you into thinking I was worthy of you, but I'm glad it worked.
Scio didici pecto!
Lady Shar. What will she do to me? I'm glad that's over. No wonder some people are afraid of doctors.
Scorched ground. Better watch out.
More likely it would just put a stop to us. I wanted nothing to do with those illithid powers before. What makes you think I'd want to jump into an even deeper hole?
And you're carousing with Lae'zel.
Nothing wrong with a nice, subdued ambience. It can help flatter even the homeliest of faces.
Blast it. Got to try again. And not be seen this time.
I can't afford to get rid of it, but I can't protect it alone either. I'm lucky to have made it this far. This'll dampen the pain.
No chance it'll be that easy. We need to climb higher.
I've killed in her name before. Why now? Why isn't the wine helping?
I did that. How did I do that to them? So many times.
I suppose so. They've certainly been useful in a tight spot.
Video veritatum!
What are you playing at?
The mask. Take it off!
Now tell me something about yourself.
This language. It's Kozakuran, same as on the door.
Then how do I make them stop? What do I do?
If you've energy to flirt, you've energy to fight this thing. Stay with me. I know you can. That's one thing I'm good at. Or so I understand.
Hold on. Even if they're all long gone, and that seems quite likely from what we know, who knows what they may have left behind for us to use?
A Sharan construct. That bears investigating.
Closer. I need to get closer. Useless. Come on. Feel my mistress's wrath.
The end must be near. No regrets, Gale. You may have been better off staying inside that boulder.
Drow craftwork. They're better suited to a wizard. Gale, I'm sure things will sort themselves out on the road. A friend in need.
Ira et dolor!
Are you trying to make me blush? I think it might just be working.
I see. Perhaps it's for the best. The pleasure's all mine.
So Jaheira is willing to embrace mortality, the ultimate form of retirement, and that's thanks to impressing her through your actions. Quite the compliment.
That's Arabella's mother. Or was Arabella's mother. Got to press on. Halsin's gone. Maybe his corpse can reveal a useful secret or two. Final help.
Damn it!
I'd offer to take the plunge, but, well, somehow I don't think Lady Shar would approve of a mind flayer leading her flock.
What is all this? Better be careful what I touch. Fall, damn you.
Almost, anyway.
I thought I might find shelter, supplies, even a healer, perhaps.
I've never clapped eyes on you in my life. Did one of the others put you up to this? Tell you my name and see if you could get a rise out of me?
No matter. The Underdark's probably full of lost oddities.
Torches are useless here. The curse is too strong. This hairstyle is closer to Lady Shar's own image. I did it to honor her. What do you think? I suppose Astarion is part of the vampire aristocracy now. I hope he doesn't expect us to bow to him.
I'll need a flame hot enough for forging.
I'd hope for something a bit more exotic. But would you carry around my fishbowl? Feed me flakes of food?
Looks untouched. Quite something to have escaped notice all this time.
Resarchio!
May a time come when the sun never rises again, and your darkness reaches eternity.
You're a monster, not a goddess!
After they put that tadpole in my eye, I heard this voice. It was soothing.
You're what? But I already took my clothes off.
The foot of a clown. Someone's sending a message. Just don't ask me what, exactly.
But I won't give up on you. Not just yet. I'm my own worst enemy in that regard.
This is no ordinary spear. It may be important. Best keep it close.
Why, that's not at all foreboding. I'll help. The things I do or speak to. Waste of my skills.
Imagine considering this sacred.
Mother Superior Viconia Devere.
Tea stringo linguum!
All right. Say we found some minuscule patch of common ground. What then? Keep out of it.
No. Either we join forces or you don't go anywhere. Tell me where to find your camp, at least.
I'm a tad surprised you change into more comfortable garb at Camp Lazel. You strike me as a sleeps in her armor type.
You were on the ship. And you have one of those things as well. I reckon those warriors holding the bridge can be fought off. If it comes to that.
And turn you loose on an unsuspecting world. No, I'm not that callous. We stay together for now.
My life, Part 12, The Boring Opponent.
If I succeed, maybe I'll be allowed a pet. Stop being silly.
Clausus, non movere.
Are those prisoners? What's been done to them? These cursed shadows. I can see your strength wilting by the moment.
It seems even the Lord of Murder has lost faith in you. I'd offer my commiserations, but, well, I think they might be lost on you.
Obedi me. Resisto mortem, voco morus.
A Selûnite prayer, marked with the same symbol as the chest. I'll have to sully my tongue and recite it.
Ketheric Thorm is no more, and may he stay dead this time.
This map shows a temple of Shar, and something dangerous lurking within. Damn gnolls are everywhere. What's to be said, I wonder?
The chair. It must be connecting you to the Mind Flayers.
Aretissimos.
I thought my faith was the most important thing in my life. I couldn't have been more wrong.
It's all disgusting.
Yeah, she's not coming back. Perhaps we should consider helping Minthara. She may be a useful person to owe us a favor. All right, just stay close.
Oh, I feel awful. That potion's hit me like rancid butter ale.
Probably shouldn't even touch whatever that is. What's there to think about? Goblins spilled blood, but we survived. That's all that matters.
Intelligente pauca.
A wonder this shoddy wall hasn't already collapsed. He can afford it. He's got one less mouth to feed now. True. I didn't think you'd react so pragmatically. Perhaps I should have told you sooner.
Parabellum!
Paragons of hospitality, these Myconids. The druids in the grove could have learned a thing or two.
It's less difficult than you might imagine, when you can't remember life without it.
I need aid.
Iactote!
Might be useful. Let's see what my touch can do.
But what about Astarion? Losing you could nudge him to a dark path. Are you truly willing to sacrifice what you have with him for me?
Mystra has forsaken Gale entirely.
Imagine how he must be feeling.
I doubt I could go on if Lady Shar turned on me.
The same. It must be that tadpole they put in our eyes. I assume that's what caused our minds to cross. Huh! And I'd chase you as fast as my tentacles could carry me.
Well, Perhaps you have a point. Fine. Let's explore these powers then. I just hope we don't come to regret it. I'm sorry. I serve the Dark Lady. I'll dedicate the loss of you to her.
Devilkin. Am I in the hells?
Come on, Karlak, there's got to be more to this. Some other way.
Thought that might have done something.
It vexes me to know of you.
I'd be more pleased if you joined them.
A religion, or a cult, all influenced by their absolute.
Got to move.
The highlight of my day. I need to find a healer. As do you.
When Nightsong mentioned wolves, I felt my heart freeze. She knows things about me. She has the answer. And I don't even know the question yet.
I don't care what you believe, Lae'zel. Go to sleep.
Why must the dead three be so obvious and ugly with their decor? Blood and bones, bones and blood. Pointy nonsense. Now, Lady Shar, she has panache. Come, let's go outside. Some fresh air will do you good. And I'll be with you the entire time.
Ira morbidos.
A Selûnite bauble. Its magic may be of use to Gale. These things are going to consume us from the inside and turn us into mind flayers.
I do.
Abono disque omnis.
Time to get this thing fired up. I suppose we can talk some more then.
I can think of at least one place it could go.
That's locked for a reason. Let's not disturb it.
Farewell.
Use every advantage.
Esto perpetua.
How long was I in there? I don't know what's worse, a devil or a prying leader.
My parents are watching over me.
He's about to belch.
I've made a powerful ally today.
Venenum.
Still nothing. Someone forgot to oil their equipment. Everything here is rusted to the hells and back.
I'm not sure I know how to eulogize a giant mushroom. Can we leave?
Keep pushing forward. There's no other choice. My parents. I saw them. Spoke to them. And let them go. It's more than I can take in just now.
Understandable then, I suppose. Give him an extra kick for me, child.
And don't worry about me. I'll manage one way or another. But I'll remember our little moments together fondly. They're amongst the few good memories I can lay claim to.
This might unlock those controls next to the pod.
Stand and deliver, little fig. Though, I think I like yours better. You bellow like a true berserker. They must have been hiding. Didn't save them.
Mating rituals. No. This book has something even juicier. Hidden by a spell.
Damn. Some of these mushrooms are illusions.
What happened to that magical item, Gale?
That's quite the contraption. Must have taken years to build.
Whatever killed those gnolls might be nearby. Careful.
Sometimes it feels like there's something just out of reach. Some truth on the tip of my tongue. And at times, I feel like I can almost voice it.
You helped me. I think I can trust you. But her, she's trouble.
Not completely off the mark, but there's easier paths into my good graces.
Having one less enemy to worry about mightn't count for much, not with the odds we're facing, but having more than that, an ally to count on, or even a... well...
It's difficult for me to talk about. I'm sorry.
Selûne's a bad omen. Just look what's befallen her temple.
Ah! You've got one of those things in your head too. Can't run away from that. If we're truly desperate, we can try to convince that goblin gut in assisting us.
It's overwhelming. Like a lifetime's worth of nightmares unleashed all at once upon waking. I can barely untangle one moment from another, not that I even want to.
Don't sound so disappointed.
Anything to hear that voice.
Resargus! My goddess smiles on such bloodshed.
Infernal, no doubt about it. This curio shop isn't what it appears to be. Prisoners. Not long for this world.
Vita mortis cario.
Not just yet. Let's choose our moment. Some quiet night, when the others are asleep and there's no distractions, I'll come for you.
People like you, indeed. Idiots, I assume she means.
An earthquake, maybe. I don't remember one ever shaking this city.
Those vampire spawn came for Astarion, didn't they? Lucky for him that we were here to fight them off. A celebration, yes. And perhaps a drink, too.
Why are you disguised as a gith, idiot? I could have killed you.
Let's save the hate for those who deserve it. This isn't your fault. Which isn't to say we needn't have any use for each other from time to time.
No time for pain.
Good. Then seek me out when you have time. I'm hoping to find some place I can settle down and stay close to my parents. Somewhere quiet, where they can find peace and gaze at the night sky.
I'm coming for you.
I just hope he's able to keep his hunger in check.
I'm alive, yes. Thank you for the concern.
These lands will soon be free of Shar's grasp. You can almost sense it. Aye. Feels like something down here has them excited. Or scared.
Pulchria! I need help.
Plus, Raphael will have Zariel distracted. You can be free of her. Just because Selûnites claim something doesn't mean they own it. What right-minded servant of Lady Shar wouldn't? But it's a distant dream. The Dark Justiciars have been silent for years.
Maledictes! We both need to get off this thing. Let's help each other. You're here. Just like it told me. The sooner we part ways, the better. Until then, keep away from me.
Bold of you to ask. Some might take the suggestion very badly.
I suppose it was too much to hope we were going to be cured here and now. To Moonrise, then. I didn't ask for you to... That's right. I know what you did. And it's not going to be quick. I was part of a group sent by my cloister. We were to take the artifact from the Githyanki and bring it to Baldur's Gate, no matter the cost. Never mind. Private matter, that's all.
Fiend worship. I'm not trying to pick a fight, Will, but it really seems like a blatantly ill-advised idea.
This idol seems to have magical properties. Something for Gale. Better not let too much be spilled. As much as I'm enjoying the show, we may still need them afterwards. I'll get you free.
What the... Hells, don't wake me like that. I was almost reaching for a weapon. Good. Something for us to look forward to, once all's said and done.
He could have been a useful ally instead of a dead enemy, had we done things differently. Fronte nulla fides! No use digging with my bare hands. Be ready. Whoever or whatever did this could be close. Another scrying eye. Better be careful around it.
Scratch was only ever meat of the lowest grade. But after I found some inner peace, who knows? I'll keep myself easy to find, if you wish to track me down.
A scrying eye. Best not do anything suspicious while it's watching. Something over there. Damn it. So much for using that thing to protect us.
She betrayed her sister and ruined the balance of things. Dark justiciars. I must see for myself. This must be for that chest. Maybe I have other reasons. Either way, come any closer and I will kill you.
Rumbled. Sounds like this place doesn't care for intruders.
Blood-stained collars. Guess I know what happened to all those missing pets.
I don't suppose you really have much use for gold, do you, Astarion? So, Grand Duke-to-be, is it? Should I bow, or do a little curtsy, perhaps? You had better warm to that notion very rapidly, or your journey ends here. We needn't be enemies. There's plenty of those to go around already. This doesn't do anything else.
We do have the Orphic hammer. We could unleash Orpheus, let him wield the stones, provided we're willing to trust him. He sacrificed everything in order to save our lives, Lae'zel. That ought to count for something to you.
On the contrary, worth taking. What was... Never mind. You're wiser than most. Many people balk at our doctrine. It's the reason why we cherish secrecy.
Supposedly in the library we saw before. We should go back to it.
I couldn't help but overhear... Well, all right, I could have helped, but didn't. I felt it go from me to you. You need its help, just as it needs us. It's still just a box, after all.
You helped bring me to this point. You're as much a traitor as anyone. Besides, the betrayal was Shar's, not mine.
This place is like some moist, unappealing maze. Can your nose guide us, Halsin?
Did you listen at all? Bottom right.
We've certainly benefited from your gifts. It stands to reason that others may do so also.
Let me see your wounds.
No. And I wouldn't ask you to, in truth. You're living proof of the sacrifice you made. But I fear others may not see it that way.
Away with the pain. The necromancy of Thay. Ominous. But Gale might find it useful.
I think so. Yes. At least for now.
We should leave that thing and just get out of here while we can.
Morsinker de vita certissima!
Are you that far gone that you don't even realize what you've done? All the more reason to put you out of your misery. This place is hard to bear. I hope we're able to continue on our way before too long. I hope that's true, but I'm not so sure. She has a far reach and a long memory.
Frange!
An interesting development, but one to be treated with caution. For better or for worse.
I'm not interested. Let's see what I can pilfer. Those two must have history.
Nothing. Seems like I'll need more than just the raw materials to get this thing working.
I want to see my parents. And I don't care what happens to this one. She's been in my head long enough already. Do what you like. I know you'll choose well. No use. There must be a way to get this open nearby. I'm not in the habit of helping vermin. I expect it to return and bite.
We haven't gone all that far yet. What are you referring to exactly?
Huh. So, that's what people mean when they talk about butterflies in their stomach. Did you want something?
On my way.
So, Orin is a shapeshifter. Better be extra vigilant. If you don't want to gamble on that. I understand. You'll have little trouble finding a more straightforward lover, I suspect.
A Mason's Guild, judging by all the half-formed stonework.
Desecration. What is this nonsense symbol?
Can't afford to let up.
Not terribly inviting. Who knows what's at the bottom?
Lady Shar has chosen me. Words can't convey how I feel. All I know is that I must prove her faith in me to be well placed. More of these things.
Poor creature. Must have been terrified. My parents are alive, and I have to save them. I think a part of me always knew that. A part that Shar denied to me.
Green blouse, brown hair. That must be Miri. Eltergard. Further from Baldur's Gate than I'd hoped. What's next, I wonder?
I'll wager they'll thank you with a blade through the heart. You're tainted in their eyes, same as me. And your best chance is to stay close to the artifact.
I'm not so lucky. Got to dispel these shadows. Somehow.
That sounds interesting. But on second thought, I'm quite tired.
I take it you're here at the Mother Superior's invitation? No outsider would have made it this far without permission.
Ha! Sing your dark hymn to me, Shar. Never stop.
Vita mortis cario!
Not sure what the other mushrooms are. What? You? I remember you.
Owlbear cub, let's test that armor of yours!
Then go read a book, or pray to your god of choice. Just leave me alone. Something like that. I was taught to reject anything that distracted from Shar.
This must be where he was making them. There's no shortage of evidence.
Wounds will soon be forgotten.
You know, I was really warming to you. But you've been seriously diminishing my respect for you of late.
You may be interested in those boots, Gale. For their magic, if not for their style.
One tadpole is more than enough, thank you.
I know enough to know I have to keep an eye on you. We need each other. And we both know what's at stake. I can't think of better company. Foolish. This whole place is on edge. Cause trouble and they'll turn on you. The outsider.
No. Should I?
Silks from Cormia. Already ransacked. Pity. My face protects me. Damn. Completely stuck. I wonder when it was used last.
Thou fetid fish, thou rancid shark!
Exciting. A goblin healer. We really are desperate, aren't we? Let's pop this open. Let's see what I can glean. So many dead. Sent to the Night Singer's embrace.
I opened up to you like I have with no one before. We bonded. But it's been downhill from there. Perhaps we can rekindle things. Or perhaps not.
Veritas credo oculus!
It seems you've made up with Mistra, Gale. Congratulations. Lady Shar has no love for your goddess, but I'm glad you have someone to turn to.
I wonder how long this went overlooked.
Heirloom! Plunder from some conquered realm, more like. This artifact is the only thing keeping us from becoming slaves to our parasites. Be glad I have it. Dum vita est, spes est.
Another escapee.
It may just be a coincidence. But yes. Sometimes it feels like any stirring of affection is rewarded with sheer agony.
This is a harper rune. There must be a stockpile nearby. Physically? No. That part is already done. This will wound the spirit. Most deeply, I should hope.
I'm not seeking to control you. All I ask is a little consideration.
This isn't the tadpole I'm speaking to, is it? The personality seems a little lacking. And I haven't forgotten that you saved my life aboard the Nautiloid. Perhaps I'll be able to return the favor at some point. Of course you need help. I was thinking the same thing. Around the top of this cliff, perhaps. More heretical symbols, of course.
Always good when I'm with you.
I survived the gauntlet of Shar. I sacrificed Seluna's own daughter. I am your rightful leader.
It's already done.
Muddy footprints. Like someone came through the sewers. Renald. That's the last part of it I remember. That must be his name. Perhaps he's still there in Baldur's Gate.
Hold tight. You are not allowed to die.
I've got one!
Time to fill some graves. Bleed for me. Quite a sight. Though I'm not quite sure what sight exactly.
I'll miss Astarion, though perhaps my neck won't.
Signum arcanum! Incommodum!
I'm sure. If there's a cure to be found, we'll track it down. And if not, I'll still have you.
Copora sanna!
Poor Gale. I hope he knows that a goddess abandoning him needn't be the end. I know from experience.
You... All right, then. More the fool me. Quite the understatement, but yes. Let's not linger in this place any more than necessary.
Okior!
Oh, hells! Something just woke up. I doubt there's much worth saying.
Genuine fiend's skull. A gargatula, I believe.
I heard you mumbling that line to yourself earlier. It needs more work. Dark Justicia uniforms. These were Shar worshippers. Her most elite warriors. Curious.
No need to thank me. This is out of pure necessity. Pure desperation, in fact. That's a drastic solution, to say the least. But what other choice do we have? Fight a losing fight? Trust the Emperor?
At the cost of a lot of lives. It's not worth it, Astarion.
Parure!
I'm Shadowheart. We were on the Nautiloid together. We've both got the same problem, though only I might have the solution.
Erectio inspira!
Whatever those rocks are, I doubt any tool or weapon of ours will break them. These cultists seek a weapon. Could they mean the artifact that we carry? Ah! The pain's getting worse. Brain's getting stronger. Perhaps they had no choice but to hide.
To summon those vines. And the power's impressive. I don't know what you mean.
No, I can't. I came here for them.
You must be eager to get back, then. Slimmer pickings out in this wilderness.
The mission she sent me on was a lie. Same as everything else she ever told me. Let's hope the Lady of Loss is pleased.
Thoroughly pilfered already. Fireplace isn't real. What's hidden behind it?
I know. I felt it.
Et alibi!
I hear shouting. Someone needs help.
What the... hells? This place is ready to collapse. We'd have to find it, first of all. Doesn't sound easy.
Glimmering specks in that slag. Hardly worth the trouble of mining.
As a general rule, I try to avoid confrontations where my opponents number in the thousands.
Efferve!
Half rust.
Whoever owned those weapons has been gone for some time. Flumph mating rituals. That drow must have gotten very lonely down here.
Here's to many more. Survival.
The shadow curse. It doesn't seem to affect me like it does others. Not as badly, at least.
I'm ready. We'll make sure it's a mistake you don't repeat.
A Selûnite book. Perhaps I should actually heed her words for a change. The road to Baldur's Gate awaits us, west of town. Let's try to outpace the Absolute's armies.
Not the worst prospect we've stumbled across. As long as you can look past what he is.
This one's all yours.
Wait. This is Amerigon's mask. Warriors of the Nine Hells. They disintegrate when they die.
Best avoid that trap.
Rubbish.
Get a girl's hopes up, why don't you? I need another bottle. I'm sure they'd consider the feeling mutual, if they could. Maybe I have other reasons. Regardless, stay away from me.
So many Dark Justicias fallen in battle. Their source must be nearby. Perhaps using Ethel's wand wasn't the best idea.
There's tunnels everywhere. Who would dig these? And why here?
I'll try poison next time. That was a joke, just to be clear.
Let's see.
But after all we've been through, I really should know better than to doubt you, shouldn't I?
Martem toem sum!
No lock in sight. There must be a mechanism or something.
What are you hiding? Finally, some good fortune. Come morning, we know what to do.
A potion that makes you explode? Seems a bit drastic. What's happening? Where am I?
Perhaps Lady Shar is testing me somehow. Perhaps not. I don't know, in short.
No good. Must need a different power source. Hells. I think I woke something up.
Direct that elsewhere.
Ugh. A nightfall ritual. They likely feasted the night away before killing another. All for Shar.
Unlocked. I hope that was worth the effort. A Selûnite shrine. It would have made my blood boil once just to look upon this.
Hold tight, I'm coming.
Joking! They're safe. And beautiful. Thank you.
Let's be sure to make good use of our prize, then.
Final help. There's something strange about the vermin in this place. Can't put my finger on what, though.
Oh. If you insist. Hold on. Did he just slip something into my pocket?
Dead drow and some skeletons. Wonder what happened.
Really? Some might think it makes me a liability.
Sounds like an unnecessary risk to me. No, that hasn't stopped us before.
I was going to say the very same thing, as soon as I worked up my courage a little.
Magic. From that chest. I can feel it.
That staff will probably be of interest to Gale.
That name on the tombstone before, it meant nothing to me, yet I felt a pang of loss all the same.
Time for a boost.
You don't want to get them wet, do you? Or worse, weigh you down. Go on. Don't turn shy on me now.
Where did the Ginny find this crap?
Oh. Well, that didn't last long. I do.
Thank you for understanding. Bunch of empty boxes and spiderwebs. Guess Loth's cultists haven't been back here in a while.
This'll help.
Hastily buried. But at least they were buried, I suppose.
Better get to work. Let's see. Almost too easy. Something should fit in here. Better find it.
Center him! To arms!
I'd like to hope there's more to it than that. Some meaning that Lady Shar will reveal to me when the time is right. Until then, all I can do is endure. Perhaps another time. Lady Shar is sated for now. But your eagerness to do more wickedness is noted. What was that? I really can't abide mumbling, Will. Only a patriarch's loss can open this door. It's really not that hard to figure out, honestly.
Now, as for this Raphael,
I see it as more a case of wisely avoiding a potential threat. My mind is set.
Don't fancy getting my hands dirty. I need a shovel.
it's lovely.
A list of names with some crossed through. Father Logan is on here.
This drow's cracked like an egg. Must have fallen quite some height. Fine. What's on your mind?
Not the most sophisticated way of getting what you want from someone, is it?
Don't be surprised if I'm reluctant to face any more.
Dream. But we're elves. We don't dream like others do. Ugh. This must be the tadpoles at play.
So this is where you interred Ketheric Thormhalsin. Couldn't you have done a little more to prevent his return?
Tonitras!
Besides, we've come so far now. The end isn't so distant. I may need to concentrate on what's truly important to me.
You seem overburdened with hangers-on already.
Now you're talking. After all that, I think I'll need a drink in each hand and a third on the table. But I think right of choosing should fall to you. What'll it be?
Useless. Come on. I've got your back.
I don't know exactly what lies ahead for me. But at least now I can choose my own path. With you at my side, if you wish.
I was hoping for a toast. Any suggestions?
Astarion, you seem
Remarkably hale and hearty in spite of all we're facing. The itinerant lifestyle must suit you. A girl's got to eat. What do I gain from denying your appetites?
Forget it. The milk's already spilled.
Pity Gale isn't here. This is just his sort of place.
It's time we had a talk with her, don't you think?
That's usually my line. Suddenly seems unconvincing hearing it from someone else.
I didn't expect Lae'zel to turn on the Lich Queen so readily. Wonders never cease.
Last night was perfect. Saving the world is quite the aphrodisiac.
It seems Voss was right. Vlaakith is intent on hunting us down.
I see.
Well, if you change your mind, I'll keep myself easy to find.
I'm sure there's better things you could find to read. Ugh. Wonderful rendition of a dying crow.
What is the creature doing to those corpses? We need everyone alive.
Pipe down! Mors tua vita mea!
This is it. Win or lose, the fate of the city, of everything, is going to be decided here.
Better offer help.
I can compromise, just this once. I suppose I owe you my thanks. Unlikely I'd have found this without you leading the way.
This should do nicely for a camp. The heat coming off that door. Opening it could spell trouble. Fiat lux!
It can be difficult to explain if you don't worship the Night Singer yourself, but I'll try. I was afraid for the briefest moment when I woke this morning. I didn't know where I was. I thought perhaps it had all been a dream, stopping the Absolute, saving my parents.
I see a way.
Keep away from me! The sooner I speak to Nightsong, the sooner I'll know what the future holds for me. Assuming I have a future at all. Hardly the time for a repast. Later, maybe. Looks like they lost a fight. A message from Orin. Probably written in blood or poisoned ink. That helped.
There's nothing more for you to uncover here. Let it rest. May the darkness protect you. But that's the least of our problems.
Got to keep moving.
Ketheric Thorm is dead. Really dead this time. Lady Shar's justice has been delivered. True. But too much freedom can be frightening. Lonely. And there's a reason why so many are eager to bow.
No, it doesn't matter. I wouldn't trust your kind if a truth spell was stitched into your tongue. Maiar fortior!
Of course. From the first time I laid eyes on you right until now. That's all safe. I wouldn't surrender even a moment of it. If I was a bard, I might be tempted to draw comparisons between nature and myself both shaking off Shar, but luckily for you, I'm no bard.
Venenum! Now where has she slithered off to? The monks were intent on keeping their relics safe. They didn't count on us, though.
But Mother forbid me from seeking to prove myself worthy of the rank. She said I was not ready.
No harm in a brief dose of perspective. It'll pass, I'm sure.
I feel something. Magic. But where?
You still have time to make a mark on the city, Astarion. You certainly made an impression on me. Poor Karlach. All this way just to be faced with a dead end. Literally. I can't imagine how she feels.
That, or we've just prolonged its misery?
I suppose it was. Apologies. I've just been waiting a long time to have the inside of my head to myself.
Sounds like she made the fatal mistake of getting caught. We shouldn't get involved.
Quite a view. If not exactly a peaceful one. Now I must try to rectify that. See to my own affairs. Little point in saving the world only to have no clear place in it afterwards. So Will's the Blade of Avernus now. I suppose that's a new sort of frontier for him. Suppose we can't claim to be shocked. The Emperor's wanted us to embrace our powers the whole time. This is the logical final step. She said she needed some time to herself, and she'd meet us at camp. I'm not sure she's going to last much longer. The Blade of Frontiers, eh? No need to tamper with the classics, I suppose. Sometimes it can be difficult to know what you want, what you need, until it's already lost to you. I know that from experience.
No harm in talking.
The Emperor likely saved us because it needs us as pawns. We can't trust it. What is this place? That was more than he strictly needed to know. You're not intending to surrender her over to him, are you?
Umbrai! Not one to heed warnings, then. We should leave that thing. It seems like trouble.
I don't know. The anger was simple. I understood it, found comfort in it. Now I don't know what to believe.
Scratch marks on the floor. The things I do, or speak to. Still warm, like it's fresh from the blacksmith's forge. Let's get this thing open.
That's good enough for me. I'm not sure what I expected coming back to this place. Certainly not a friend.
Pull yourself together.
Shar worshippers are nothing if not resourceful, I hear.
Well, perhaps I can come up with something later, all the same.
Better take that.
Obedi me!
It's reciprocal, trust me. We need each other.
Once we're cured, well,
Our partnership can end, if that's what you wish.
A beautiful idol, crafted with reverence.
This'll help.
Rather tough as pottery goes.
invisibilis.
They're my parents. What have you done to them?
Of course not. A cover to throw our enemies off the scent. I suppose you weren't deemed important enough to be informed of the plan.
If you insist, don't expect a farewell without me to save you.
Vor's plans on meeting someone in Sharess's caress. I remember it. A tavern in Worm's Crossing.
But who's to say? I might need a distraction some evening. These campsites do get cold.
You clearly can't be trusted.
Mother Superior sent you. Go on then. Where do I go? When I shared the memory from my childhood, you found it far too easy to make a connection to Selûne for my liking. Time to rid ourselves of this hag once and for all. I know. It was her, Shar, using the wound to hurt me, out of pure spite. The magic's gone. Should be safe to open the door now.
Ploy!
Always a pleasure.
You're a gith. Why did you help me? Even hell'd gag on your bedeviled stench.
Oh, I'm perfectly fine, but the mood is well and truly dead.
Secreti umbrarum.
No. Could it really be true? I can barely fathom it. And yet...
I don't know what I slept on, but my neck's killing me. I was merely making an observation. I mean, you saved the grove. I'm sure you'll find you're quite popular if you look around.
Gila!
You'll have to confide in someone else. I'm spoken for.
Need to get off this thing while I still can.
I have to find my parents. Your merciful streak will be the death of us one day. Let's hope Zarel won't be too angry. Yes, and they put a tadpole in my eye, too. I assume that's what caused our minds to cross.
You may have his trust, but you've lost mine. Farewell.
Killed without a mark. Who the hells does she serve? Darkness strike you down. Not this again. I told you already. Forget it.
Lady Shar's followers honor her with an act of wickedness, carried out in her name. Then they feast, knowing they carry the Night Singer's blessing anew.
Don't worry, I'm coming. What are all these for?
That was on purpose.
I don't recall inviting you over. Yes, a silent one if you have any sense.
For your sake, you ought to nip this in the bud before she turns on you.
In commodom!
Now, enough about me. You should go see who'd like to spend the night with the savior of the grove. I feel good. It's so strange. Do you remember the voice aboard the ship?
I haven't even dared to use the more benign forms of illithid powers. Do you really think I'm eager to jump to the next step?
Resarkia!
It can't hurt, I suppose. Unless you embarrass me. Then you might find yourself hurting in a whole manner of ways.
Minsk, no! It's been known to happen.
Respect my mission, my beliefs. Keep us focused on finding a cure.
Don't be foolish. You're far too pretty to hate.
Mario!
Careful. I'd hate to spoil the moment by stabbing you.
Must there? You wouldn't expect a wolf and a deer to find a way to work together. Better avoid unfriendly eyes.
You'll be too much of a handful one day, but not yet.
Ah,
Silks from Cormier, it says. Empty, though.
Hard to fathom, really. All the way from that pod, through the wilds, and finally back to where it started for me.
Might be useful.
Dragons, overhead. Stay low! You're too generous, Karlak. Better hope he hasn't acquired a taste for you. Not just yet. I wouldn't want to get my hopes up. If we can get any closer, and if there's anything more to that place, well, I think I'll have plenty to say then.
Lice-ridden cur!
Sounds rather ingenious.
Listen!
What more could I need? If I had all that and I had you, that's more of a life than I ever dared to dream of.
Something tore right through these people. They didn't stand a chance.
all these tracks. Enough for an army. They must be on the march. Better hide.
In a way. But they're also right here. Look.
Oh, it's going to be like that. I love strong men.
Why are you muttering to yourself?
Hark! A dung golem!
Whatever you think you know of me won't matter once I become who I'm meant to be. And you do. I won't allow some walking, talking feast for stray dogs to tell me where I belong or not. I can't. I'm sorry. We may have saved the world, but I have unfinished business to take care of. I don't want to jeopardize you while I look for my place in this world.
I'd just better not wake in the night to find fangs at my throat. Huh. Where's Lae'zel? Blasted thing. How do you open it? Does it even open?
I can't quite believe you've been a pickup artist all these years, Astarion. That's where the missing letters are, I'll bet.
The size of that thing. Looks so much bigger when it's flying above you.
Fatio voco fere!
Looks like a spider man decapitating a mind flayer. Someone got creative.
Ex textura!
A strange coin. I wonder what it's worth.
Hold on, you look like you've had a shock. Something the matter?
You can sacrifice yourself first, you spineless rat!
I'm not inclined to bother myself, but I suppose it keeps the city watch at bay.
Why, I've no idea what you mean.
The pinnacle of good trash. Even I can't forget that one too easily. Your father was a man of fine taste.
I need to concentrate. The leader of the pack comes to chat. You don't need a scourge or a rack to break people. Fear and self-doubt is sufficient.
Ira et dolor!
I know what you mean. And under different circumstances, I'd like that too. But first things first, I'm afraid. A Saloonite book. I'm almost surprised that lot can read, never mind write. I'm glad you feel the same. We should do everything we can to tilt the odds in our favor. That's what I wanted to talk to you about.
We'll prove him wrong.
Very reassuring. Thank you.
Whatever it is, keep away from those claws.
Don't you? It might be more interesting than you realize.
I'm not sure how much time we have left, but I'm not going to wait to find out.
She expects me to fill my heart up with love for her alone, leaving no room for others. No room for us. Come on, then. We've already come this far.
Did I? Don't worry. I was probably just too busy drinking in the sight of you. At least try to find out something of use before you kill them.
Schio dedici pecto!
Don't worry. I'm still your daughter. If you want me to be.
Of course you need help.
A shame. I wanted to show you just how rewarding the embrace of darkness could be. But perhaps it's not meant for you. Good night.
You know, failing to make a decision is the same as making a decision.
Lady Shar had a destiny in store for me. One that you denied to me. I should have been there. In her temple, her domain, but I wasn't. And now it's too late. It wasn't too long ago that I could never imagine smiling again. Shows what I know. The shadows are losing their grip on these lands. Shar can indeed be thwarted. Comforting to know. Of course I am. Now, unless you've any other dazzling insights to share, I think we're done here. It feels like my entire world has been upended. And this wild boar stabbed more times than I can even count. Please give me some credit.
What else do I do? My head is splitting open. I can't leave. I can't. A harper symbol. They must have hidden supplies nearby.
A necklace in honor of the Moon Maiden. Beautiful. Your queen turned on you, and my goddess turned on me. Perhaps we have more in common than we dare admit to.
I wonder who was inside.
Sometimes I wonder if she would ever deem me ready. I owe her everything, and I only wish to serve, yet she can prove inscrutable. My lady and your Moon Witch are at war, so naturally we're enemies. But enemies with a common purpose, for now.
This forge again. That drow wizard's notes mention some kind of guardian.
The road to Baldur's Gate awaits us west of town. We'd better see to any unfinished matters now.
How many are there?
Efferve!
Wait! I don't know what this thing is. All I know is that I've to get it to Baldur's Gate, at any cost. That's all I have for you.
Sounds like a fight. What's going on?
A waste of my skills.
When the time comes for the final battle, Lady Shar's faithful will be ready. Until then, we should continue to do what we must. That voice. Do I know you?
Iactote!
A dead bird. Not the victim of a house cat, I take it. You heard them. More goblins could be on their way.
No!
Gather your thoughts. Then perhaps we can talk some more.
Perhaps.
A waste of my skills.
The Mother Superior wasn't above using it against me. If I disobeyed, sometimes instead of a whipping, she'd threaten to drag me to a wolf den. Never failed to bring me back in line. I'd rather you'd trusted me sooner, given all we've been through already.
Let me strike true. I'd better take a peek.
Pus-supping maggot!
For the best, perhaps. More difficult for me to ruin things if I just keep out of the way.
Ferrange!
What do we have here?
Now where'd he go? Stupefaccio!
Selûnite drivel. Must be connected with that chest. Bears the same symbol.
I suppose you've noticed I'm not terribly fond of wolves.
Don't worry. I think I must have been misjudging you. I can't even remember what it was that made me say that.
Begone, putrid boil!
Seems we'll have to free Nier before we can collect the bounty on his head. The Zentarim. Mercenaries and cutthroats. Useful friends, if you can afford them.
Fulgor!
Eustace, hold on.
About Lae'zel. She posed a threat to me. I hope you understand that. She forced my hand.
There's nothing left.
It's a lot to process. Nautiloids, tadpoles, the escape, the wilderness. And now I've seen an entire land under the sway of Lady Shar's power. This place seems remarkably tense for a sacred grove. Perhaps we shouldn't linger. Like oil complements an open flame, perhaps. But then she released me. Banished me, more like. She said I was an outcast. That all of her children would know me and revile me.
Nobody's talking to you, flatface.
Oh, is that so? That's quite an imagination you have. Are you a bard, granted entry to our grotto in order to regale us with ballads and tall tales? Let's go find somewhere to offer them a toast.
Thou bandy-legged brindlehole!
Either way, we can't take the lack of symptoms for granted. We have to find Halsin. No. Now what do I do?
You've clearly thought this through a great deal. I'm impressed and appalled in equal measure.
Apiged, the gauntlet of Shar. This place is legendary. I surrendered most of my memories to help protect Shar's secrets, yet I still remember the stories of the gauntlet.
What's that supposed to mean?
Dark Justicia uniforms. These were Shar worshippers. The same as me.
You're a vile blister. I shall prick thee. Eraske!
That's Darkmoor the Wicked. Imagine meeting him in the flesh. Or rather, in the hide and stuffing.
A wise choice. These parasites are a threat to be destroyed, not an opportunity to be exploited. Ah! I never get used to it.
Hells! His brews turned to poison.
Enough! I don't answer to you. Not anymore. I'm here for my family. Somehow I doubt these figures were made with hammer and chisel.
Don't even joke about it. Bad enough that he's haunting our camp with his cryptic asides and his overall mustiness.
This'll give me an edge.
Well, I'm open to suggestions. It's an unorthodox way of cheating death. But if you're happy, I'm glad for you. Should I be jealous? At least you have good taste. I've given my answer. I'm not eating that thing. Go sell it or make an omelette with it for all I care. Luckily for you, I don't count among their number. If you have a chance to climb Mount Halsin, well, I'd be cruel to deny you. I'll be waiting to hear the details afterwards.
Must there? You wouldn't expect a wolf and a deer to find a way to work together.
One more chunk of dribbles left to go.
In that case, let me spare you the worst. Good night.
Fine. Try killing a couple of these monsters before you die, Gith. Lessens the load for me.
Begone, pox-faced loon!
Gently does it. I'll save my gratitude for when I'm cured. There's something about these flowers. Feels like my magic's wilting. Wait, why did my collar just vibrate? Coralon, stop! That is grotesque.
I want to be by your side. If that means joining you in the hells, so be it.
Tonitrus!
Or Betty May. Curious. Let's get this lot to yield. First, the act of wickedness. Then the feast. But I think this will count as both at once. Finally, I can think again. Might make things interesting.
Honestly, I should be grateful that you ended things between us. I dodged a poison-tipped arrow there. What do you want?
I might have considered it, but your choice of company so far leaves a great deal to be desired. Worth a shot?
Good. Now, I believe I was asking you how you were this evening.
Just a guess. I can't quite explain. It might be nothing, or it might be something.
More Seluna dedications. What happened, I wonder? There's got to be another way in.
Loss. Actual loss, not Shar's oblivion. I had my family. For too short a moment. Now they're gone. By my hand.
Hope it doesn't see us. Let's see. Text is too faded. Doesn't tell me who was worshipped here.
If you say so. Our last discussion grew heated. I'd rather not repeat it.
A dead language. Something ancient must have been worshipped here.
I know. But she's not lying. She made me in her image.
Mind flayer machinery. Better watch what I touch.
You do? Well, all the better then, I suppose. Then it sounds like I have everything I need. More of life than I'd ever imagined possible without Shar. Oh, he's far too precious for that. I'll go find a comely barmaid or guardsman instead. Felt like an earthquake, as if I didn't have problems enough already.
Magis amica veritas! Who says you have to feel anything?
Why is it always the bad memories I can still recall? In any case, I'll be keen to avoid them.
Another mention of this forge. Seems a few drow were searching for it.
Nervous, perhaps? When we entered Worm's Crossing, it felt like it might be the beginning of the end. Whatever happens, I'm glad it's with you next to me. Good. Until then, get some rest while you can.
What? You got it open, just like that?
That door feels like a furnace. Best be careful opening it.
Oh.
True soul. Absolute. I didn't follow half of what they said. Some kind of tank.
There's nothing like a stroll through some sewers to keep your sense of self-importance in check.
Onward.
A Selunite shrine, hidden away.
Oi!
My feet aren't touching the bottom anymore. It's terrifying. Do people really enjoy this? A disquietening place. But you must inflict pain in order to end pain. Lady Shar's embrace can soothe all mortal torments. Actually, I've been stripped of that particular advantage. But I will forge ahead, nonetheless.
I might have considered it, but your choice of company so far leaves a great deal to be desired.
Diminuate! This is no time to indulge your pettiness. These trials are important to me.
Need to whisk that child away now. Oh, I'm more than aware, trust me. I've had plenty of training in what to expect from them.
Resisto!
Careful. Even the mushrooms down here can't be trusted.
What are you doing? Stop!
Only one serving for me, I guess.
No time to waste.
That drow, near, is going to be on his last gasp unless someone digs him out. Though not necessarily our concern, of course.
I think we're finished here. Let's go.
Nothing is going to help you in that regard, I dare say.
I saw it. In your head. You follow someone else's orders. I'll deal with them, not you.
Dark Justiciars fell here. Those signs we saw before were no coincidence. They led us here. That's either profoundly poetic or childishly simple. I'm going with poetic. So long as it does indeed benefit us.
Bold. What does us entail?
Okay, better take that.
Karlak? Talk to me. What's the matter?
A lot of effort to hide one's sarcophagus.
All right, I'm awake. Tell me everything.
My point is that Raphael was stirring the pot, trying to unsettle us. Well, after you, Heart gave out. The hag's magic, surely.
Our new friend with the myriad limbs seems to know this route well.
I just hope we can keep the ruse up once we reach our destination. So, you remain loyal to your queen. You're consistent, I'll give you that.
Fine, but don't delay.
Last light is no more. Lady Shar's darkness will have swept away all resistance, thanks to my sacrifice.
And people don't just hear others' thoughts or turn into monsters. And yet...
Spare me the skepticism. She said it was my special purpose. For my ears alone. You'll see for yourself soon enough. No, not yet. We can't go on. Not without the Spear of Night. We must return to the library.
There's more written here. No, must be gibberish. Anything with claws that big is best avoided.
Well, the truth's out now for what it's worth. Are we done? I know you do. But I'm not going to let you. Not just yet.
Espride me!
After all, what I shared with you about my past, about being saved from the wolf, that is not something I would normally even dream of sharing.
Onward in her name. Why even bother with this one?
The stone's less worn here. Recently uncovered.
Let's do this.
From Thay. Whoever looted this must have been in a hurry. They missed a gem.
Blast away, Iron Hands! How do they differ then? The number of horns? The exact timbre of their evil laugh?
No sign of Astarion. Did that hunter snag his quarry?
No doubts at all. He seemed powerful and very knowledgeable about our problem.
Imagine being compelled to hide a shrine in a land that is actively hostile to you and your goddess. Utter pig-headedness. I think I was taught to break people's thumbs here. I swear I can remember the snap of bone, the screams.
Trifling with that moon witch will only bring you trouble. Shar's guidance is clear. It's hardly hypothetical. We're still in danger after all.
This is nothing but junk.
Desera!
Just like that. I thought we had something special. Something lasting. I think we've overstayed our welcome in this place. If we ever truly had one to begin with. We should leave.
You're lucky I'm helping. OBS! What is that? Almost sounds like weeping.
Well put. Though I'll forgive a middling whine so long as the company makes up the difference.
We need to leave. Lady Shar won't stand for us to be here, not after what we did.
No harm in talking.
These trials mean something to me, don't you understand? I thought I could rely on you. Shall be done.
Tired, I take it?
Fun. Well, yes. I suppose we did manage to make the best of things.
Oh, hells.
I don't understand. What am I supposed to do?
I'll bear eggshells. An unhatched one would fetch quite a price.
I think I remember breaking thumbs. Yes, the Mother Superior showed me.
Wait. It's you. You're the one who tried to free me on the ship.
On I go.
Well, that made something move somewhere. Better look around. Yet other options are hard to come by. We owe the Emperor our lives, at least. Returned. Punished. My mission failed. Oh. I'm sorry you feel that way. I don't.
Leviathan. Sounds like a violent goddess. Watch your tongue. These were my brethren.
Same as anyone. Lady Shar's blessings. They're gone. Vampire spawn or not, I'm surprised you actually surrendered Astarion like that.
A mind flare? No intention of letting that happen. A saloon, a prayer book. We should leave it. Unless we need kindling for our campfire. Quadicofage. Looks like something broke free and tore its way through its captors.
I suspected that might have been the case, but there was no harm in being cautious. And besides,
Now you know.
That disfigurement has its benefits, it seems. You're not going to let this go, are you? You might wish you had.
We did it. The nether brain is dead.
A scrying eye. Or whatever's left of it.
Perhaps they might have done, if I was a lesser servant of the Night Singer, one given to rash action.
Stultissime! The Dark Justiciars were the Night Singer's most trusted warriors. This is where they earned their place. The moment of truth draws near, as does this Inquisitor.
Ugh! Creaky old rubbish. Only useful as firewood now.
Smells like burnt flesh in here. Whatever fits in that socket must power this thing. But please, enough about me. Sharing's bad for my complexion. Gigans!
How are you holding up? Don't be so modest. I can't remember the last time I met someone like you. Perhaps I never did. And never will again. Of course, in the spirit of open-mindedness, I want to hear it all. Sounds much like the Sharans. Hopefully that's where the similarities end.
An illusion. Must be something worth hiding beyond it. Seems so. Hag's curse, I guess. Non m'avere! That sort of danger I'm fine with. I can fight it.
There I was thinking we were finally about to put an end to all of this. Too good to be true, I suppose.
Leave it. Remember why we're here. You should get some rest. We've got hard times ahead. Those flames will make short work of anyone who gets too close. That's not mine to open.
What? No! The symbol on the collar. Does that mean this is Gale's pet? No matter. Moonrise Towers has to remain the focus. Cortash is no more. And he was kind enough to bequeath his netherstone to us. We might yet manage to pull this off. It hurts.
Cut down by goblins. How cruel.
Are you sure? He's large, granted, but I can squeeze in any number of places. A better offer. You're lucky you're handsome and that I know you're joking. Something the matter? Wait. Grand Duke to be, eh, Will? I hope you don't forget about us little people after you've ascended. Ah! If you knew me, you wouldn't even ask. It is what my lady wants. I'm just her servant.
I'm hit.
Saluna. Fit only for a rubbish pile.
Mors in carta, vita cartissima. Oh, I'll join you. If you have whoever's in charge alongside you. Otherwise, I'd best be on my way. Might prove useful.
Baldurin and his scaly friend admiring the city they created.
I will. But not as much as you'll enjoy yours, I'm betting.
This will do. Take off your clothes. Perhaps I was. She sent me on this mission, after all.
We might be clear of those monsters' ship, but we still have their spawn inside our heads. We need to get rid of them while we still can.
I didn't mean it like that.
That's what makes it so good.
A piece of clown, going by the colour. Dribbles, I presume.
I suppose you came here for the same reason I did.
They're my parents. I don't know if I can.
Yes, perhaps. Not the vilest any of us have seen of late, unfortunately. Era! I'd rather have a second tadpole than do that. Not a Dwergar design. This crossbow is meant for a warrior of Shar.
So this wild boar stabbed her around 57 times, I suppose.
Go on then. Just don't be surprised when your friend turns on you. Time to fill some graves. Gladly. Intactili sum! Lead the way. But try anything suspicious and I'll kill you. Understand? Useless, get a grip. Calm yourself. They're survivors, not soldiers. Of course you need help.
But I must go there, all the same. And I'd better be prepared for anything.
Expellote!
On one hand, they seem useful. But on the other hand, or perhaps tentacle before long, we know where they're coming from, and what lies at the end of that path. I worship Shar, the Dark Lady, Mistress of the Night. Though, honestly, I'm surprised you didn't figure it out by yourself already.
I'll need to remember where each platform is if I'm to get across. Like the book described.
It won't, but I prefer it to just being frightened. I'd like to be alone now. Please?
Anyway, I think that little hideaway helped shape who I am, as much as any sermon or training did. Funny the things that influence you.
Let's talk then.
The Blade of Avernus!
Just another crate.
I should fetch that.
Claw marks and magic wounds. The work of Halcyon, maybe? He must have left for the grove. I'll help. Let's see what those harpies were hoarding.
One thing, just before we go. I wanted to thank you again for freeing me. Even if you did knock me unconscious afterwards.
Better than I ought to. Other than the occasional mental exchange, it's almost as if we're not infected.
Amicus animalis!
Another brain.
Parabellum!
This isn't coin, it's paper.
Something's here. Almost missed it.
I can't face the thought of it myself, though. I've only just been able to start living on my own terms. I can't surrender that.
I'm sorry I kept it from you. It's not a secret to be shared lightly.
Didn't feel like a mistake to me. Far from it. But I'll respect your wishes. Consider it forgotten. I'm adept at that.
Silentium!
It's only a half measure if you don't allow yourself to consider it otherwise.
This wasn't just a feast. It was a nightfall ritual.
Manos potentes paro!
Myconids. Just as I thought. Missing pets. Zola, Rascal. Wait. Those are the names from those collars. Those blood-stained collars. Gods.
What is that place in the distance? It almost looks Sharan.
Won't leave you behind.
At least you made the effort. Unless I'm wrong, of course. Perhaps once we've saved ourselves from the tadpoles, we can talk more on this.
They're ravenous predators with fangs like daggers. It's hardly an irrational fear to harbour.
Merciless, but beautiful in its own way. Sounds familiar. You're as discreet as you are pale. Admirable.
Good craftsmanship. Wasted on Seluna. Maybe it can be repurposed somehow.
An adventurer's got to eat. What do I gain from denying your appetites?
Scio didici pecto!
I'm Shadowheart. Enchanted to meet you. As much as circumstances allow.
All these telltale signs of dark justicias that we've been seeing. I'm having a hard time believing they're a coincidence. Either that's a remarkably realistic undead horde, or that canvas is cursed.
Wait, perhaps we shouldn't. You're not the one I need to talk to, are you? Not really.
I am saving myself!
No harm in a little conversation.
The Gauntlet of Shar. I can't believe it. I can't believe we found the Dark Lady's sacred crucible.
Oh, don't worry. I'm learning about you with each passing moment.
Ready. That face thief Orin's made off with Gale. We'll need to rescue him. Unless we actually intend to kill Gortash for her.
Pulsa!
Sorry. Thought I'd catch you in the afterglow. I'm no expert, but that painting looks like it'd go for a nice sum.
No, I don't recognize this place. But anything's an improvement on where we just came from.
How many people did I help break upon this thing?
Wounds will soon be forgotten.
Nothing but rubbish.
The fire's nice. I'll stay here for a while.
Are you sure about that? Better odds of surviving if we help each other.
I can't fit through here. Wonder if there's another way in. But speaking of focus, let's be clear. Come daybreak, finding a healer is our first priority. Yes? It may not be the best idea.
Hells. They're displaying murder victims openly now.
If you want something from a person, you need to know when and where to squeeze. Take it down a notch. We managed to stop it, didn't we?
Tempestus!
But no doubt there's a tadpole squirming in our heads. We have to act.
In any case, it was certainly not what I expected to find in the Underdark. Part of the Netherbrain. We'll need to get closer, though, up through the ruins.
God spare me. Why did I think eating a second one was a good idea?
It's nothing. I swear.
It's done. There's at least one person who doesn't want me happy. Shar. I felt the wound last night, while you were meditating. Like some sadistic child de-winging a fly.
This isn't over yet. We need to pursue Ketheric Thorm.
Last night was an exception. I hope you understand that. The battle's won. Our journey is over. And I need to take my place at Lady Shar's side. Rite of the Timeless Body. Some druidic practice. Jaheira may know. Don't be like that. You've made your bed. Now go and roll around in it with your new bow.
What comes now? I hope so. Good night.
Dolor!
Not interested in a Gith's leftovers, I'm afraid.
Pondering my name won't get us off this ship. Let's stow the small talk until we're safe, shall we?
I won't pretend I'm disappointed. Your company is... Never mind. See you at camp, perhaps.
I would have destroyed this in Shar's name once. But no longer.
It's a little quieter now. Is that what they wanted?
I won't quite say that. Far from it. But you and I have a bond. I can't let a little bloodlust ruin that.
Here it comes!
Nothing. The trick of the light.
No. Were you meaning to backstab me all along, or did you just lose your spine along the way?
An ally in need. The button does nothing. Why is it barely above the floor? Strange.
Besides, it suits me.
Typical. Suppose I'll help. I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that thing. Maybe that's what happened to those Gith nearby.
No! You've already brought me to what I need. My family. My real family.
I'm not half as mysterious as you might think. Respect my privacy, my beliefs. Keep us focused on finding a cure. What creatures live in waters this dark?
Esto perpetua.
Necrotic energy. It's sapping my strength. True. We're acting out of desperation. Let's just be careful. Any potential cure is useless if our heads are parted from our shoulders beforehand.
Enchanted.
You can do this, Gale. Standing up to a goddess is daunting, but you'll be glad once it's over.
Configo!
Hells, you can't trust anything, can you?
A crypt. Now to find Shira Clarwen.
There are many, but they all renounce their gods when they are taught fear.
Secco!
We shed those cloaks. Before Shar, we stand gloriously naked, beyond the vanities of mortals. I know. I don't understand how exactly, but I felt it go to you. It's important. Keep it close.
The true contents of that book on flumps were hidden by magic.
Ingenious. You're even worse at lying than you are at sneak attacks. You and I are done. That trinket's radiating magic, Gale. Looks like someone broke free. One of the adventurers? Maybe they're back at the Grove.
Clearly. And you know what? I think that's just what the devil intended. Just our luck to find an inn, only for it to be burning to the ground.
I didn't do this enough when I had the chance.
Okior!
First Seluna's blessing, and now her gifts. If only the old me could see this. Might as well help myself.
That's not to say that there aren't parts I wished were different. But I suppose that's how you know when you've done something of value. When you know what you sacrificed to achieve it. Nevertheless, as quirks go, that's a new one for me. No matter. The deal is done, and the sacrifice was made. I'm sorry, Gale. You tried. Mistra was wrong to turn on you, no matter what mistakes you made in the past.
Well, that's honest of you. Don't do it again. I'll give you a pass this time, considering I owe you my life. What should I do?
Isn't that Gale's Tressim? What's she doing here?
Damn nuts!
I'm no expert, but I don't think vampire spawn should be able to do that. You didn't do abysmally, I suppose. That's worth something. Perhaps you're right. And perhaps one day I won't have to suffer. But I don't think that day has arrived yet. Lady Shar will ease my pain when she wishes to.
Of course. You're the same as me. You have a mind flayer tadpole in your brain. You had every chance to look the other way. But here we are. You chose this.
Ah, that's on, no! Don't be nervous. I'll be there to protect you.
It'd take an age to hack through all this. Huh. Not worried, are you? Rest easy. Uh-huh. Will it is, then. Let's move.
That's the end of hope. A little on the nose, Raphael.
This heat. I can see the air shimmering. The forge must be nearby.
Mistra was never worthy of your devotion, Gale. She will rue the day she turned on you, I am sure. I knew there was something untrustworthy about you.
Worth a bit of fingerwork, perhaps.
Maybe you're right, but the whispers won't stop.
It's planting animating spores. It means to raise the dead.
Goblins aren't our concern so long as they stay out of our way. We're here to find a healer.
Health.
That's quite a view. What happened here? I'm not sure I want to step in there.
A staircase would have been too conventional, I suppose. My parents. I need to save them.
Piss-addled pontificator.
It was special, but also fleeting, as it was always going to be.
At last. Thought I was done for.
Looks like this used to be a distillery.
Come over here, boy! Oh, hush you. Stop fishing for compliments.
Don't mistake blood for kinship. Yes, you're the one. I felt it. I'm told you want company on the journey ahead.
Same. I think I may have overdone it with the black and purple for, my entire life. Your look serves you well, though.
On I go, then. I'd rather not turn my back on you, if it's all the same.
I don't remember you.
Looks like someone escaped from there, rather violently. One of the adventurers? Her kind can't be trusted. They just tried to kill us aboard that ship, after all.
Moonmotes. They bring Seluna's light to dark places and offer guidance to those in need. Nocturne and I must have come here a lot. We probably had plenty we wanted to hide from.
That might be worth a look.
Hells. This place is a sight to behold.
We could speak to Ethel, though I'm not keen to trust her. This trunk's rotten. Shouldn't put too much weight on it.
You'd be wise to turn a blind eye. I won't fail. Not when I'm this close. Just a brief respite. It seems that Will's determined to remain the Blade of Frontiers. I suppose he's truly earned the moniker now. You're not actually intending to waste time hunting this Karlak person, are you?
This idol must have some magical properties. Gale? Onward. Shadow druids. Korga means to turn the circle.
Wait! That can't be. There has to be another way. Please!
Sol Invictus!
I heard you with Lae'zel. Don't think I'll play second fiddle to the likes of her.
None other. She spoke to me. She actually spoke to me. And she gave me a mission. I don't know if I can do this, now that I'm here.
Mados potentis paro!
They killed a child for that. Let's get in and out of this place before any vipers decide to bare their fangs at us.
Parabellum!
It was just what I needed.
You're right. Though, I like to think my wits are the best weapon I have.
Kakote!
Shar doesn't care. She was always going to use you and discard you. But now I'm going to deal with you first.
Still, we best not make too much noise.
I thought I was done for. I thought perhaps I might have been dead.
Get some rest. We move at dawn.
Perhaps you didn't.
What was in that tart? My stomach's doing somersaults.
That place is sealed off to the world now. I don't see the point in dwelling on it anymore. Not while we've our own problems to see to. Moonrise Towers. If this is indeed the very center of the Absolute schemes, then the source of our problem must be in here somewhere.
Better to have more options than fewer. If you start sprouting tentacles, I'll pour it down your throat myself.
Just remember what I said. Let me do what I need to.
Kaido!
If I knew, I'd promise I'd tell you. But I don't. Can we just leave it at that for now, please?
Drow craftwork. Beautiful. Probably better suited to Gale, though. First druid, and now last druid. Thanks to us.
Nice view.
As much as I enjoy a sit-down, a strengthening bludgeon is more useful. Another time. I'm terribly tired. You should get some rest, Lae'zel.
Arredissimus!
Lady Shar permits me to plead ignorance. I'll take it on good faith that such a thing exists.
Nothing in here.
We already do that, by and large. We journey together, fight together, share food and campfire.
Liar! Liar! Liar!
The way back to Baldur's Gate. Raphael will be returning through here before long. I want to talk to you about the other night. I thought we were having a pleasant time. But you cut it short.
No use digging here.
Excellent. If we ever become friends, I'll know what to call you. Similar to that other Orpheus disc we found. Ugh. A head parted from its neck. Dribbles, I believe.
Tape your bottom mouth shut!
Do you know why I love night orchids? In part, because they do not last. They bloom where few ever see them. And in that moment, they're perfect. Then, they return to the darkness that birthed them. I came here to save them. And you murdered them. Indeed, though perhaps not always with you by my side. I see. Well, I hope you're feeling more composed now, and that you washed up after this. Just the one, by all means.
Oculus tempestatis!
Might as well.
I don't doubt you in the slightest. I've come too far to turn back now. Just a little longer. We're near the end of this, one way or another.
Our mutual respect only entitles you to so much. Now, if you don't mind, in a bind, I'll help.
More Sahuagin. This can't be a coincidence. They're drawn to something around here. Can't I even pray without interference?
It's called faith. Duty. It doesn't have to add up to me as long as I serve. I'm part of a bigger plan. One that will be revealed in time.
Keep looking!
Right then. I just need to insert the mold.
Pallid amours!
Let's see what comfort we can offer a grieving mother. If you insist, don't expect to fare well without me to save you.
But of course they will. I hope we'll have more opportunities to slip away. And make sandcastles.
We'll best this. Just think positively. Or at least don't think murderously.
From the dark to the... damp. An improvement either way. Come on, no excuses.
Blasted Nautiloid! We need to get to that brain! I suppose I'm adept at that. I just need to shut out all distractions. Focus on what Lady Shar demands of me.
The Gauntlet of Shar. This place is legendary. Even with half my memories locked away, I still remember the stories.
Tempora mutantor.
From the Underdark to a hag's lair. Like jumping from a pot into boiling oil.
Speaking out of turn is an indiscretion. Trying to drink my blood is something else entirely. Are you back to yourself? Hells. Helfira didn't stand a chance.
Damn! Not quite hard enough.
And making a lover wait? Well, there's few finer torments, if you know what you're doing.
Treme.
No thanks. Perhaps something else will come to you before we part ways. Rest well.
I didn't exactly dress for hiking mountains. Shame we couldn't procure some pack mules or horses.
But nobody's here to debate right from wrong.
It's silly. Part of me felt like Scratch might still show up for his ball.
Hot, hot, hot!
I sincerely hope you never find employment as an executioner.
Surge!
They do seem a bit short-handed.
Strange-looking tadpole. Might warrant a closer look. Very carefully.
The next time you want to pay gold to be called a fool, come see me. This is the weapon mentioned in the notebook. Supposed to be cursed.
Treme.
Don't be. Can't harm you. And as for me, well, I'm used to it. You sacrificed your own father, Will. Not a step that many could take. But the Night Singer would appreciate your resolve, I think. This mirror, it's so familiar. I've stood before one like it before, felt its magic. What did it do?
Tuibor. Diminuate.
Darkness guide me. Everything from the Wood of Sharp Teeth to Cloakwood was his hunting ground, until a small army rallied to take him down.
And you're covered in blood, but hardly look worse for wear. It isn't yours. I did. And it's too late for regret. But I wish I felt a little more comfortable in my own skin.
Those who draw breath embrace death. Charming.
No. I'd be turning my back on too much. Shadowheart is as much a part of who I am as Jennifer. I can't just forget her. That's not what I do anymore.
Behold, Elminster's ball bag.
You'd be surprised. Not all of us don robes and dark armor. Some people live perfectly normal lives on the surface, blending in utterly, so that they can serve the Dark Lady in utter secrecy.
Amicus animalis.
An audience with your goddess can go wrong.
I should know. But do whatever you feel is best, Gale.
Hardly a winning display of archery, but it did the job. Are you sure? You've utterly failed so far. If I have something to tell you, I'll do so when I want to.
That creche would be a smoking ruin if it wasn't for us. Still, better move along. I don't want to test the limits of your people's gratitude. You're unlike the Mother Superior, then.
Incertus pulcher imperio!
Suddenly Alfira's death makes a lot more sense. We're going to figure this out, understand? We have to.
First things first, we need supplies, shelter, and most of all, a healer.
Incertus pulcher imperio!
Quite a setup. This takes smuggling to new lengths, or new depths, rather. A magic mouth spell. But whoever voiced it is probably long dead. Not the bravest strategy, I'll admit.
I don't think I've ever had a confidant quite like you. And if I have, I can't remember them.
You know. You looked me right in the eyes, then left me.
Umberly, a brutal goddess from what I understand, without even the slightest touch of subtlety to her. Now let me pray. This is important. I'm sure someone will write a romantic ballad about this one day. Hopefully not a tragic one. Lady Shar's blessings be upon you, as would I, oddly enough.
Tea clodo oculus!
Perhaps I'm a better liar than you are, then. All the more reason to be honest with me. I'll see right through you. All the more reason to rid ourselves of our own uninvited guests. Tunnel's still blocked. It'll take a bit more effort to clear it.
No sense in bursting my lungs on this horn. The ogres are too far away to hear it. Stop glowing. Is that good? Bad?
That smell. This wine's been poisoned. It felt like a quake fit to topple Ramesith's tower.
I'll help.
Stupefaccio!
Onward.
All right, then. Maybe if it happens again, try pinching yourself.
Will ought to know what happened with Mizora. Whatever she has in store for him can't be good.
Halsin's dead. I need to check his corpse for anything important. Delighted.
The shadow curse is snuffing out the torches. Besides, there's plenty of foes out there for you to vent your impulses on.
UBS!
A casting mold. Could put this to use at the forge.
Well, at least I know I won't find you atop me in the middle of the night now. The Shadowfell. This is Lady Shar's power in its purest form. Nothing can resist her will here.
No. Enough talk. Enough voices. We should head back.
Oh, hells. You didn't pick that by hand, did you? They're deadly poisonous.
Then it's your own fault for not asking.
Maybe later.
Burgeoning bog botherer!
Perhaps we'll still be able to find a way. Some interpretation of her will that lets us stay together. But I can't guarantee anything. And I suspect that she'll demand more and more of me as time passes. More signs of Dark Justiciars. They must have a stronghold nearby.
Ab uno disce omnis!
That's a question that could take a lifetime to answer. Lady Shar's followers are my responsibility now. I will need to guide them and root out any heresy that Viconia sowed.
Use every advantage.
I appreciate it, but keep your guard up around others. We're gathering enemies by the day.
Well, make sure it's a mistake you don't repeat. I've enough problems with my memory as it is.
Whatever Mizora has in store for you, I doubt it's anything good. Yes, but we're not finished with the Absolute just yet. Only now, Lady Shar's forces are mine to command, when the battle comes. Only a Diabolist would have a collection such as this. A letter from Orin. What does she want?
Try teaching me some manners, then. See what it gets you. Dead goblins over there. Worth checking for supplies, maybe. Ah, fancy amulet like this is probably enchanted. Gale, take a look. We need a way out. Now.
You can just fill it with supplies, seal up the hidden entrance, and tuck yourself away from the world.
I've seen your kind's handiwork, and I won't fall victim to it. Get away!
Quod dico face!
No use. It's blocked. Let's see what we have here.
It's nothing. Trust me.
Have you ever heard of the Dark Justiciars? They were Lady Shar's most elite warriors. I can't explain why, but something about this reminds me of them. I hurt you both. So much. Gods forgive me.
It's been too long. A humble specimen, aren't you? Don't waste your time deciphering the actions of a lunatic.
I see. Then I hope she understands. But I trust your judgment.
Resisto, frigos!
The toys from the barn, he must have made them here.
Better than I thought possible. I have done as Lady Shar wished, and she has rewarded me in turn. All is well. Or... almost. The Night Singer wants my heart. All of it.
So eager. I'm surprised it took you this long. This way. They make the best servants. Worth locking. Worth opening. This bear isn't quite fit for playing with yet. It looks like a distillery. I could use a drink after wandering this place. Whatever Marcus hid beneath, it isn't budging. Damn thing could blot out the sun.
Of course.
We can only hope he indeed proves to be an ally. Better avoid using magic around those things. This place is quite something. I just hope it doesn't spring a leak.
Not just what I like. What Lady Shar demands of me.
Leftover rats cornered in their hole. They can still cause trouble for us, though. The sooner we find Halsin, the better. Get some rest. Strange-looking staff. Is that something you'd want, Gale?
My head.
They look like scribes, despite the weapons. No surprise that they died, then.
Another mask.
I hear you, Lady Shar. I shall not fail. They remind me of some place. A place I can't quite remember. But I think I was happy there, wherever it was.
Sealed tight.
You've barely brain to feed a louse.
Floric's done for unless someone helps her soon.
An empty box. If I were a cat, this would be a great find.
I'm sure. If there's a cure to be found, we'll track it down. And if not, I'll still have you. She's toying with us. But why?
Don't mind if I do.
Temperan mutantor.
Some rest is in order. And dreamless rest, hopefully.
Enjoy the rest of your night. But maybe do it elsewhere. Timask and torch stalks. Hell of a combination.
Watch it! The acid's altered his brew.
The whole place is infested. There might be more blade work ahead.
These notes speak of an adamantine forge hidden deep below.
Absolute. True what? What were those raving fools on about? Something doesn't add up about this one. Don't tell her anything. The statue of Seluna. This ruin must have been dedicated to her.
I spy with my little eye. Nothing of note, really.
Weapon blueprints. They call for Sousa bark. Darkness strike you down.
Venia tuva me!
Well, whatever you're into.
Bloody hells.
Literally. Just when I think I've got a grasp on our dilemma, a devil shows up. We're on the same side last time I checked.
Hostium minera! Essurio! Silentium!
Cloak and dagger. My favourite.
It doesn't matter. Astarion's dead. For good, this time. We're safe as we can be.
This belonged to a Meragon, one of Hell's foot soldiers. Their corpses dissolve when they die.
Honestly, I'm still surprised that we actually managed to defeat Ketheric Thorm. Perhaps a final victory isn't such a wild dream after all.
Something divine lingers here, but I don't recognize this presence.
Yes, but it'll soon be remedied, once I've taken what's mine from your corpse.
All cleared out.
Well, can you imagine what it would have been like growing up in that place? Endless training, no privacy, facing scorn wherever I looked. I'll spot my father too, with any luck.
Punge!
I had another dream. Which, I suppose, means you did as well. No. Very kind of you. But I'm saving my best bottle for someone already.
Though perhaps that might change, if you can show an open mind.
I haven't forgotten what happened between us. But I also haven't forgotten I'd still be trapped in that pod if it wasn't for you. Let's call it even. We both have bigger concerns. Of course. Please stop reminding me of things to worry about. I'd like to get some sleep tonight.
Where does it hurt?
Dedicated to the Moon Witch. No. Moon Maiden. She is not the enemy. The key can be taken now. Looks like the sort used at the counting house. Grant me the time and guidance I need to become your vessel, my lady. Let the pains of the day be forgotten, soothed by your embrace.
The mask. Take it off, right now!
I had a choice to make, in the heart of Lady Shar's domain. But you denied me that chance. Now my future is gone. Nothing but wind-blown ashes and wasted potential.
I'll be ready. Whatever you have to say had better be worth your life. Perhaps you'll turn out to be a worthy companion after all.
That said, you can certainly do better than her. I should know.
I don't think that statue's eyes are glowing to provide illumination. Best be careful. Statues? Strange. These Lathander statues can move, if that book is to be believed.
Let's not forget the wine. I want to flush out my brain, just to be completely sure the tadpole's gone.
That orb. It's a scrying eye. Someone's watching.
Matte virtute!
Touché, Lae'zel. Perhaps wits are contagious.
Time to meet your maker.
Lead the way, Astarion. So, you've committed to being the Blade of Frontiers. None can doubt you've earned the title. Well done.
Magical lights. But how to turn them on? Talk to me later. This day's been long enough already.
Voca Arvina!
Looks like the booze got the better of them. They're practically unconscious. Almost too easy.
Mutatis mutantis!
Monster. Death is too good for it.
Ex nihilo!
Feel my mistress's wrath. On I go. Oh, it's going to be like that. I love strong ones.
Those who do not listen to the reason of Lady Shar's words must instead feel the keenness of her blade. I don't think so, but you're sweet to ask. Maybe just be patient the next time you see me wince or cry out. It'll pass quickly enough. It always does. May Lady Shar's blessings be upon you. Tread carefully now.
Ugh. I've enough trespassers in my head without her joining in the fun. I have my reasons. They're nothing for you to be concerned about.
Extende!
You know, I had a dream just like this once.
Voco nubes!
Those gouges. Tore through rock like it was butter.
It's a deal, so long as you watch my back.
Good riddance to that grimy wretch.
I'm glad. Though, I don't think I'm quite done with the past yet. Not until I've been to Baldur's Gate.
I can feel it. In your head. You follow someone else's orders. I'll deal with them, not you.
Won't budge.
I suppose some would commend our actions. Goblins would have razed that whole place to nothing if it weren't for us. For instance, you're a quick-to-anger type, aren't you? Even less self-control than brains.
I was convinced Lae'zel had settled on you as her conquest. Brave of you to deny her.
Fine. Put your faith in a marauding freak. Just do it away from me. Good. We've had enough party games now, I think.
Let's talk later.
Eating strange mushrooms can be dangerous, you know. At least let's talk about it first.
You convinced me to spare Night Song. You and I are both capable of resisting the darkness that compels us. What delightful circumstances we find ourselves in.
For once.
So, your very own queen has turned on you. Your people are nothing if not ruthless.
I'm not too hopeful that a Gith crash will actually prove our salvation, but worth keeping in mind.
Majesty of manure, sovereign of shit! Non me vere!
If they make it. They're slow, vulnerable. Half or more will die long before Basilisk Gate. The gauntlet has double meaning. It speaks of the ordeals to be overcome, and of the armor-clad fist of Lady Shar that would embrace the worthy. Survive the crushing gauntlet, and be embraced by the Night Singer at its very core.
Looks like a toll house. Maybe there's some seized goods still inside.
Oh no.
Oh!
Never mind. There's bigger problems than your terrible taste in disguises. It doesn't need to, as long as you keep your fangs to yourself. Trust isn't something that comes easily to me. But with you, I think I can make an exception. She's vanished. And left a whiff of sulfur as a parting gift.
Stop! I already warned you not to do that again!
There's so much only they could have told me. But that's all gone now. I've got to move on. Find some place for myself. I doubt you'll find much to sacrifice in this place. Let's keep focused.
Fine. But don't delay. Nothing.
Selûnite moons and stars. Just like the dwarf's poem described. This is what I get for trying to strike up conversation.
Don't do it, Historian. Thousands will die unless you stay your hand.
What, join you?
Love limb of a lecherous lich!
Made it out.
You'll feel better in no time. Let's see.
Not my mother, I should add. The Mother Superior, head of Lady Shar's enclave in Baldur's Gate.
All right, some company wouldn't hurt on the road, especially if there's trouble.
That thing doesn't look too happy to be free. What's the matter?
Fine, I'll help. No time like the present.
Vita mortis cario!
Looks like there's a chest buried in that hay.
Most would be unwise to linger in these shadows. Luckily, I'm not most.
An eye patch. Not quite my style.
You sound like you're speaking from experience, Will. Perhaps you'll have to give me a tour, refresh my memory. I didn't think I'd live to see the day when you turned your back on your queen. But all things considered, good for you. I have the strangest feeling that I wasn't always alone there. Don't ask me why, but I almost sense the conversations, the laughter. Doesn't look like anyone's been here in a while. Perhaps people lost faith, or forgot about it. Looks like a clown's pelvis. Not a sentence I ever thought I'd have to utter, but here we are. I do not serve Shar anymore, nor the Mother Superior. The prism is no longer my mission. Only the night song can tell me what I must do next.
You'll feel better in no time.
Intersus pulce imperio!
I'm sure you would. Don't sound so eager.
I have a mission to fulfill. I must... You cried out. I hope you can explain yourself. The Shadowfell, her domain, has power here. Whatever the Dark Lady needs of me, I'll wager the answer lies wherever her power is strongest. I need to find that place and see what awaits me. Lovers? I think you must have me mistaken for someone with no taste.
She's deluded! As are you, should you show her your allegiance.
All this stonework has me thinking. Would you ever want a statue of yourself, Will? Indeed. There must be all sorts of things you could tell me.
Ugh, feeling rather worn down today. Hard to rest in this wilderness.
Vincit qui petitor!
It matters little, either way. Lady Shar claims everything in the end. Last Light is a testament to that.
I do. But I won't. Not yet. I bet we can work out how to open it.
And get murdered by a pack of goblins or gnolls instead.
We've been traveling with a vampire this whole time.
The threat of the Absolute is upon you all. And Viconia is not fit to lead you.
You're the author of your own tale now. Well done.
It means nothing. Shar owns my heart. But luckily, she's willing to share the rest of me. Just this once.
Well, this isn't suspicious at all. I hope Arthur hasn't been donating cuddly toys to the needy.
Voco spicai! The belly of the beast. The sooner we kill this thing, the better.
Stuck. Why aren't I surprised?
Yes. There's one more thing I wanted to share about myself. Something I think you deserve to know.
More talk of this adamantine forge. Quite the attraction, it seems.
What was she trying to summon? Perhaps you're right. But I trusted her once. That has to count for something. Lady Shar speaks. But just some echo, surely. A guiding voice in stone. Even a Githyanki cannot resist the Sharan arts of interrogation. This is how Viconia learned of the astral prism and sealed her own fate.
Strange. I almost feel like I've just, I feel good.
Thou art saucy as gruel.
That sounds less than promising.
Strike hard, strike fast.
I'm not afraid of wolves anymore. Spare me your cheap tricks.
How so? Are you taught to churn your own butter while barely out of swaddling?
Faccio voco fere!
We raise a glass to Gale. Perhaps the elf song still stands.
Lae'zel, how would you punish someone who wronged you?
What's this feeling of power?
It's full.
A flame cannot burn without fuel. And Lady Shar's church would not thrive if everyone was happy and content. We are nothing but a dark mirror, held up to show society's failings.
We've been battling the Absolute for all this time, and the whole while you failed to bring up that you were once a leader of that cult.
A camp. Looks like it's been sitting empty a while.
Ugh, feels like my brain's about to collapse in on itself.
I still remember. It shouldn't surprise you. We've been at war with Selûne since before most of history was written. An eternal conflict from the viewpoint of mortals. It must be all the fresh air since the crash. Has me flush. Well, let's just say I can play the innocent when needed. Have a lighter touch than you might expect. And can untie many knots with just my mouth. Practical skills, learned in service of Lady Shar.
I thought this camp was supposed to be our safe haven. Not quite so when we wake up to dead tiefling bards. I may have difficulty sleeping for a while. The Netherbrain, its power is bearing down on me. Can scarcely draw a breath.
First, I need answers.
Stuck fast. I'll help.
Not as much as I am. My whole life has been leading up to this. At last, I've become who I've always meant to be.
That is not for me to share, even to a fellow child of Shar. Careful, Lae'zel. It's dark around here. Would be a terrible shame to lose you forever.
Nothing, just a show of respect. Trust me, you wouldn't want to displease her. Not here. Let's continue. So, Lae'zel remains loyal to her queen. She's consistent, I'll give her that.
I often am. Farewell.
He knows our secret. He claims he can help. What do you make of him?
In a bind? I'll help. Let's see what we have here.
A shapeshifter lying in wait. It won't get the drop on me.
A Sharan idol. It's beautifully crafted. Freeing a goblin? Surely that's the tadpole reworking my mind. I suppose I owe you thanks. I hadn't expected a Selûnite to lead me to such a beautiful peace. You're full of surprises.
Stuck? Of course. That could have been worse.
The Shadow's hunger is endless, it seems.
Threadbare chimp lackey!
Dominant, self-centered, savouring another's loss.
Meanlocks. Easily blinded by light. I need a torch or something.
Forever, ideally. And you assume too much about what I can and cannot tell. What do we have here?
Twice over, in fact. You supported me against Lae'zel. I may not have survived that night without you.
What, join you?
This wouldn't have been possible without you. We'd all be the thralls of that thing or worse. Instead, we're free. Sigils. Attempts to restrain Lady Shar's power, perhaps. Failed attempts.
As for what he said about a dark justiciar stronghold in the Underdark, we should keep watch for it. Something tells me such a place could be of use to us. Heavy, and nothing to hold it in place.
The rest of that shattered ring. Now to just put the pieces back together. I won't pretend that I don't know what you mean. Ever since we entered the Shadow Curse, I felt like something's calling to me. Some purpose that I need to find.
Ugh! Nearly had it.
Get rid of the Gith, then we can talk about helping each other.
Not working. How is this thing powered?
Vivat crescat floriat! We could throw ourselves at his feet, be they cloven or otherwise. Or perhaps we shouldn't.
Oh, let us stay. What's the worst that could happen?
Apart from my pod, remember? I'm grateful for the effort, but you should save your strength. You cyst! You misshapen flesh lump!
My old haunt. Strange. I don't remember it, but it's comforting to be here.
You're infected. They'll just put you down like a rabid animal. Your best chance is with me.
I wonder how I'll feel when I remember everything. Your blindness as much as my deception, Selûnite. We can talk about this later, if you're willing.
It's stopped now, whatever it is. Let's just carry on. Ahem. No, you shall not. I'd hate to reward a kind gesture by breaking your fingers. Give me some time. I'll see if there's a way I can make it up to you. Do what's right. I think I lost sight of that some time ago. Better to just serve blindly.
Perfect. Help's on the way.
I have to be ready to pay any cost that Lady Shar asks of me. If that troubles you, I'm sorry. But it cannot be changed.
No Selûnites left to bow before this?
Not much use for this slag. Nice speckles, though.
They'll crumble away in time. But no harm in appreciating their beauty until then.
Accidum! Diminue!
Do you know what this means?
Looks like a trap. Best tread carefully. I wouldn't quite say that. I learned a lesson, after all.
Not bad. I've had better days. And worse ones.
Secretium brarum!
I was going to save the best until last. But to put your mind at ease, yes. I want to share everything that lies ahead of me with you. If you're willing, of course.
Allow me, friend. Seems it's got a protector. One vulnerable to a hot hammer, whatever that is. Fiat voluntas Dei! There's no getting rid of it. We'll just have to keep it hidden away.
And her church in Baldur's Gate has been cleansed. Viconia strayed too far, and convinced herself that she knew better than the Night Singer. The arrogance.
I don't know what I expected. Scratch can't reach me just now. And I'm certainly glad you feel that way. I doubt I could be so forward-thinking in your place. Thank you.
Sounds like something's less than pleased. This sword has all kinds of power running through it. Gale, want to look? Dwagar invaders. We can manage that. Better than picking this fight, surely.
Volo non fugia! Hurry! Get to the brain and cast the spell to compel it to submit. I'll cover you! Pernicious, putrefying pissant! Thou gobbling goo gobbler!
Because we've enough troubles and burdens as it is. Common sense, that's all.
Don't be. They're free now. As am I. And part of them is still here with me. Do I know you? Those Gur hunters made things difficult for themselves. They should really have tried to kill you before you became a vampire lord. I feel it. We're close.
Vita mortis cario.
Don't worry. It's nothing that will bring you harm.
God, there's something worse than the cold and the corpses in this pit. I can feel it.
All signs we've encountered so far, perhaps. I'll be keeping my eyes peeled going forward.
Aren't you glad that I am? All these blasted statues. At least the worshippers are long dead or gone.
But before that, there's one thing I need to see to.
Perhaps this gut creature stole something that could be useful. A scroll, a potion, a cranial extractor. I hadn't thought of that. What do you have in mind? Damn thing. It has to open, surely. It has to do something.
It must take a truly feeble mind to raise such a dedication to Selûne.
Onward, then.
What am I supposed to do here?
No.
We need to keep looking for a way to get rid of these things. They've overstayed their welcome as it is.
It's never been that simple before. Don't know why it would be now. Come on, get a grip!
So, you and Minthara, is it? I suppose that little spark we shared has been snuffed out then. I don't blame you, though. She is a compelling prospect. Baldur's Gate. It's amazing how a place I don't truly remember feels so familiar. We'll never know unless we take the risk. A calculated risk, mind. Gith contraptions. Curious, imagining them wielding something other than weapons.
Et alibi!
Tools and a climbing rope. This must have been that gnome's escape route.
Resisto ignem! If I have to step over your corpse to fulfill what Lady Shar asks of me, so be it. Your choice.
He looks set to burst, and will probably be left hip-deep in his juices.
What happened to Karlach?
Shadowheart!
No, Astarion, stop this!
If by warm you perhaps mean a flaming arrow. I doubt they'll attack in public. No, I expect they'll point me in the right direction so I can face my reckoning away from prying eyes. These volumes, they're all about Shadowheart. Years of training and tutelage. This must be part of Dribble's, judging from the cloth. Shar did not come to Viconia's defense. All who bow to her are disposable pawns, in the end.
Very funny. And I'm a bugbear. We'll get along just fine. Purple seam, you donkey. An unforgivable loss. He'd have made a fine ally.
This ship won't stay aloft forever. Need to hurry. We need to make a decision. If anyone's to become a mind flayer, perhaps it should be Karlach. She's doomed either way. Pulso!
Won't leave you stuck. And you're carousing with Minthara. That wasn't a bullet, was it?
Cannot, must not, too important.
I've been trying to return here as long as I can remember, which admittedly doesn't amount to much. Odd that you're fighting Ketheric Thorm again, only this time with a warrior of Lady Shar at your side.
Get up, you're needed.
If you do that, well, I see no reason why we shouldn't get closer.
Perhaps. But please, enough about me. Sharing's bad for my complexion.
I feel a breeze. I wonder what's down there. Anyway, get some rest. Try not to dream about tying me up.
Lady Shar. She came to me as I prayed. She told me what needs to be done.
Where does Starion go?
Not sure what to feel. My parents are alive, and I need to save them. I'm lucky to have you by my side. I don't think I could face what's to come otherwise.
Shar condemned me.
By her decree, you and I are enemies.
Wait. It's you. I saw you on the ship. You survived then. Still nothing. Bloody contraption.
Let me take the edge off the pain.
Hello, world.
Oh, hells, that's cold! Caraculus mortis!
Your time has come.
Well, praying didn't help.
Stuck? Hold on.
But there is more of her work to be done. More of her foes to be cast down.
And trust me, I'd love an explanation.
Mors carta! I sincerely hope there's actually a cure to be found in this place. We're putting ourselves in unnecessary danger otherwise. An ode for you? Odor, mayhaps?
I'm not half as mysterious as you might think. Respect my privacy, my opinion. Keep us focused on finding a cure.
She just lives on another plane.
You and Will. I'd prefer not to see it again, that's for sure.
Maybe we could get him to wear a bell. Dissuade any nighttime prowling.
You and I need a healer. Take them if you must. But I'll remember you didn't listen to sense.
She can't have been dead long. We should be watchful.
I'll eat your face and shit it out.
Then it's your own fault for not asking, if you insist. Don't expect to fare well without me to save you.
Well, what would impress you then?
What are you doing?
Sharp, deep, and still fresh. Some monster did this, marking its territory. We'll need a cover story. A lot of unfortunates drew their final breath in here, I think.
There's some sort of mechanism behind these plaques.
Thank you. I think any attempts at comforting me might be in vain just now. But you're sweet to keep me in your thoughts. A vampire nest. You truly can find everything in the city. I'd better keep my throat protected. That's no common travelling chest. Might be worth a peek inside. Aren't you a sight for sore eyes?
I've never seen anything like it.
Say what you have to say. All that wisdom. Lost. Forever. All so that we could survive. I owe him my life. We all do. My parents are still captive. I need to free them. No use. There must be a way to activate it nearby. I do. Think of all we've been through just to get to this moment. That wasn't luck. That was us. The way I was raised, the way I was trained, well, it was positively encouraged to get to know each other. Even from the memories I can recall, there's stories I could tell you.
Let's see.
Yes. But also no. I felt like the world had been upended. But it also made perfect sense.
A doppelganger in our camp. That sounds all too believable.
The ogre must have moved on to new deals.
Unseen. Perfect.
I'll just have to try get some more rest when we next stop to camp.
Ugh! She can't keep doing this!
Fine. Just stay safe. We need each other. I sincerely hope you know what you're doing.
Spare me your venom. I'm sure the Mother Superior will have plenty of her own. Why didn't you tell me?
Magic of some sort. Not my most useful observation, I'll admit.
Imagine what these things could do to a person. You know, I'm starting to remember that Worm's Crossing has a bit of a reputation, doesn't it? A tad mercenary, a tad sordid. Anything and anyone for a price.
You're persistent, I'll give you that. But I'll decide what I share or don't.
No matter. As long as I keep the damn thing safe.
You can't die! Not like this!
Obedime.
Thought as much.
Pulcrior.
I think you may find you have more than a little healthy competition from would-be tyrants. May the lives of your enemies be snuffed out like guttering candles. That's Orin dealt with. Good riddance. Now that we have her netherstone, we're one big step closer to finishing this. Once and for all.
Get rid of the other Gith. Then we can talk about helping each other.
Maybe, but we might get lucky. We're overdue some good fortune.
If I prove myself to Lady Shar, she'll bless me with power. Power we can use to take on the Absolute and rid ourselves of these parasites once and for all. Let's explore.
Come here. Please. Crude, but vivid as artwork goes. Whoever made these must be long dead.
Ketherick has her now. It's done.
It shall be done.
Well, I'm glad someone does. Perhaps I'll get used to it. I have a lot to get used to right now.
Personally, I think Halsin's advice about getting to Moonrise sounds like the most promising option.
Hands off!
Whoever was worshipped here hasn't been paid homage in some time, by the look of it.
Maleos!
I thought we could have so much more together. All of us. But this is your choice.
Interesting. I wonder if those blueprints survived.
I don't know what it is, what it does. I just have to get it to Baldur's Gate.
Perhaps not. But it's difficult to surrender something so beautiful.
Her patronage couldn't spare this place from goblins, clearly. Got to find him then. See if he can help.
Why do I feel like I've lost something?
Intertus porter imperio!
Nonsense. You're just finally showing us what you really are. A reaver to the bone. Mine needs greater anyway.
Oh, this place stinks. It's enough to make a statue weep.
A magic mouth spell. Seems like there's information worth gleaning.
You're a sight for sore eyes, even now. Did you want something?
It's me! I'm Jennifer!
Did you forget how we wound up here? Those dragon-riding reavers tried to kill us.
I never claimed to be wise, unfortunately. I suppose some would consider such diplomacy a virtue. Others might just see it as a lack of will.
Ow! That's smart.
It's called an embrace. I suppose you don't receive many. You need to take care of yourself. Keep out of danger. Perhaps there is some way, some unfathomable way we can still see each other eventually. You can thank me once the bloodlust subsides. Keep focused.
Pointless attacking Ketherick while the night song's bound to him. She must be freed.
Fine suggestions all. Perhaps another time. I do, but the artifact has a will of its own, and powers to enforce it. It likely won't let me take it back. Yes. I've had some doubts in the past, but surely that's normal for such a momentous step. This belonged to Amerigan, one of Hell's foot soldiers.
Wait until the others are asleep, then come with me. There's a place we can go. Down the coast a little.
Tools and a thick rope. Someone climbed up from down below.
No keyhole. Must be some other way to get this open. Cloaca? Oh, you could have just said tunnels, you know? I'm nauseous enough as it is. I won't lie. I feel a little sorry for him. But only a little bit. You will not stand in my way. Draw your weapon!
You do that. I'll do something more productive, like find a cure. Wild shape. That was no ordinary bear, that was a druid. Need to see that corpse. It was for the best. The cub would have died anyway. A little. I like it.
Another battle. Just what I needed.
All quiet. Near must have died. Which means he won't be needing his head, of course. Later. Ground spinning.
The gauntlet of Shar. Before my very eyes. The Dark Lady guided me here. She wanted me to find this place.
A waste of... You have interesting priorities. We aren't dear friends now, if that's what you're asking. These two won't be helping their sister. Or doing anything else, for that matter.
Order it to die! Do it now, before it's too late! Even if I could have made it this far without you, I don't think I'd have wanted to.
Precis alia ferro!
This toy maker's been turning children's playthings into bombs.
I didn't realize we were here to make friends. I was hoping to search through this door for something of use. Ah! No. You were on the ship. Captive. I can feel the parasite in your head. Huh. Where's Karlak? You're right. But I am who I am as well. At least I think so. This'll be mean! Lady Shar, give me a sign. Pain begone. That silver tongue of yours is dangerous. Bravo! I can't believe you actually pulled that off. Ugh. Looks like it's already been digested once or twice. Ververo! Stars and the full moon. Is this what that dwarf's poem was talking about? Vokoglakias!
That contraption from Voss is sounding out. Odd.
Meaningless.
That place in the distance. What is it?
Hold on. Gods. A Drider. I always thought the stories were exaggerated.
Only jesting. I'm in no position to judge, especially after what happened with Shar.
We need everyone alive. Those glimmering specks. That's adamantine, I'll wager. Loose brickwork. Best not lean against it. When you worship Shar, secrecy is everything. We'll sacrifice our own memories when ordered to. Bleed for me.
I only know what I know. I was ordered to retrieve it, and that's what I intend to do. The rest is immaterial to me.
For once, the goblin's decorations are an improvement.
I wish to know more. There must be all sorts of things you can tell me. Little things from my past, lost to Lady Shar's embrace.
Indeed. I don't know what I'd look for in a final resting place, but this isn't it. Inveniam viam! Sounds like the mastiffs are still here, beyond the light.
Now don't you dare stop. It's a beautiful name. Suits you well.
Don't forget what it was like when you heard the voice. It'll only get worse if you don't have the artifact to protect you.
We've already made great strides, both in distance travelled and in more personal matters.
If I succeed, maybe I'll be allowed a pet. Ugh, stop being silly.
Whatever it is doesn't bode well.
I'm going to see what's at the top of this cliff. Better get to work. All's well, I hope. Aside from the obvious. A key. It might open the Tollhouse vault. That's the last of them. Better fetch that lantern. The sacrifice lies ahead. I will not fail you, Lady Shar.
A method?
Or perhaps don't count your adventurers before they survive an arduous, danger-filled journey.
Ah, what is that? Rotting flesh?
I can sympathize. It isn't easy for me to let people know about my faith. Often a lie by omission seems like the safest course. Engravings on this ring. Looks like the same language as that book from before.
Oculus Tempestatis!
Will sacrificed his own father to be free of the pact. Remarkable resolve, if you can harden your heart. The Night Singer would approve.
It isn't. Now let's leave it at that.
You deal with her then. I need to find my parents.
Something feels off about this tree.
What do you need of me, my lady?
Yes, vastly so. But I don't want to talk about her. Not right now. Lady Shar protected me. She guided me, elevated me. And now she wants me to cast you down.
Flaming fist letting Zent run free. The situation must be grim. Don't group me with the likes of them.
A statue of Shar, but it's been vandalized. What is that symbol? Sol Invictus! Selûnite magic. Dark Lady, forgive me.
We should get some rest. Good night.
He could have been a useful ally instead of a dead enemy had things gone differently.
In fact, none of us can. That thing is shielding us somehow. I don't want to know what happens if we lose it. I tried. Enjoy your new status as pariah. We can't hedge our bets here. Best we decide how to deal with him, if at all.
I did. It must be because of those parasites they put in us.
There's some sort of magic bound to that door.
Not a fast learner, are you? My affairs are my own. I won't be coerced by you.
So, I've been traveling with a vampire this whole time, and one that sees me as his next meal at that.
Whatever commanded these Meragons didn't die here. Let's hope it returned to the Hells.
Long dead. Still impressive in a skeletal sort of way.
Mutatis mutandis!
I can't. My memories are being withheld for a reason. Lady Shar will return them to me when the time is right, no sooner. Better get out of here. I don't relish the thought of explaining my part in all of this.
Simply begging to be robbed.
Manus potentis paro!
Try that contraption next to the pod. They did something to it when they sealed me in.
Imparo mortus! Video veritatum!
I'm sure I had a stuffed bear just like this once. I can almost picture it. Forget what Mistra wants. Think about yourself, and what Lady Shar's power could do for you, Gale. Make the lantern. Spread her will. Rubbish! I can't remember half my life and you don't see me randomly gutting people. What's really going on? Now come on, get those clothes off. You've made me wait long enough.
Well, well, what have we here?
Not what you'd call a clean death.
Gustas dulcis!
I was raised in the city. I'm more used to feeling cobblestones underfoot than grass and fallen leaves. Yes. I remember it all. I remember them. My parents.
I'd rather not jump down murky pits, if it's all the same.
He could probably help us. If only he hadn't gone missing.
No matter. Her loss is my gain. Lady Shar wills it. You grace my stool. I'm honored.
I worship Shar, Mistress of the Night, Selûne's twin and foe. A bunch of gibberish as far as I can tell.
Will sacrificed his own father. I hope freedom from the pact is worth it to him. I shall prove myself worthy, Lady Shar. This isn't a decision to make in haste. Let's discuss it together beforehand.
No matter. Walk away, Gith. Not a step closer.
More! Intactilis sum! Mors curta!
Perhaps the creatures of the Underdark had a masquerade ball. I'd like to see that.
Nature can provide for the cub. Perhaps it'll live.
Curious. That stone there has been pried loose.
This is where we part ways. I'll help protect you. I promise. Seems I'll need to just to keep myself safe. The plate triggered that light above the door. Some sort of code? Shar's power still grips this land. A shame we could not banish it. It would have felt good to spite her.
Looks like the hag made a shortcut. Clever.
Vita excolato!
The disc is moving. One step closer to finishing Lady Shar's gauntlet.
I can't believe I'm actually venturing into a Gith stronghold again, voluntarily. This had better pay off.
Shar, guide my hand. A dead flaming fist. Buried by Marcus?
Shar's secrets must be protected. Duty demands it. Once I fulfill my mission, I can have my memories restored.
What do you want now?
You're more cunning than you look.
I thought we had a fight on our hands.
We should do what we can to find them. What they know could help us. Coming from you, I'll take that as a victory.
I must do all I can.
Vincere es vivere!
Good idea. And let's trust the fox to safeguard the chicken coop while we're at it.
Exactly.
I'm just waiting for you to get really desperate before naming my price.
Oh. Your loss, trust me. I'm sure there'll be plenty who'll help me honor the Dark Lady.
Keep it up! Just have to hold out till the spell is complete!
A gaudy display. Let's just hope it actually protects us.
Kaikote!
And right now, you've reached your limit. Let's talk about something else. Oh, I think you'll find that I am. Knowing what makes people tick is a skill of mine.
It's just an old wound that hurts me from time to time. Nothing to be concerned about.
Still no symptoms.
I'm here to get you out of this place!
All I know is that I must bring the artifact I hold to Baldur's Gate. And that nothing can stand in my way.
The adamantine forge. Incredible. Must have taken years to build.
All right. When you're ready, lead me there.
Ah! Fool. He should have used the threat of the cane over the cane itself. Now those beasts are ready to charge.
Manos potentes paro!
It's time we left. We're not finished with the Absolute just yet. Only now, Shar's forces are mine to command, when the battle comes.
On my way.
You know your choices. I see them. I see my parents. God, what's been done to them?
Come on. The chase through hell? The creatures? What they did to us? The tadpoles?
I understand why you ask, but memory loss is not as uncommon as you'd think. There may be other causes.
It's like the book mentioned. Get through the maze without being caught or setting off a trap. Easier said than done. I sense magic. This book's not what it appears. Eating and drinking your fill before a few wicked deeds to Shar. I've missed these. As you like. Hopefully my own remains are treated with a little more dignity when the time comes. And she told me to cleanse her church of those who failed her.
All right. No need to dash in ahead of me. I'm ready.
Frange!
So, what are we to do now? We'd be fools to trust you, surely.
I was hoping you'd come by. Fishing for blackmail material, that's all.
Tibido penas!
Damn thing's too heavy.
It's a deal.
Time to deal some punishment.
Kopara sana!
There must be something I can learn from it.
Back on your feet? Good. We do have some matters to take care of, you know.
Mean locks. Just what we needed.
Ex nihilo voco spicai!
As long as it's still you in there. And you haven't completely lost your mind.
Demento te!
Missing. Zola, Rascal. Why do those names sound familiar? Oh. The blood-stained collars.
So, it's the Blade of Avernus now, Will. I suppose that's a new sort of frontier.
Let's chat then. And... nothing. How thrilling.
I suppose I brought this on myself.
You must have found something alluring to overlook the fact that he was a devil.
It's just something I have to live with.
It's been a long day. Better stop to rest soon.
Ve victis!
You need some support. Time to meet your end. Let's see.
You're right. I can always rely on you to say the right thing.
Sicut catus!
Then how do I make them stop? What do I do?
Another waif dead before her time. I wonder how it happened. A ceremonial spear. But not the true Spear of Night. Lady Shar's hand never held this.
Confiscated goods? Sounds promising. If there's a way to get inside.
I'd like to find somewhere peaceful. Somewhere I can feel close to my parents' spirits. Away from the city, perhaps.
Why did killing those tieflings make me feel sick? The old collar with the runes. I just felt it tremble. Of course you need help.
Stay ignorant, then. Just don't compromise me. Spare me the scolded puppy routine. I already said I'm not angry. I'll still pet you as much as you like. Countless initiates walked these halls once, seeking to become dark justiciars. It's blindingly obvious, if I'm to be frank.
A genius!
It pays to be light-fingered. Seems like his godlike powers died with his followers. You did the right thing. All those deaths would have weighed you down.
I suppose. I also suppose I'll have to rely on myself to stave off boredom. The Shadowheart I thought I was would never even dreamed of defying the Lady Shar. I'm a stranger to myself.
Won't move. Stop being so gentle. Brine, home to those filthy tadpoles until they're put in someone's head.
If I was a Sharan lookout, this is the sort of place I'd wait around.
These weapons sound worth forging. If I can find the design. Let them come. The darkness can be to our advantage.
Safety's within reach! Got to keep going!
A fake devil head. I suppose children may enjoy it. Grey feathers. What are these from?
True. I didn't think you'd react so pragmatically. Perhaps I should have told you sooner. Smells like death in here. A lot of death.
Easy. You're in control. Bloodlust won't win tonight.
The Hag's Lair. Hardly an improvement on the Underdark.
It seems that's the end of Astarion's love affair with the sun. That'll be hard on him.
I'll help.
Thank you anyway, for your company. And no tadpoles, dragons, marauding goblins, or anything like that. Something about you. But what about Lae'zel? Are you truly willing to risk her ire just to be with me? Why? Safety, discretion, to keep us focused. Need I go on?
You're wounded, friend.
Because it's important to my goddess. I was part of a group sent to claim the artifact in her name. And I'm the only survivor. A Sharan? Perhaps someone I should seek out. This is what we sowed. Shar's darkness will embrace the children now. After all, it can get awfully cold at night out here in this wilderness. A mind flare? Hopefully there's no truth to his ravings.
The Legend of Arnsor. An epic poem from the looks of it.
If you're truly sure. I'm not even certain myself. I could never regret fulfilling my life's purpose. Besides, Lady Shar may afford me a little wiggle room. Now is the time to spread her word. So many have suffered greatly in recent times, gripped by pain and loss. They will rush to the Dark Lady's embrace. But you stole that from me. So now this place can be your tomb. My Mother Superior sent me.
Ah.
Lily-lunged limpet luster.
Interesting.
Death becomes you.
It's not for me to question that. Or for you. We live to serve. Halcyon will be back any moment, surely. Just need to hold on a little longer. Keep your distance. We don't want more trouble than we can handle. Back on your feet. I'm looking for a cure. Starting in this place. Everyone watch out! They've gone mad. What? You? You're one of them. The ones who are attacking the ship. Oh, that stench. Dead owlbear prey, no doubt. What the hell's happened here? Watch it!
Don't worry, I'll fix you up.
You know, you looked me right in the eyes, then ran. Wings? Who did these belong to? There was a proving ground of sorts. A place where initiates sought to complete Lady Shar's trials and make a sacrifice in her name. But that place is lost now. Some even wonder if it ever truly existed. You've got to eat, after all. What do I gain from denying your appetites? So, this mystic carrion offered aid to Oscar. Perhaps we should follow suit. Got the metal, got the mold, but missing something.
Focus, straight true.
My energy's draining. The darkness is taking its toll. As will I. Lady Shar may have honored me, but I think it was you who changed me.
Shouldn't even bother.
What, are you praying to Selûne? Somehow I don't think she's listening to her followers just now. I thought that was lost in the Shadowfell. How do you have it? My goddess is watching. Whatever you choose to do, you can count on my support. It would have been all too easy for you to run right past my pod, but you didn't. I'll remember that. Too many tieflings don't cause trouble. Anyway, it was just a figure of speech.
Diminuate!
Of course. But what you really need, what both of us need, is a healer. That voice. Is that Lady Shar? Fresh water. There must be a settlement somewhere nearby. Well, let's hope he keeps his distance. Be honest. What do you think of the new look?
Need a pick-me-up.
Damn. I was hoping my imagination had gotten the better of me. But this must be something more.
Then this is where we part ways. Shall forgive me. I was so close. Farewell. Luque si tibi placet.
Pixie. Rather quaint little find.
The spell is cast. What's done is done.
Broken, fake, broken, fake.
Poor fool. He resisted the Dark Lady's embrace and suffered for it. He should have just accepted her. A little soothing's in order.
Blessed Night Singer, grant me mercy. A little misdirection. Couldn't resist. Something the matter?
I should have been more discreet around you, clearly. Yes, you're right.
But whatever you and I think of each other means little. We stand in opposition. Our goddesses have determined it.
The magic nearly oozes from this flask. Gale might be interested. Wait. Perhaps we shouldn't. You're not the one I need to talk to, are you? Not really.
Lae'zel, you look well. Clearly, midnight skirmishing doesn't cost you any beauty sleep. There must be some way to get this open.
Likewise. Try killing a couple of these monsters before you die. Lessens the load for me. Hold tight. I'll help. We did what we did. Let's just see this through to the end.
Not that it matters, but her reward aligns with your own interests. The famous Blade of Frontiers in the flesh. Clever, this hero act you've got going.
Let the pain fade.
Have you lost your senses? All we've been through and you just give in to seromorphosis now?
No harm in taking a peek, surely.
Wait, why did that strange dog collar just vibrate?
As the leg, you'll end in defeat.
You seem overburdened with hangers-on already. Better go help that wretch.
Blessings from afar. Perhaps Mistra is more invested in you than it seems, Gale.
Chin up. This'll help.
Viconia, to battle!
Makeske!
Arde!
The Githyanki are leaving. It would have been hard to imagine parting ways from them peacefully once. Let's leave, before we're asked to pay for damages, in gold or blood.
Vile creatures. Nothing that's born of a corpse should be allowed to live. Come on, get up. I don't need much excuse. Relax. We'll kiss and make up on our own time. Maybe this will make you useful.
Time to move!
This is a druid ritual, but not as I know it. Something's off.
I can still feel the shadowfell all over me. Still hear her words in my ear. I feel unclean.
Let a girl have some secrets. Was there anything else?
Perhaps I should have said something before you actually bit someone.
Astarion, send forth your army of the dead!
Even if I could remember, I'm not sure I'd tell you. I don't want your ego to get overinflated.
Might give me an edge.
I know. It's just hard to look past this. I feel like a huge part of me is missing. And worse still, I feel I cut it out myself.
Here lies Connor, beloved husband, and a tasty little morsel to boot.
My, you must find the city very appealing to be making those sorts of noises out in public. So, one dead devil, and you might learn something new about yourself, Astarion. Seems promising. If you trust Raphael, that is.
Got to help. Quadicofake. What the? This stuff is everywhere. Selûnite rubbish.
Imagine wasting your time actually reading this tripe. Consider the numbers. Someone out there must be having the worst day of their life, being robbed, evicted, widowed, who knows. Then, easy prey for Lady Shar.
This is the spot that was marked on that map before. Let's see. You. Get away from me. Now.
If we're able to find a way to get closer later on, well, I'll be very interested in seeing what's down there. Kind of you to offer a free sample, then. Now that he's tried out inferior goods, he'll know just how good he has it already.
She was brutalized. The killer knifed her many times after she was dead. Was it you?
There's less truth in the Moon Witch's teachings than you've been led to believe, Selûnite.
I remember this place now. A whole stolen childhood spent in these halls.
If I die down here, destroy my corpse.
Maybe. It felt oddly familiar, but I don't know why. What a sight. We chose a powerful ally.
Seems simple enough. I'd like some time alone now. We'll talk soon.
Pigeon blood. Is there a feasting feline nearby?
Desperate people. Refugees. Never gave them much thought. Certainly not that bunch in the grove.
Perry! You're in rough shape.
Though, I'll grant it must have been impressive once, in all its profane glory. Until someone raised it.
Venenum cave carculum.
Looks like the mind flayer's gone. Off to cause some havoc in the city, I'd imagine.
Selûnite drivel. What's this symbol on it?
My parents. Where are they?
Try not to hit an artery. I thought my luck had run out for a moment. Trap must be disarmed.
I felt it. It didn't want to stay with me. I failed.
Not necessarily. I haven't made up my mind about you yet.
Let's just stay shoulder to shoulder and see this through.
Whatever comes, I'm ready. I felt that. Are you really surprised I won't open up when you try to fumble in my head? Leave me alone.
Your opinions are easily swayed. Should I wait for them to change again?
A rift. It's now or never. Inside! The Mother Superior raised all of this from nothing. In secret. It took years.
Not me. This place. It's on edge. If I raise the alarm, everyone will turn on you. The outsider. We need to find him. Before it's too late. Exactly right. Never gave them much thought. Certainly not that bunch in the grove.
I wallowed in darkness for too long. If I could extend the time I have left in the light, I think I'd take it.
Thank you. I needed that. I needed to know I can face things without Shar.
Do that again, and I'll kill you. That's your one and only warning. Understand? I'm glad. Hopefully we can eke out some more time together before all's done and dusted.
Impressive. Though I'm not sure I want to know why you're so skilled at that.
That name. Not the first thing you'd think to call an artifact of the Absolute.
That thing's a shapeshifter.
I'll fetch you.
True. But I thought you might not want to linger with me. We haven't always seen eye to eye, after all.
Lay one finger on me and you'll breathe your last. I promise. A house of healing. For all the good it does anyone now.
You have nothing to fear from me, so long as the feeling's mutual.
What's your game, exactly? A Selûnite bearing gifts sounds like a trick if I ever heard one.
Well, I'm not most. I respect Drow. I've no quarrel with you unless you make one.
They have their purpose. I'd just rather we didn't have to wade through their purpose.
Perhaps we'll find an easier way to reach it if we keep pressing forward.
So, a vampire spawn and a monster hunter in the same group. We're not going to have trouble, are we?
I am fond of Baldur's Gate, in spite of its failings. It's the perfect place for Lady Shar's faith to take hold.
Animating spores. The Myconid means to raise the dead.
Trust me, I am endlessly grateful to not know Selûna.
Markings on the floor. Looks like these statues can be moved. Manus potentis paro!
It feels like my magic is getting drained.
Thinking about my wound. It can't just be random how it torments me. Surely there's a pattern, a purpose. Though perhaps that might change. If you can show an open mind. Mors tua vita mea!
Lend me your strength, my Lady of Loss, For the battles yet to come.
Stuck, eh? Hold on.
I felt that. Are you really surprised I won't open up when you keep trying to fumble in my head? Leave me alone.
There's a magic ward on this door. Need to be careful.
Shar, take you both then.
Something's hidden in that debris. Who knows what that corpse botherer will have in store for us.
Keep your guard up. This place reeks of death.
And you've been keeping this from me all this time? I thought we trusted one another. Could you not return to the Hells? Wait this out, find a cure. Whatever's inside belongs to us now. I don't recall you stopping me. You had every opportunity.
Spare me your dramatics. I already told you all there is to tell. Let's go.
What, besides my life's calling and the greatest problem I've ever faced?
Firstly, you may need to soften that Githyanki way with words a little. And since then, you've seemed reliable. Maybe I'll have to reevaluate what I think I know about your kind.
I'll get you.
Yela!
There's got to be a way to stop this thing.
This rubbish is an offering to Seluna. At best, it's worthless. At worst, who knows? Could be cursed.
Karlak's temper is a sight to behold. She'll need to be careful. That rage will burn her right out.
The glass feels warm. Just an old prayer.
Copio vertus licet!
Better save any rescue attempts until dawn. Darkness is no ally in the pursuit of such an enemy.
Get up, you're needed.
There was another. A tiefling boy with short horns and purple hair. I think he was my friend. He tried to make me feel better.
How gracious of you. Try it again, and I'll leave you in pieces.
No. You should keep them talking as long as you can. Then, you kill them. She taught me that. I never thought I'd be sorry to see a mind flayer go, yet here we are. Be safe.
Let's get you open.
Let's see what I can learn. Like I told you before, you'll know if I have anything to tell you. I'm not looking for hunting advice, Gith. I'm looking to be left alone.
There must be all sorts you can tell me. Things I can't even remember.
Locked. From the inside.
Don't worry, I'm coming. You chose well. We have enough burdens as it is without taking on more.
Oh, this place brings back unwelcome memories of a tadpole slipping behind my eye.
This is no ordinary flask. Gale, best if you handle this. The sooner we find the druid house in, the better. I can't wait to get rid of this thing in my head.
Carculus mortis!
More effort than a pit of spikes. Credit where it's due. Though, perhaps that might change. If you can show an open mind.
Keep this up, and I'm out of here.
What are you talking about?
Perhaps it's some artist trying to make a statement?
I suspected you wouldn't be able to part from me. Looks like I was right. The only reason for that would be if I had died in battle. Did I seem dead to you last night?
Such depth to the shadows. I don't care what others say about the Underdark. It's beautiful down here. A gentle touch pays off.
Imagine how much of a chore I'd be to have around if I truly remembered nothing.
Time for a boost.
I didn't expect you to turn on the Lich Queen so readily, Lae'zel. Wonders never cease.
I'm glad you still think we have the luxury of being picky.
Let's just hope another option presents itself.
I don't think so. You need a healer, same as I do. Better make camp soon. Might be a while before there's another chance to rest.
The brain. I can feel it in my head, gorging itself on my thoughts.
Intalego.
Shar's blessings upon you.
Don't worry, I've got you.
That's more easily said by some than others.
I'm glad for you, Karlak. It's hardly the life anyone dreams of, but, well, it's a life.
But Shar teaches us to step beyond fear, beyond loss. In darkness, we do not hide. We act.
That sounds like a trap, if ever I heard one.
She loves me. She must do.
Ex nihilo!
But that did help me free Liam back in the goblins' camp. Silver lining, I suppose.
I must keep going. Selûnite prayer. How useful.
Wolves! No, anything but wolves! I don't like the look of this thing. Its cure could be a metal bolt punched through your skull.
This mirror. It must have been for more than just reflecting once. Shame it's broken.
You'll have to live with that curiosity for now, I'm afraid. Let's just concentrate on ridding ourselves of these tadpoles. That sign above. This must be a brewery or distillery.
It need not indeed. I think you understand how important this is to me. I must prevail.
I thought I made myself clear last time, Gith. Keep away from me.
We need to make a decision. And you becoming a mind flayer seems like the least worst option. Unfortunately. A note right under the canvas.
Wait. Perhaps we shouldn't. You're not the one I need to talk to, are you? Not really.
All clear. Looks like this is up for grabs. Guide me where others fear to tread. Guide me to your embrace. How I came to be who I am. How I found my way to Lady Shar's embrace.
Mephits! As if my hands weren't full already! More plans. Must be from the same blacksmith.
She's wandered off. Perhaps she just needs some time alone. There's plenty of space at camp. No need to crowd me.
Save your breath. I'm going nowhere with you as long as you have that Gith in tow. What the? You were on the ship with me. How did you get inside here? It's quite a bottle. I liberated one of the finer vintages earlier. She made her choice. We have to do what's best for ourselves. Nothing's happening. But it doesn't look broken.
She sowed her own downfall in trying to take the prism for herself. Had she never sent me, I'd still bow to Shar, none the wiser. Honestly, trust. I can't remember the last time I sought to confide in someone like this. Maybe I never have, for all I know. But now it just feels right.
Oh, did someone pet you a bit too hard, pup? I thought you liked it.
Just to be clear, you're going to lead us into a nest of Githyanki marauders, and we're supposed to trust that will end well for us.
Not interested in Minthara's leftovers, I'm afraid.
I think Scratch is up north, playing in a goat farm in Icewind Dale, of course. Zaris was looking for this chest. Surely there's something valuable inside.
Curious. Why don't you take a closer look? I'll observe from back here.
Roland. He isn't going to last very long out here like this.
A waste of my skills.
I can't forge a weapon without starting a fire.
Makeshift Selûnite graves. They were buried with some haste, it seems.
Might as well. Prime spot for an ambush. I can barely see.
Hopefully it comes no closer.
Left out in plain sight like that. No, the Harpers are too smart for that.
I hope so. So long as I'm willing to stroll right into the Mother Superior's trap, they have no reason to not tell me where to go.
Nothing. Better leave it for now. Get out! Get out of my head! Another gem. One step closer to proving my worth to Lady Shar.
I can see the cogs moving behind your eyes, Gale. What's on your mind? Living without sunlight isn't so bad, Astarion. Where I came from, we would often work exclusively under cover of darkness. A vampire that sees us as his own travelling larder at that. Yes, you probably should have. Perhaps your Moon Witch's guidance isn't as revealing as you believe it to be.
Mortalis! Now you see me? It took me so long to find you.
I see. 100 years is too far back for what I had in mind. No matter. Our Gith helper didn't make it. So, how were we spared?
Oh, what is that? Looks like someone tried to grow their own friend but lost the instructions. I still remember who they were. What I did to them. I wish that was true. But I've seen plenty of blood spilled for just those kinds of things. The world will keep on scheming no matter what happens to us. Must we? No harm in a little mystery, don't you think?
I can see it now.
These two were made to suffer, whoever they were. This text is ancient. A dedication to a forgotten god. The shadows are hungry. And Shar won't help me now. This drow was pulverized. What happened?
I've been lied to. My whole life. And I was gullible enough to just believe it.
Stabilio! Those boots may pique Gale's interest. For their magic, if not their style. Eltergard. A lot of territory to cover before Baldur's Gate. And any cure found there. A mind flare. No intention of letting that happen. Don't. We can't pretend to be someone we're not, either of us. It'll just end badly.
Come on! There's got to be a way to open it!
This staff is coursing with magic. Gale will want to see it.
If that story makes it to print, it'll send my reputation down the privy. That disc must be the way forward.
I'll join, if I can speak to whoever's really in charge. Otherwise, I'd best be on my way. A perfect ring of mushrooms. Nature or magic.
Toebor!
For now. But I'd rather get out of here than keep testing my mettle against these things. It's an effective trick. Watch out for it. And for Raphael. Shar's will shall be done. As sure as night will fall.
Any doubts about falling for a foe, Minthara? Or does that just add spice to things?
You can certainly try. That's not my chest. The adamantine forge. Its location already revealed, of course, thanks to the memory shard. Looks like there's a little shrine over there. Try it for yourself, then. Perhaps I'll learn from your death.
An elf sailor with a bronze dragon. They look positively cozy together. Engravings on this ring. But can't say I recognize this language.
What's the rush? Surely we're due to be fated as heroes in this place. We'll drink for free. If any tavern survived.
I saw you with Karlak. You two looked cozy. I'm watching you.
Voco Gracias! I do not serve Shar anymore, nor the Mother Superior. The prism is no longer my mission. Saving my parents is.
Hold tight.
Fine. It can keep for a while yet.
There's more written about it. Scrawled, more like. I can't figure it out. Surely finding a little boy can't be that hard. Even if he is whatever he is. Better tread carefully. Isn't that Arabella? The little girl Corgan nearly killed. Ellie May's ring. Better me than him, I suppose. No, I think you'd stab me from the front if it came to that. It's not the sort of thing I can just tell anyone. Let's see if we can build up some trust first. Poor fool. He resisted the Shadowfell, and suffered all the more for it. You claimed to know something about me. You knew about the wolves. Tell me everything.
Floric! Help us!
I think I did well by joining you. Most agreeable company.
So, Astarion, vampire dens. What should I expect?
We've got the same problem after all. Let's try to find a solution together, before it's too late. Better be careful around it. Come. We shouldn't linger here. Seems like that Selûnite amulet might catch your eye, Gale. These boots are laced with magic. Gale will be interested in them, no doubt.
There's too many of them! Just focus on the brain!
It's all right, I'll help.
I see no weapon by her body. What possible threat could she have posed? Kind of you to offer a free sample, then. Now that they've tried out inferior goods, they'll know just how good they have it already.
From the looks of that book, Gale might want it.
Loth's blood! What is in that? They're my people. I know them, even if I don't remember them. You trust me, don't you? Morbidos!
Not a fate I'd wish on any creature. Whoever did it left quite some claw marks. Maybe the missing druid? That disguised journal spoke of this adamantine forge as well. Interesting.
You're making me regret my decision to join you.
Thank you. But I'm sure it was nothing. I just need a little space. Pain begone.
Did a child make this? A dim-witted one, perhaps?
Might prove useful.
So, what comes next? I do. Remember the Dark Justiciars I told you about? I can't imagine those ruins are just a coincidence.
A little soothing's in order.
Hells. Why can't I just have normal, boring companions? I should be grateful you told me, at least.
And that's the vessel you chose.
Of course. No notes. You've exceeded my every expectation.
A dangerous place to stock goods, even for a Zend.
Cloak me in your shadow. Guide me to your victory. I know you perfectly. You helped usher me into being who I am. Indulge your darker side. With me. Loosen the grip on your pride for one blasted moment, won't you? We needn't be enemies. There's plenty of those to go around already. In truth, conflicted. We may have put a stop to the absolute and rid ourselves of the tadpoles. But too many of my own concerns went untended as a result. It's only valuable if we understand it, and we don't. Not yet, at least. I feel like I'm missing something here. What am I supposed to do? Looks like Father Logan's help wasn't enough to save them.
You might want to reconsider calling her a friend. Looks like she ran off without us.
I can't help but notice you seem happier of late. There's a spring in your step that wasn't there before. Just a pity I'm not responsible for it. The wares in this place are hardly commonplace. I sense a diabolist's hand. Cantote! Oh, I see. Well, in that case, I suppose there's nothing more to be said on the matter. You certainly did. It was spectacular. What's that boat doing here?
I won't refuse some company, so long as it's outside my head.
Another gem. No coincidence, surely. They must have a purpose. Well, it seems we have ourselves an answer. Let's move on.
No use. Not right now, at least.
We get quick, petito! Yage, time to hunt.
He won't get off that easily. We can force his corpse to talk if it comes to that.
Excellent. If we ever become friends, I'll know what to call you. If we find it, we can use it against Thorn, perhaps. I am not going to offer apologies for doing as I was commanded to.
The collar's trembling. Must be something nearby that's causing it.
You're talking about Halcyon, aren't you? I don't blame you. It'd take a cold heart and cobwebbed loins to ignore him. But what exactly did you have in mind?
We need everyone alive.
They spoke of the Absolute, same as that captive goblin. They must be part of the same sect. Yes. Let's get moving.
Her followers, and my friends, in at least some cases. I was so focused on getting here, on finishing this, I forgot about the life I had here.
You asked for this, Gith.
Is this farewell, then? I'm glad we didn't end up killing each other. Things would have been much duller, I'm sure.
Calls for help. Could be genuine, Or a trap?
The Orphic hammer is ours, which means we could free Orpheus if we wish. Sacrifices. My final test, whoever they are. A rather meager offering to the Dark Lady. But it's not my place to question her.
Anyway, we've both got more pressing concerns, like these tadpoles in each of our heads.
Don't apologize. I'd rather see you happy than guilty. People will start talking with all the time we spend together.
A haunting pack of voices almost drove me to murder you, and my name is strange? I see.
Which warg upchucked you?
What happened to the man I fell for? You've changed, and not for the better. That worked. The door's open.
Ketheric Thorm leading a dark Justicia army. He fully embraced Shar.
Fine. But don't delay.
This is Loth's descent into the Underdark. Looks like her Dryder champions tearing open some mind flayers.
Yes, you could have. Don't pretend otherwise.
Sounds like they've captured themselves a bard.
I remember plenty. Just not everything. I might not recall everything from my past, but I know my name. I can still walk and talk. I know words of devotion to Lady Shar and where to strike a leg in order to sever the main artery. I'm sorry. It might be best kept until later. I'd be a poor counsel and worse company just now.
What in the health? You're a vampire! Chin up. This'll help. You and the pale fellow.
Ostende securatorum tuorum.
We did just talk about it. Let's rest.
There is no we. Not anymore.
Dark Lady, let me strike true. Over time, the infected victim turns into a mind flayer. Too close for my liking. This entire place could have come down around me. But yes, you look like a better choice than a band of helpless refugees.
I saw something that reminded me of my faith. My mission. I felt something rise within me like my blood was on fire. Then it passed. That's all I know. Explosive blood. That might prove useful. Once.
Come on, get up.
Never you mind.
Lady Shar's blessings be upon you. I hope this proves to be worthwhile. We can hardly afford distractions.
Dollar!
I won't leave you behind.
You think so? Thank you. I felt meek, like I'd failed the Dark Lady. But it's important to choose the right time to fight her battles. Lady Shar, deliver us victory!
That's none of your... You. You're one of them. The ones who were attacking the ship. Good. I like you. And you did save my life. I wouldn't want to sour things between us. Not while we need each other.
Persistent, aren't you? Under different circumstances, I'm sure we'd get on quite well. This treasure is a pile of junk.
It's opened. I wonder what's back there.
You read my mind. But with your fire, our first kiss might be our last.
Enough! Break off from that thing!
I've the plans and the Susabark. Now I just need a forge.
More than I thought would be possible, considering the short time we had. Perhaps the pilgrimage has already begun, Selûnite. And keep away from the idol, it's mine.
Look at that.
Imagine if some of this artistry was applied to a canvas instead of dead bodies. Quite a collection of famed wizards, one for each door.
I'm not sure there's a place that's far enough away for me to go. Lady Shar must be angry. But there's only silence.
Hopefully there's no more of these things.
Use the tadpole! Cast its spell on the crown!
Broken. And there's dust inside it.
Precis alia ferro!
Stop, seriously.
Yes.
No. I don't know. The artifact seems to have powers, and a will of its own. It protects us. I don't know how or why, but I'm glad. Let's see. I should have been more discreet around you, clearly. Yes, you're right. But enough about me. I saw Will looking at you. I'd bet he'd like a word, or more. There's something I've been wanting to share with you, if now's a good time. All that's happened. You have a talent for understatement, you know that? Specifics, please. Odd symbol. What does it mean? It would have been all too easy for you to run right past my pod, but you didn't. I'll remember that. True. I didn't think you'd react so pragmatically. Perhaps I should have told you sooner.
Still, though, you know where the House of Grief is, and what lies beneath it. We all need to be unburdened, every now and again.
I can sympathize. Truly. Temple of Shar. Where? And what's this about a curse?
I want to grow flowers. I want to be surrounded by colours every day. I'm tired of darkness.
So he's responsible for the carnage down here. All those dark justiciars. Slaughtered. At least you're honest. Don't do that again. Agreed. We can't take the lack of symptoms for granted.
Ira et dolor!
That voice. Allow me. I think I'm supposed to do this.
Something's blocking it from the other side.
Whatever's whispering these rabid thoughts to you, block it out. Focus on me.
That damn ox again. I feel stalked.
Lae'zel might be a reluctant ally, but she is good at killing. I'll point her in their direction.
You're a bad liar. And perhaps an untrustworthy ally. Not good. I need to get out of this thing now.
All right. Give it here. It'll make for quite a bedtime tale for the children, if you ever get me in a family way. They looked like dark justiciars, an elite force among Lady Shar's ranks. Only the very finest proved themselves worthy of the title.
I need her alive. Stow that blade, or I'll show you just how messy things can get.
Something you needed? It's been a long time since I've shed a tear. I don't even know how long.
Now enough about me. Did you see the way Astarion's been looking at you? Hungry in more ways than usual, maybe. Go on. You know what to do.
Minsk is dead. Jaheira is gone. We've lost ourselves some powerful allies, I fear. Let's just hope we still have enough strength to see this through. Come, Voss! I need you!
Might find something useful.
I'd rather an extra burden than extra enemies. Anyone the Absolute has captive is one tadpole away from taking up arms against us.
Duke Ravengard. Better free him.
I was hoping you'd come to chat. What do you need?
This chair. I feel stronger just from sitting in it.
Umbrai!
And please, the less said about her blessing, the better. That was for your benefit, and to keep the peace.
You can call me Shadowheart.
I need to reach its very center and confront the Mother Superior. Lady Shar decrees she is no longer fit to lead.
Configo!
On I go. Very. So what do you say? I have no idea how long it takes, but I'd rather have a cure sooner than later.
Corruptus!
Nothing. Just an inkling.
Volo non fugia!
Gnolls and goblins marked on the map. Travel won't be easy. But you're right. Whatever lies ahead will be a little less daunting with support.
Muddy footprints. How did these get here?
You can tell that to the next one we cross paths with, then. Provided it doesn't tear your throat out first.
Minimus!
Let's move. The smell of blood will draw trouble.
Yes? Do you have notes for me?
Now that's a lock that screams, pick me.
That mirror. Now that I remember. I stand before it, marvel at how it seemed to consume all. I'm glad.
Then reconsider, if you're sure you can survive without me.
Perhaps that's how we would have ended up had our nautiloid not been attacked.
You should leave it, or even destroy it if possible. Let's see this done. You made it. Come here. Sit with me.
I can't. At least, not right now. I'm sorry. After everything that happened with my parents, with Shar, I need time to myself. Time to find myself.
Cupio Vartus Licet!
Give me some time. If I can figure out whatever it is that I need to do, well, then there should be more time for us.
Looks like nobody's ventured this far down in years.
Why the hells did she want the prism? It cost her everything.
The brew's been chilled! The rest of the note is pure gibberish as far as I can tell.
I don't need much excuse.
Peckish!
A lot of spilled blood. This must be where Father Logan was attacked.
I'm not afraid. Far from it. Fine. Just keep out of matters that don't concern you.
In nocte consilium!
We should see where it brings us.
This next spell should be interesting.
What was that sound? Came from the back of the temple, I think.
To break bread in Shar's name, then spill blood in her name. A sacred rite.
Keep prodding, and maybe you'll find out for certain.
A rather interesting door to have tucked away like this.
Nothing. It's not really the time for an ogre rampage, anyhow. Thank you. We'll need to find a healer to help us.
I defied Lady Shar. She won't stand for this. We can talk later. I need to get out of here first.
I feel better too, now that the voices are gone.
Easy, Lae'zel. We need answers, yes, but you catch more flies with honey than vinegar.
A camp. Looks abandoned.
The Dark Lady. Befouled by the Absolute's mark.
This is your target, Will. I think you may have been misinformed.
Perhaps. Perhaps not. If we do survive, we'll have separate lives to return to. I need to get to Baldur's Gate.
Cave carculum!
What the hell's is that? More claws than a sack of feral cats.
Over time, the infected victim turns into a mind flayer.
Isabel, the Selûnite cleric from Last Light.
It's decided. Let's go.
I suppose it is. Though the chance to savor the moment might be brief, given all that still lies ahead of us.
Tormentum!
What did you mean before, Gale? A woman with shadows for eyes, you said.
You probably would have been well rewarded by her if you hadn't just told me that. I owe you. I feel light. Almost like I could float away if I cared to. Stay your hand. These two must be important. That's a curious-looking chest. I wonder what's inside. That was me. I did that. How?
Got to get up. Got to keep moving.
Mutatis mutandis!
They're seeking a weapon. I wonder if they mean that odd artifact.
I don't know what you're talking about. I suspect you don't know what you're talking about.
Behold! Elminster's ball bag!
Of course I am. We can talk about this later. I want to enjoy the still of the night.
I seem to recall fragments of tales about them. Their prowess in battle, their unshakable faith. I thought they were the stuff of legends. Perhaps not. Danthelin's dancing axe, a harper gathering spot from what Jaheira says. It's not easily understood in my experience, but I'll try.
Baldur's Gate!
The mold and metal aren't much use without heat. The lava.
Those that are worth remembering, yes. Lady Shar is ever wise. She knows what I do and do not have to know in order to be her most loyal, most effective servant. Grimishkas, they don't react well to magic. Better be careful with my spells.
Cresceteando propera!
I wanted to come here to see if I felt anything that I hadn't done before. Now that I know what I know. Now that I know who I am.
You'd think some starving beast would have eaten this hay by now.
Then go ahead. It won't change what I have to say to you.
The Dark Lady shields me. I can feel her.
Something's got this lava stirred up.
I can keep going a little longer now.
Another broken trap. Who made these things?
Selûnite. Strange, seeing such an item in a new light.
You bit me! You're a vampire!
I'm sorry. I have a lot on my mind. The Shadowfell, Night Song. I can think of little else.
I should think so.
I won't leave you behind. Displaying a drow corpse in the Underdark. Someone's trying to make a statement.
Dark Lady is my witness. I have no idea what you're talking about. I think we're done here.
Don't worry, I've got you. We both need all the help we can get. Let's try to get off this thing together.
I sacrificed my memories for Shar, to preserve my mission. But one thing I do remember about myself is that I can't swim. I think it's time I remedied that. And washed off Shar's bile at the same time.
Veritas credo oculus!
Trapped. Better offer help.
It's planting spores. The myconid means to raise the dead.
Let me help you.
I don't know what qualifies as manners with your kind, but in Faerun, it's rude to stare.
Was anything I was taught about Selûne true? A vampire in our midst, on top of everything. I should have seen it coming.
That was close, but not in the clear yet.
Sicut catus!
Darkness, guide my hand. Can't afford to stay idle.
Perhaps that's wise. I'm still figuring out who I am. Unfair to ask you to commit to an unknown quantity.
You need some support.
What's wrong with enjoying a gift from our guests? But let's take care of our problem first. Rest well.
Limp-witted slick-licker!
This man served Lady Shar in secret and taught me his skills. He's in her embrace now. Jaheira's adept at keeping secrets, and for good reason. She was wise to try and keep her family safe. I just wish I could have done the same. A kind touch. The dead may not care, but thank you all the same.
That didn't hurt, did it? Someone's diary. Might explain what happened here.
Fine, I'll help.
And kissed. Perhaps. But in the meanwhile, I'll just have to find a way to live with them. Seems being a true soul leaves you unconcerned about your tadpole, or unaware.
Shar, guide my hand.
Caveat incantator!
Best if you leave me alone. For now. Now that you mention it, I can't remember who taught me. Another memory lost, perhaps.
Help's on the way.
Selûne statues everywhere. How could a temple of Shar be here also?
Thank you. But I want you to refrain from foolish heroics. When the time comes, we'll be entering a nest of vipers. I couldn't bear to lose you. Not after everything.
If you want to know something, I'll tell you.
This'll help, friend.
Is this because of what I shared with you? My memory of being saved from the wolf. You're clutching at straws. Sounds like something turned itself off.
Can't leave an ally stuck.
Elf jewelry. Royal jewelry, in fact. From Soldanessala, I believe. A curious find.
Sharp as a pig's testicle. Huh. Haven't seen that game in years. That did the trick. Let's see.
Isabel's not-so-final resting place. Ketheric Thorm has a problem with letting things die.
Stars and moons, like that dwarf's poem said. And these plates can be turned. Wise. Though, I hope you'd miss me after I'm gone. I think I would if the positions were reversed.
I'm glad that understanding's been noticed. Hasn't always been the case with others, trust me.
You'll have to wait. I can't talk right now.
Good. I knew you had what it took to quieten your demons. I'd hate to have lost the real you.
Farange!
This has to be it. This has to be the Spear of Night. The weapon Lady Shar bid me to wield.
Perhaps. Not right now. As tempting as you make it sound.
I must continue to prove myself worthy of her favour. The apostate Ketheric Thorm still lives. That will soon change if I have any say in the matter. Even Lady Shar's blessings cannot protect me here.
Ah, but there's no bailiff here, is there? Just leagues of wilderness and the dangers lurking within.
Better pick my next target wisely.
The way forward will be of little importance if I don't fulfill my mission. If you've any sense, you'll help me.
Karlach was here when I went to sleep. Where is she? Next time you feel like wasting gold, I'll happily unburden you of it myself.
Is someone singing?
What happened, happened. Standing here arguing won't change it.
Perhaps you did the only thing you could. But still, I wish there had been another way.
The voice on the ship told me I'd become a beautiful weapon. What do you think it meant? Endless dark. Transfixing, isn't it? Who knows what's down there?
Sorry, was lost in thought. Something the matter? I truly wouldn't have faulted you if you wanted Karlach. Those arms are built to sweep someone off their feet.
Burned from the inside out. Whose work is this, I wonder?
Looks like Benrin's wife.
Another waif dead before her time. I wonder how it happened.
It's ready to go. Time to get to work.
Why is this made of paper?
Armed scribes. But no sign of a struggle. What's next?
Each door is named after a wizard, so the one named after Karsus must conceal his annals.
Means nothing to me.
Don't believe the lies the Selûnites tell.
Locked from the other side. Where does this lead to?
No opening this with that lock still on it. Looks like the place the Dark Justicia's letter mentioned. But where's the stash?
The 9 hells. That's as close as I'd like to get.
Finding it may be easier said than done. Ooh, remind me not to attend any poetry recitals with you. Not too down market of an establishment for you, I hope, Gale. Let us be mindful in the future, at least. There are few fair bargains.
Nothing like being dropped in the wetlands in the blink of an eye.
Vita mortis cario!
Careful what you do with that thing. I may not have known them like a daughter should, but I'll still avenge them.
Yes. Almost like it's whispering to me still. Won't budge.
Let's leave this place. There's nothing more for me here. Curious to see them depicted in such a place. Perhaps there's more to it. But there's nothing to be done about it just now. You know, I've been catching myself smiling more lately. I think that's your fault.
Unless you want to be taken advantage of, that is.
It's difficult to put into words. But I think I have the measure of you now. You've gone from stranger to someone I'd be loath to journey without.
You were supposed to lend a hand, not take one.
Likely a waste of time, but I'll talk.
Hells. I'm lucky I learned to swim when I did.
I'll lend a hand.
The same flower motif is on that key from the flop house.
Torch stalk. Best watch my step. They like to explode.
So,
Cazador wishes to ascend at your expense. Somehow, I doubt you intend to accept that meekly.
Good to know. For the future?
A third disc. Lae'zel will want to see this. It doesn't need to. So long as you can control your appetite around us.
What did that do?
No. It can't be true. Or can it? What she said to me back in the Shadowfell about the wolves. That's no coincidence. Dragon's dead. Again. Understandable, when the answer is invariably, the silver-haired one ate them. You're lucky I didn't have anything more dangerous to throw than undergarments.
I'd be careful with Gale.
Rest where?
I can't leave. The whispers won't let me leave. What is this thing? I feel better. How?
Tore!
Not tonight. Well, certainly brave of you. I'll say that much.
Gale's back on his feet. Good. We've got enough problems as it is without him dead as well.
You festering bubo!
Me too.
Some prayers are answered more quickly than others. Let's continue.
What the hell? There was a creature trapped inside. Someone's moving around in there.
If this ship hits the ground, we're dead.
Well, looks can be deceiving. Defying a goddess, Gale. Well, they do say imitation is a form of flattery. I just hope you know what you're doing.
Where did he go? You need this. I hope not. I'd miss our little conversations. Wouldn't you miss them as well? The mission has to come first.
Obedime!
Better finish the fight first!
I can throw in a few more choice insults if you insist, but I'd rather you just left.
Gods, I'm alive. Thought that mind flare would kill me. I have the distinct feeling I'm overlooking something. Of course. The famous Blade of Frontiers in the flesh. Clever, this hero act you've got going. Your father, too, if our fortunes are so kind. A vampire in our midst this whole time. Of course.
The Dark Lady's finest warriors arose from this place. Now I'm here. So again, what are you doing here?
Kaikote!
Bad enough to have a tadpole, never mind one that's been tampered with.
There's a gap behind those crates. Big enough to fit through.
No wonder the lake is so treacherous, with a lava elemental fanning the flames.
What an angry little pixie. Sort of adorable, really.
Lady Shar values those that can remain unseen and can still obtain what they want. Stealth is a virtue derived from her very essence. I had hoped you might be tactful enough to not pick at that particular scab. Seems I was mistaken. If you're sure. This is not a decision to make in haste. But you have my support, either way.
There's a breeze down here. Wonder where it's coming from.
This isn't for me.
Why the hell's a lava elemental? No wonder the lake's so volatile.
Perhaps we'll meet again. If you survive, that is.
Poor Karlak. She can finally seek out the touch of another, only to be told she might not have much time left. Quiet in here now. But it wasn't always so. Screams rang off these walls. I swear I can almost hear them.
What do you want? A tidy slot. But no rune. I said, keep out of it. In fact, forget it entirely.
Hardly. My association with you might be a contender after that attempt.
Forbidden knowledge. Without a doubt. Something's waiting for us up ahead.
Another mention of the adamantine forge. All that remains is to reach it.
Lady Shar demanded an offering, and I provided. Are you truly that scandalized, Halsin?
Honestly, I think self-reflection may be the enemy just now. I can't afford to lose my nerve. Safer to just not think and keep forging ahead.
I've made you doubt yourself. Sorry, not what I intended.
Worm's Crossing. We could be inside the city walls before long. And I could be back where this all started.
Don't worry, I'll fix you up. Seems you're determined to put our mutual trust to the test. Pity.
It's safe. A little less terrifying once you've done it before.
All the way from Thay. Jewels and gems, probably. One's still in there.
Hilarious. You belong on stage. Perhaps the blood-stained sort, with a hooded man standing by, axe in hand. More doppelgangers. It seems the Absolute has no shortage of them in its ranks. Kethric Thorm is close. Check your gear, and say your prayers. This won't be easy.
Dum vita est, spes est.
There is one other matter. As the chosen of Lady Shar, it is time to carry myself like one.
A wine bottle? A scholar with good taste, perhaps?
Though, for a while, I thought I might have someone to share new memories with. Not to be, it seems.
Let's just say it's a very personal, very private acquaintance. It's like an abattoir in here.
More the drowning. And the things that could be hiding underwater, and the drowning, and the cold. Did I mention the drowning?
As for what he said about a dark justicious stronghold in the Underdark, I'll need to see that for myself. If true, and Shar willing it is, it could be invaluable to us.
Dissolve!
I don't know. Perhaps if I succeed in my mission and reach Baldur's Gate. Hope has little place amongst Lady Shar's children. It's an illusion, a distraction. But for this, I hope my time will yet come.
What shape for a keepsake? Must fit in somewhere.
Selûnite. I would have looked on this with scorn once.
Vast world out there.
Very practical. We could have toasted to that every night so far. Toes nihil! Another trial. I need to do this, same as before.
In my name.
Focus. Strike true.
Good. That's what I wanted to hear. Would you have joined up with them if you'd known they'd be indulging in this sort of thing, Astarion?
Let's take things nice and gently. I'd rather not blow up if it's all the same. It felt oddly familiar, but I don't know why. If you insist. Anything else?
What beautiful music.
You're resourceful. You'll find a way. Don't give me that look. It's a good thing that I'm resistant to the shadows. This way I can help you.
Tuebor!
That mural shows dark justiciars. All these signs can't be a coincidence.
Whoever wrote this sign clearly didn't expect a dragon to wreck the detour.
A letter from Orin? Not the sort of quill pal I'd wish for.
Worth a rummage? Already dead. Sorge!
Thank you, sister. I'll remember your help if I succeed. As will my lady.
Curious. Most are afraid of my lady. Not interested in a vampire's leftovers, I'm afraid.
All the hallmarks of a protracted torture. Orin clearly enjoyed herself here.
But I suppose you may have your uses. I can keep an eye on the Gith. You know, I can't tell if it's mourning, angry, or just hungry. And I think they'll stop once I deal with you.
Better stay alert.
Sanyal? We've heard that name before, from Halsin. That's who he's looking for.
I don't want to end up like them. Let's behave. Or at least pretend to behave.
Most fear the dark, like children, because in darkness they see their fears reflected.
The Underdark. As much as I appreciate its shadows, I think Lady Shar will have use for me elsewhere. Pigeon feathers. A casualty from the post house, perhaps? The Stone Lord has plans to rob the counting house, but Nine Fingers has an ambush prepared.
That was too close of a fight for my liking. Better be careful down here.
Mistra is a lesser goddess compared to Lady Shar, but if you have a chance to speak to her, you should seize it.
Oh, come on now. It happens to the best of us from time to time. To you, perhaps. For me, it's perfect. I think I'll enjoy it by myself for a while, if you don't mind. The Marigorn's mask, no less. Those infernal soldiers only fight with the commander at their side. And I don't see one here.
Do I know you? I like to be on a first-name basis before I give someone a thrashing, ideally. Are the gods truly this petty? Such a thing must exist, surely. So I refuse to call this farewell. Just until next time. She should have just obeyed, forgotten about the artifact. Then, perhaps, she could have still served the Night Singer. Under me, of course.
I'd be careful with who you confide in.
Hells. Talk about wiping the smirk off his face. I sincerely hope you're worth the trouble.
Te fideo!
I'll help you.
There's something devilish to this. Infernal magic.
Let's go see Zarel. And mind you don't slip in the goblin guts. No harm in a little conversation.
An infestation of vampire spawn. That's just about the last thing I wanted to wake up to. We thwarted their efforts to seize Astarion, at least. All those locked cells. A girl could cause all sorts of mischief with skilled fingers and a hairpin.
Fine. But don't delay.
Precis alia ferro!
Not right now. I need a moment. Lady Shar's mark. I felt it burn, then it just stopped. Why? Something's wrong.
Shadowheart. One moment.
We should get back to the archive and lift that dome. I do. That corpse smells ripe. Enough time for its killer to have moved on. Rules are perhaps not always meant to be broken, but they are always intended to be bent. That kiss we shared wasn't my first, you know. Far from it. Another Githyanki disc. Better see what Lae'zel thinks.
I can't believe you actually tried to bite me last night.
This is a terrible idea. You know that, yes?
Vivat crescat floriat!
What is this?
What about Gale? Are you seriously suggesting you'd cut ties with him to be with me?
Inficio!
I suppose that's the subtle approach dispensed with?
Really? Ridiculous. Oh, you do you? I'm not some dewy-eyed tiefling maiden you just saved. You'll need to do a lot more legwork before I commit to any hip work. No more prayers, only silence and dust. Not quite the outcome we were expecting, is it?
The blood speaks for itself. Why?
Killed by a bloody dwarf healer. Pathetic.
This mirror is ancient. All the way back to the time of Gorothir. Almost like a window to the Shadowfell.
They'll just keep coming until that portal is gone. Where is Halcyon?
Maybe you would. But I'm not cruel enough to get your hopes up, in spite of what some might believe.
Looks like this is free for the taking.
Need to stay focused.
Did you want something? Strange contraption. What does it do?
Are you so easily entertained? I was on my way to Baldur's Gate when that ship appeared. Considering our shared affliction, I think you know the rest.
As long as we have use for each other, I can bite my tongue and stay my blade. I don't see what more needs to be said on the matter.
Mors in carta vita cartissima!
Minthara with child. Somehow, I can't picture her sitting around the campfire knitting baby booties.
Best enjoyed someplace private, I think.
If you must know, Baldur's Gate.
That cage won't last.
Gone already. Better consult with the amulet.
Such splendor. How did I live without it?
We can leave the kneeling and praying to the rest. The night singer prefers a more active form of devotion. An act of wickedness, carried out in her name, followed by a feast.
Good news for us. There could be some useful potions inside.
Bloody doors!
Looks like someone's not a fan of Shar. Smeared the absolute symbol all over her. No time to waste. Got to get out of here.
Schio didici pecto!
Curious, this one. They seem a touch confused. Mother Superior must have some use for them.
But if you're dead, maybe it'll go away. Allow me. Go on. I insist. I'll fix that. Stay. I can stay. Ah! My finger.
Dimento te!
A lie of omission at most. I'm sure you have some skeletons of your own hidden away.
Huh!
Sobering. To think we've got even tougher battles yet to come.
Porure!
Hells. What I wouldn't give for a boring lover sometimes.
Is it that obvious?
All these Dark Justiciars slain in battle. They must have a stronghold nearby or a temple.
Voco araniai!
Go. Vanish, as if you were dead.
On your feet.
When we make it to Baldur's Gate, you'll be at home in the slaughterhouses.
Likely, yes. Our goddess's quarrel began long before you or I were alive. I'll wager it'll continue long after we're both dead.
Perhaps I'll find your corpse by the road. Blocked from the other side. I haven't seen anywhere for something like this to fit.
Next blow's gonna hurt.
The work of the hag. No doubt about it. Just because you say it doesn't mean it's so. Now back off. I'm not helpless. Once I came to, I set out to find some means of surviving. Supplies, shelter, and a healer, of course. This adamantine forge. The same that Drow's corpse spoke of.
Of course. I couldn't leave such a treasure behind. I'll find it a place of honor in the camp.
No, you do not belong. This is the Dark Lady's house. She is no use for old, faithless bones.
Of course I am. But we can talk about this later. Let's go. Cages. Shackles. All prepared to march captives off to their fate.
Used by initiates for the final step to becoming Dark Justiciar. Not all were worthy of the Spear of Night, it seems.
Disturbing, you mean?
Poor Gale. To be abandoned by his goddess. I cannot imagine how that must feel. May the Dark Lady comfort him.
You louse! You mite! Veni et Iova me!
I thought I made myself clear last time. Lose the Gith, or there's nothing more to say.
Fool! That artifact is the only thing keeping us safe. She cannot have it! Monster! They were my parents!
No. We've only just put everything behind us, won the chance to be together. It can't end like this. I won't let it.
Vis medicatrix!
I suppose you're right. There's nothing more I can do just yet. That's not the first time you've made such a leap.
But I trust we can all sleep a little more soundly in camp now.
Better check if it has anything worth taking.
Horribilissimos!
Karlach? What's wrong?
Tell her. Tell them all. Tell them how the Night Singer has blessed me.
I admire your ambition, and your belief in your own stamina. But Karlach deserves to have you to herself. And perhaps there's yet someone out there for me.
I need to get clear of this roof right now.
I'm glad you decided to join me.
Trying to frighten me with cheap tricks? Darkness is my element.
I'm sure there's a buyer out there who'll believe this rubbish is magic. Looks like that's going to bruise.
We should make an offering to Lady Shar, to seek her blessing and protection against what lies ahead. A nightfall ritual.
Time for a quick talk.
Yes, I think so. My whole life's been leading to this. No turning back now. This one escaped the flames, unfortunately.
Gigans!
Must I? Thinking about it won't help. We know what to do, so let's do it. Let's hope this Zrel likes what we have to say.
I can't even see a lock to pick.
Barely alive by most standards. And still it bows to the absolute.
Karlak! The Lady of Lost takes everything in the end. But I thought we'd have some more time yet. I'm sorry. Hope isn't the most robust of plans, but I see few alternatives. I'd drag you into the sand if I thought I'd survive it. Then again, I suppose I can think of worse ways to die.
If I manage to return to Baldur's Gate and fulfill Shar's mission, then my memories will be restored.
All's well, I hope.
How flaccid is my foolish foe!
Hells, we're attracting too much attention. You're the friendliest face so far, which really isn't saying much.
Lead the way.
Thank you.
We can talk again soon.
Bizarre. What might you be hiding?
You're free. The Absolute must be keen to meet us.
That's different. You'd be surprised how easily Lady Shar can hide in plain sight. People go around blinkered, caught up in their own lives.
Wait. This looks familiar.
My father. That was him.
They're long past caring if we help ourselves to their belongings, at least.
Lux in tenebra. Tell me one thing. Is there someone called Renald there? A tiefling boy, or possibly a man now?
Does that mean you're spoken for or not?
Frozen solid. It'll take more than just brawn to move this.
Mayrina is free, but we paid dearly for it. I've never met a drow with a sense of humor. Perhaps we'll get along. She's not breathing. You're here. Just like it told me. And with a gith. I should have figured. Don't try it again. If you feel the urge, go and find yourself a sheep or something. It's quite beautiful. Though dangerous things often are.
Charming. And slave drivers to boot. Might be worth talking to the gnomes before they're worked to death.
I need to watch for any place dedicated to Lady Shar. A temple, perhaps. I need to know if there's more to this.
A dead drow. These druids aren't to be tangled with lightly.
Well, could be worse. Could have done something horrible. What did it say?
I'm surprised she hasn't dragged you off to rot already.
If you're attempting to goad me, don't bother. I'm more than familiar with those sort of tricks.
Lady of Sorrows, guide us. Did you want something?
I do enjoy our little sits together. I'm all right now. Close enough, anyway. The Mother Superior sent you. Nobody's ever given me anything before. What do I owe you in return? Though I couldn't help lying there thinking about my parents before you stirred. That cleric, Isabel, she seems almost impressive, in a perverse sort of way. I didn't think anyone could resist Lady Shar's power like she does. Take the weight off.
You've earned it. See? Sowing doubt is an old trick. Watch out for it. And for Raphael.
These flowers. What is this feeling? Where's that hag scurried off to now?
Escaped. Again. Let's get on with it, before I lose my nerve.
That was a phase spider. Better watch out, it might come back. No, unless you count these monsters. It's nothing to laugh at. Save your questions if that's how you're going to react.
Then that's where we need to go. My parents are in there somewhere.
Darkness, guide my hand.
These chests are empty.
I wasn't expecting it, But I'm glad to have some company on this journey.
She will be in for a rude awakening when I finally stand before her again.
I told you already. Now forget it. Let's keep going. You need to pick me up.
I will not die here! I cannot!
A gem. It may be important.
Time for a little pilfering. Yes, it's crossed my mind since more than once. Although...
The wound on my hand. It never quite heals. And sometimes it causes terrible pain to rip through me. It's my burden, though, from Lady Shar. I can feel her influence somehow.
We've been traveling with a vampire all this time.
I've done it. I've actually done it. A dark justiciar chosen by Lady Shar. It almost doesn't feel real.
Of course I'll help. That's the person from my dreams.
But who knows? Perhaps we'll meet again. Though, hopefully not after being abducted. Be good. And if you can't be good, just don't get caught.
This is one of Lady Shar's trials. Allow me. It's important.
Was that a threat?
It was a bit toothless. You're out of your element here, I think.
Let's try and keep this diplomatic. I'd rather not jump into another fight quite so soon.
Allow me to be frank. We can't presume we'll get to share another night like this. There's a battle coming. Not everyone is going to make it.
Good. Whatever you think you know about me had better be worth it. You've already cost me dearly.
I just hope you don't have a last-minute change of heart and decide to take her offer after all.
Another.
But why does freedom have to feel like I've lost everything? Perhaps I could have saved them. Or perhaps Shar would have helped me forget them. Instead, I've neither.
Vita, mortis, cario.
Careful. Keep seeking me out like this and people may think we're rekindling things. Did you want something? You might find it an uphill battle to get the city populace to accept a devil as their duke.
Careful. If we can hear it, perhaps it can hear us.
Dialino!
I could get used to this.
Dead goblins. Dead travelers. Is this iron? What kind of currency is this?
That temper of yours is a sight to behold. You'll need to be careful, or your rage will burn right through you.
I can't see any way to disarm it.
I can't tell you anymore. This mission required utmost secrecy. We all submitted to having our memories suppressed so that we couldn't betray Shar's confidence.
Curious. Part of me thought there'd be more to this place. Be careful, consuming shadow magic. The darkness tends to take more than it gives. I would know.
I can't say I'd have done the same, but your choice in the end.
Besides, they put themselves in harm's way, then were arrogant enough to try and withstand the Night Singer's power instead of fleeing. You can't help those who aren't willing to help themselves. Well, that's one way to end things. We need to get that spear. There's a library in this place somewhere. That's where I need to look. A little hideaway. Why does this place seem so familiar? Let me see. The deathly pale skin, the red eyes, the fangs. I'm not blind, you know.
One wrong move and I'd have been a statue. Imprisoned for eternity. This wall's ready to tumble. This ruin's dedicated to Seluna. Vile moon witch. Anything to help.
Nothing to be done about it now, anyway.
Mors tua vita mea!
I'm not jealous, you know. If I wanted to bed something loyal and pure, I'd find a swan. Apologies. I was less than forthcoming when you asked before. You didn't know about my faith. I wasn't sure how you'd react.
Can't leave anyone stuck unnoticed. Good.
So, you're a vampire, Astarion. I suppose I shouldn't really act surprised. The signs aren't exactly subtle, if you care to look.
No time for a lie down.
They were all I had left. And you stole them from me. You're not even worth killing. I need to see the Mother Superior.
Volo non fugia!
We've been through quite a lot, with likely more to come. Care to narrow it down a little?
It seems like Cazador used Astarion's flesh not as a canvas, but as a contract. We haven't heard the last of this, I'll wager. Lady Shar willed it to fall, though even I won't revel in all those deaths as much as you. The unfaithful were vanquished, but I have little interest in slavering over their corpses. You're good company, I'll admit it. I'm sorry you're hindered by that supposed goddess.
There's something underneath here. We'll need that kind of thinking to make it through all this. You're doing well. Have to keep going. Fallen Dark Justiciars. Halsin said they once had a stronghold down here.
He wasn't the worst company, bloodlust aside. Part of me will miss him.
Intactili sum!
What? You've been in better shape.
Wandering to places I shouldn't go at that. Forbidden thoughts. Hidden memories. All that Lady Shar would shield me from until I am ready.
Intactili sum!
Let me strike true. Is your hearing failing you? Or your wits, perhaps? There's nothing more to say. Let's move.
It seems your fellow Githyanki are keen to reclaim the artifact I carry. I can't afford to let that happen.
I'm alive. Did you save me?
I thought we could have so much more together. But this is your choice.
Vocomoros!
That's a cry of pain if ever I heard one. Came from beneath the windmill.
Moon witch rubbish. Ought to be burned.
Not a budge. Better take a look around. I can relate. I think I used to have a place of my own I like to retreat to. But it slips my mind. Empty.
Interesting.
I suppose standing up to an entire army wasn't my most cunning move.
I've met venomous snakes I'd be faster to trust. You sure about this? Excellent. If we ever become friends, I'll know what to call you.
Given our group's nature, I don't see much harm. We're each monsters in the making, after all. Nicely done. I probably couldn't have resisted kicking him in the teeth.
It is my Lady Shar's will. You should be honored to be part of her plan. I know I am.
To the top. Strike down anything standing between you and the brain. I think so. But I don't know why. That name on the tomb meant nothing to me. Yet I felt the pang of loss all the same. I've squandered too much time already. I want to be with you. Now and always. Do you want the same?
The true Raven Guard is still clinging on somewhere in that mind. It might not be too late for him.
Yes! Now we're talking.
And yet, it seems the one who gave those orders has run afoul of my goddess. Delivering the artifact is no longer my mission. Cleansing Lady Shar's church is my mission.
Risus abundat!
Is this the Underdark? Gods take me. Welcome to Joaquin's Rest. West, Baldur's Gate. East, Elturel. You do well where I'm from. But don't try it again.
Ha! Pleasure dome.
Good. Try using it on that machine next to me.
Lady Shar's oblivion awaits us all in the end. But I am glad you'll be able to enjoy a taste of life beforehand, Karlach.
We've suffered her trickery long enough. End this.
So, The Stone Lord is Minsk, Jahira's old acquaintance. Painfully small world at times.
They weren't distinct, just this constant onslaught.
That's what concerns me. I don't know. Perhaps there's something about me waiting to be discovered. Something I won't like. Pain is sacred to followers of Lady Shar. Pain will give way to loss and then to the peace of her eternal darkness. You can tolerate a great deal of suffering so long as it has meaning. I think some more explaining is in order. Exactly what just came over you?
Better offer help.
Desser!
Might help. Best step softly.
Precis ania ferro!
The body hasn't even cooled yet. We need to stay alert.
An ally in need. That tadpole wasted no time in abandoning its host. Not sentimental creatures, clearly. I'll give it a try. Wait! You're the one who left me to die on the ship. Come on, no excuses.
The Chamber of Loss beckons. Lady Shar has one final task for me. Then all of this will be mine.
Listen here!
Look at the size of that thing. It could eat a person whole, or a double portion of children.
This is something I have to do for myself. What we shared was special to me. But I think our paths diverge from here on. A passage to Waterdeep. The Mother Superior used to talk about this place. No, it doesn't. I'm afraid you're stuck with me for the moment. I can't reach camp just now.
Ad vitam aeternum!
Lots of people make promises. Few keep them.
Intalego.
Goodbye.
Where to next?
Unwelcoming vermin aside, we need to explore this place.
Don't mind if I do.
You strike me as the reliable sort. But are you sure this is a good idea?
You mean a lot to me. It would be cruel to mislead you. Now, what is it to be?
Very mercenary of you. I wouldn't have done it any differently.
You've spilled blood in our camp before. This will be the last time. I'd rather you didn't. Not until we've exhausted all other options.
Broken bones. Must have fallen. Another scrying eye. Best to keep my distance.
Now, how are you faring this evening?
Ah! Did you feel that? You've got the same thing. In your head.
Another quake. Feels like the ground's gonna open up and swallow me.
View's quite breathtaking. Or maybe that was just the climb. We don't have time for this. Besides, I already explained myself. Let's do what we have to do, then get out of here. Mustn't let anyone see. A sword like this would certainly get Gale's attention.
Steel Watcher! Forward! Resisto venenum!
Careful. I'm not sure I can withstand the charm. Since we arrived in the city, I can't help but feel a little anxious. But I'm not sure I know why.
And what does your Gith companion have to say about that? I get to return home. Shar is the only one who's ever offered me a place in this world. If I succeed, I'll be closer to her than ever.
Arde!
What the? You can't just go around licking things, you know.
That feeling. My oath is broken. Again. It says there's a cellar here somewhere. My own fault for pulling strange levers, I suppose. Don't help them. Don't tell them a thing. We're dead if you do.
Thank you. all the same. You helped me to put some things behind me. I'm lighter because of you.
For now. But we can't take the lack of symptoms for granted. We have to keep looking for Halsin.
A doppelganger? At least we didn't kill a real clown in front of an audience.
Incertus, pulcher, imperio!
Useless, come on.
Better stop gazing at myself before someone accuses me of vanity. Honestly, my heart's racing. The end's close, my parents are close, I just know it. Thank you. I'm not sure I would have ever made it this far without you. I hope that amulet proves to be worth it. Selûnite. I would have burned this once.
A lone cub isn't much of a threat.
Ut ventus!
This is Baal's sacrifice. Wouldn't have been my first guess. Or my 10th.
Stultissime!
The Orthon's been having a little too much fun with these corpses, I think.
That wall's barely holding together. It's so strange. Do you remember the voice? From the ship? I didn't expect to see eye to eye with you on this. A pleasant surprise, I'll admit. Don't get too ahead of yourself. I'm just having a little fun. Looks like a toll house. Brine. That's what they used for those parasites. There are lit fuses in our heads. Sooner or later, they're going to blow. Pain. Hope. The promise of better days. All of these are heavy cloaks that bend our backs and burden our hearts.
I learned how to inflict pain here, for Lady Shar. I can't remember the faces, but I think I can still hear the screams.
A harper pin. How did it get all the way down here?
What can I say? I fulfilled my destiny, become everything Lady Shar wished of me. And in no small part thanks to you.
We could check for supplies. Not like the remaining locals have use for them. Your time has come.
I wonder how many times she's been killed down here. Let me see to those wounds.
Smoke. Something's burning. Can't afford to stay idle.
Of course. But remember, Lady Shar comes first.
Come on! Get me out of this thing!
You'll breathe your last before you lay a single finger on me. Quite a sight. But I won't be able to get any closer this way. I worship Shar, the mistress of the night. A war drum. One of those can summon fighters far and wide. To not being poisoned. How about that? Unnoticed. Good.
Should have learned to bloody swim. Can't believe I almost drowned at the last hurdle.
Get back!
I think your witty remarks were too much for him. He's a blubbering wreck. It's all right, I'll take care of you. The circle will fall into darkness if we don't intervene. Or maybe a bit of a drinking problem.
Most would feel their strength wilting in these shadows.
Not me.
Of course. What's the point in having power if you cannot wield it every now and again to help your friends? She's gone. I don't understand. Quite a lot, if I'm being honest. But it always passes quickly, so I can manage. It would have been heresy to even consider reading this once. No more.
Seems to be stuck.
This blood didn't get there on its own. Her neck didn't snap by any accident.
She took me in when no one else would. Without her, I wouldn't be alive.
It's going to attack! Get behind cover! You infect mine eyes and nostrils!
Are those voices?
Let's do this.
We should look for someone to point me in the right direction. Otherwise we'll have little recourse but to wander the whole city searching. A welcome rest. Don't get too excited. Influence comes at a cost. And until we know what that cost is, the only reasonable approach is a cautious one. This is no time for butterfingers. Better fetch that little monstrosity.
Wait. Perhaps we shouldn't. You're not the one I need to talk to, are you? Not really.
I remember something. Not everything. It's new and not new at the same time. All jumbled up.
Texicrar!
An ally in need. No time to waste. Apparently so. They weren't inclined to explain why, just to drive me half berserk.
What was that?
Obedime.
A cunning disguise can serve a warrior of the Dark Lady better than any armor. That's what they always told us. Scratch can't aid me just now, not while he's in the post house.
This'll boost you. I'd say the swamp is a breath of fresh air compared to the hag, but not really.
Gale, you truly thought to turn to shadow magic after seeing how it has ravaged nature. Your ambitions are disquieting.
Some sort of temple. Looks abandoned. Fine, I'll help. This language is just gibberish. And yet, strangely familiar also. An amulet of Seluna. I think Gale might want this.
Perhaps it's time we paid Raphael a visit. I hope you don't mind if I don't ask to see it. I suppose our band wasn't meant to last forever. Fate thrust us together. Now it pulls us apart again.
A ritual. Doesn't seem related to Shar or Seluna. What's Ketherick been up to? Prepare to die. Though it turned out the cost was very steep. I was the only one of the group to survive. I took the artifact and fled, only to be ensnared by mind flayers before I could finish the mission. My private business. Quit prying.
Horribilissimos!
Pleasant evening, I trust. I tidied up my hair and had an early night, but you don't look like you had much sleep at all. Everything that's happened. Shar, my parents. It's almost too much to take in.
Let's see this done.
This night song sounds like the source of Ketherick Thorm's invulnerability.
I'll trust your judgment, but I won't trust her. Not until I've gotten the measure of her.
These shadows can pull the life from someone, but not me. So many worlds out there. You'd need 1,000 lifetimes to see them all. More.
Prayers, charms, battle cries. The harpers' work. They were primed for combat.
Mundus voldicipi!
Are you truly so far gone you don't realize there's blood on your hands? All the more reason to put an end to this now.
Maybe this'll make you useful. Just check for anything useful.
Mm-hmm. This had better be important.
Cupio vertus licet!
The necessary sacrifice so that I can press onwards. The Dark Lady will understand, surely.
I'm not through with you yet. Ah! What was that watchword? Lux Splendor.
To try and salve myself would do nothing but shame me in the Night Singer's eyes. What's right? Have I ever known what that truly is?
Kill them quickly or we'll end up just the same. Blink, and you'll miss me.
Gortash is poised to become Archduke. Better get to Worm's Rock. I intend to. I've wasted enough time serving others. And she is no fool, from what I remember of her. All right. When you're ready, lead me there. The more I learn, the less I understand just why I was sent to retrieve that thing. But it matters little now. I have ventured far from shadows. I have shared words with unbelievers. I have followed your teachings imperfectly. That label, I actually remember it. Wyvern whiskey. Mother Superior's favourite. Reminded her of Waterdeep, she said.
Isabel! Now's your chance!
Almost looks like a temple, dedicated to Lady Shar. It's huge. Deny yourself, then. Just remember that I'm not the obstacle.
Ugh. The scraps of a nightfall feast.
Shaddy. Really?
I told you already. I want to speak to whoever's really in charge.
This place was ruined rather thoroughly. I'm starting to forget what a habitable village looks like. So, I gather your affections have drifted elsewhere. Curious.
Damn thing. Has to open, surely. Has to do something.
This fairy ring isn't glowing like the rest.
Careful. Attack a slave, and you might have to answer to the slave master.
Lady Shar has given me a new mission, and the prison plays no part in it. In fact, it seems like the Mother Superior's concern alone, and she has strayed from the Dark Lady.
A long way to go still.
You think you know better than the Dark Lady? No wonder she sent me to this place of your poison.
A waste of good healing.
This should burn going down. A lark. How tempting.
Unseen as I was taught.
I think I've had my fill of underwater misadventures. Let's get back to the surface world before any more perils seek us out.
Ha! Near's as good as dead without us. Let's just hope his whispers don't reach any true souls.
Gale! No!
Still warm to the touch, if you can believe it. These markings look recent. What could have left them? Come find me if you dare.
Put up a fight by the looks of it. Not that it mattered in the end. What kind of contraption is this?
Find a way to rid ourselves of these things.
There's still plenty of wine, and the whole night is ahead of us.
Oh. Then I'm sorry to have put you on the spot. Clearly I've a habit of seeking love in all the wrong places. I suppose not many can boast that they've been to a Githyanki creche and survived. Perhaps that's a good omen for our chances going forward, if you're feeling optimistic.
You know what I really miss about Baldur's Gate? The food. Freshest fish I've ever had.
You seem to know enough about our condition to realize it's beyond most clerics' skills.
There's a library in this place somewhere. That's where I need to look. The darkness is the truth, Selûnite. In the end, there will only be endless black. And those that Lady Shar has embraced. Its inhabitants and cultures, maybe. Its fungi and cave slime, no thank you. Well, she wasn't lying. She's immortal.
Mushrooms growing in a perfectly neat circle. Curious.
Besides, just look at yourself. It couldn't be any more obvious.
Extende!
There's more to this place. I'm sure of it. Lady Shar's presence is near.
Still warm. Like it's fresh from the blacksmith's forge. Worse than a bloody child. This'll boost you. That's Merkel's symbol. I suppose a mausoleum's a fitting place for the Lord of the Dead.
Her kind can't be trusted. They just tried to kill us aboard that ship, after all.
I understand. You can't stave off oblivion forever. At least, not here.
Flagra!
You can frame many acts as service to the Dark Lady if you put your mind to it. Seduction can be a worthy form of subterfuge. A snatched moment can practice the art of stealth. Broken. This won't be taking us anywhere in a hurry.
Sharp, deep, and still fresh.
You don't waste time, do you?
Ostende secretorum tuorum.
Trust me, I'll guard it with my life. Let's keep going. Glut will have to settle for being mulch instead of ruler.
It's back.
Something the matter? I should hope not, after the time we spent together. My spirits are thoroughly lifted. But, kind madam, I am but a humble cleric. All I have belongs to my goddess. You'd be surprised how people can miss what's in plain sight. I missed the fact that Shar was deceiving me. Besides, I have a new look now. Suits me, I think.
What, not trying to threaten a confession out of me this time? You'll know if I have anything to tell you.
There's no end to these things!
This way.
Continual flame spell from the look of it. Please. I can't go much further. Light up the darkness.
Climbing rope. Tools. That gnome escapee must have come through here. A stronghold built in Lady Shar's honor. Quite a sight. A healer, in short. Skilled. Discreet.
I don't want to go back. Not just yet. Difficult to say. A fellow servant of the Night Singer would surely be an ally to me under most circumstances. But something doesn't add up. I'll need to see where his allegiances truly lie. Hells! The entire place is collapsing!
Suppose I'll lend a hand. That's not for you to decide. There's a world beyond us. I'd like to be alone now, please.
It's Lae'zel. The shadows claimed her.
Won't leave an ally in a bind. I'm not sorry I kept this from you. Not one bit.
Come. Let's get you some fresh air. I'll stay with you. Right until the end. We need to get to Baldur's Gate, first of all.
No time for a lie down.
You look off color. It's your engine, isn't it? Oblivion beckons at last. Curious. Seeing a book of Selûne and not wanting to immediately rip it up.
Better get to work.
Someone's enthusiastic. Maybe I should have brought a barrel.
Don't just stare while you're still dressed, I mean. Come on, I kept up my end of the bargain. Will you keep up yours?
Don't give up, I'm coming. No sign of Lae'zel. What happened?
Grease paint. This is Dribble's hand, no doubt.
Bringing back slain foes as your lackeys. Clever.
Do you have someone waiting for you in Baldur's Gate, Astarion? A sweetheart, perhaps?
What the hells do you think you're doing?
I'm surprised I managed to get some rest after last night's interruption.
I was so close to receiving Lady Shar's embrace at last. One final test was all that remained, but you ruined that for me.
But there are bigger, more immediate concerns. Let's put survival first, for now.
You need patching up. No harm at all, in fact.
Karlach? You look poorly. It's the engine, isn't it? It's burning out. This land remains cloaked by Lady Shar's power. Good. A shame it cost us Halsin as a travelling companion, though. He may have been misguided, but I liked looking at him.
Shar cloaks me.
Baldur!
Lead on then, Lae'zel. Up in front where I can keep an eye on you.
Oh yes, I forgot. You had your love of the Absolute to mask the ugly parts.
Bloody maniac.
Fool. No point in showing a mad dog kindness, it'll still bite you in the end. You and that Githyanki.
Da mihi facta! Resisto venenum!
Oh. If that's how you feel about it, fine. Not every sapling is destined to grow tall, I suppose.
I'll get this lot to yield.
I suppose that makes you quite remarkable. Though not in a way I'd envy, perhaps.
I'll breathe easier once we're gone from here. This'll help with the pain.
Feculent beast!
Useful for spying threats from afar, I suppose.
You must have been following the example of Lady Shar's children, then. They do say imitation is a form of flattery.
Her fate is mine to seal. Let me handle this.
Don't treat me like an idiot, please. Do you think it was easy for me to try keeping my faith hidden? I know when someone's burdened with a secret.
Must be some sort of magic. Which doesn't narrow things down by much, I'll admit. Enough speeches! The odds are already in my favor. Do you think the Dark Lady would want you to die for a lost cause? Or show some cunning and live another day? This'll ruin someone's day. Don't wear her out entirely, priest. I might have use for her yet.
Nocturnus!
Bet this book of necromancy has some hefty magic in it. Gale, what do you think? Blessed Night Singer, witness our adoration. See how we serve you, only you. Wait! You're that drow I saw on the ship. You survived then?
Voss! I call on your might!
Mother Superior seemed to travel a lot before this place. She seemed to remember that time fondly. I remember you, but you're different. Very different. I used to call you something else, didn't I?
There's something in the air. I can feel it with every breath. I must admit, you've been a surprise, and not an unpleasant one. Kindred spirits are few and far between for me.
A lot of people died because you lost the run of yourself. Isabel shielded them from the shadows, and you left them vulnerable.
I like her. She looks like she could throw me over her shoulder and carry me to safety. Should the need arise.
I've seen your kind's handiwork, and I won't fall victim to it. Remember how keen she was to leave me to die in the Nautiloid? We can't trust her.
Now don't you dare stop.
Personally, I think we should go to Moonrise Towers. From what Minthara said, that sounds like where we'll find answers. An illusion. With a passage hidden behind it. Drowcraft armor. No magic left, though. Sun's too bright.
Parure!
Strange metal. Might be valuable. Don't stop singing. I'll help. A disguise? You could have picked something a little less conspicuous. I'm not sure I want to know. But it's gone now. We should keep moving. And yes, I'm sure there's someone out there for you. I saw the way Astarion's been stealing glances at you. Hungry in more ways than usual, maybe. I'll wait here until you come to your senses. For both our sakes, I hope that happens very soon.
Feels like my tadpole is gonna burst out of my skull.
Well, I like night orchids and can't swim. Is that the sort of thing you meant?
Plus, Raphael will have Zariel distracted. You can be free of her.
Let's just put this behind us. Far behind us. Though he may have to contend with Mystra before that's a foregone conclusion.
Voss! To battle!
That's all you're entitled to, for now. Our parasite problem doesn't make you my confidant.
Esperai me!
Hardly. We're going to win this. Understand? But no sense missing the opportunity. Gruesome-sounding wretch. Not something I envy of you.
Shadow druids. This Korga is not to be trusted. Some deluded fool actually took time to carve this. Can't leave anyone stuck. Here, let me help.
Indeed. Shadowheart and Halcyon, Sharon and Bear, who would have dreamt of an alliance so rare?
Stuck? Seriously? Really? Save your prayers for someone who at least had the spine to fight back. I'm not sure I blame her, though Larida might. Missing Rascal Brown Puppy, Jagoda, Black and White Cat, Zola. That's a lot of missing pets. May work, or may just make an enemy of the Emperor. We're hardly short of those as it is. These boots have clearly been enchanted with powerful magic.
They are more than welcome to try.
That dream. It felt so vivid. Too vivid. How about you, Lae'zel? You're new to the city. Found anything to admire in it? You may be what's been missing from my life.
High Hall. There's nowhere else to go. This is where it all ends.
I'm afraid not. Good luck to you. I'll take my chances alone. It's a metaphor.
I need to get you out of here.
It was difficult enough smuggling you in here covered in cloaks. It'll only get worse as normalcy returns.
Start another fight, and I'll finish it.
I have to ask, Astarion, do people taste different from one another when you feed?
If you're going to just stand there and stare, at least let me go ahead with the trial.
A forgery? But what about Karlak? You'd break her heart just to be with me. I should have known Ethel had a gnarled hand in all of this.
Easily done. How am I ever going to explain this in my prayers?
Something didn't like that.
Manus potentis paro! I won't leave you behind.
Do I know you? I like to be on a first-name basis before I give someone a thrashing, ideally.
I can't afford to fail. No need for this. The barrier's already down. We destroy false idols. Topple corrupt organizations. Fight heretics wherever they're found. Why even bother with this one?
If so, they'll hunt us to the far ends of this cursed land. These lands may not be under the thrall of Lady Shar for much longer.
Vis medicatrix! Voca flagella! Foul-winged charlatan! Your tricks will cost you! Gigans!
Lathander, trampler of the undead.
If the hag dies, she'll take the child along with her. You could strangle them by accident, use too much rope and break off their legs, and if it goes really badly, you could wrench their heads right off.
Worth a try. No. I'm where I need to be. All we can do is try, I suppose. Still, there may be more to it. I need to keep alert, in case that suspicion amounts to anything.
I wouldn't have predicted the night you shared with our friend Lae'zel. You didn't consider it beneath you.
It's simple. I have a mission. It need not concern you, and as long as you don't interfere, it'll bring you no harm. We could have gotten up to all sorts of mischief the other night, you and I, had you not fled like a startled cat. So cold. There's something coming. I can feel it in the shadows. But if you break your promise, I'll kill you. Sleep well. Nothing but dirt. My skills were just fine to begin with. You can save the compliments. It's all right, I'm coming. Have fun. And don't be a stranger. Voca Arvina! Seems like a pack of goblins swarmed the owlbear. Unclean is the ambition. Don't waste your time on guilt. I don't. You chose me. I'm not sure I know what to say. What have you done? As soon as I get back to camp, you and I are finished! Still another one.
This leads to Athkatla. Perhaps I'll see it for myself someday.
Morbidos!
It's not that hard to find. Perhaps any difficulty is more telling of you, Gale.
Only one chosen remains. And that's still one too many. Missing. Rascal, brown puppy. Jagoda, black and white cat. Zola. On it goes. What happened to these pets? Things are different.
With your encouragement, remember? All the time I spent training, hidden away from the world. I think I must have wanted to leave my mark somewhere. Just to prove I existed. Even to myself.
Looks like an animal dug this up. So much for a final resting place.
I gave you my answer. Now drop it.
Cheese from the Dale lands. Or what's left of it.
Utter chaos ahead, but there must be a way past it.
Ad vitam aeternum! Heading there.
This is no ordinary wine. It's poisoned. Some sort of paralyzing decoction. Makeshift graves. Whoever laid these people to rest was in quite a hurry. Don't worry. It gets easier and easier the further you venture into the darkness.
He's gone. The Shadowfell holds him now. Unless he can find his way back.
It's simple. My Lady Shar demands a sacrifice. One life. Carefully hidden. This must lead to somewhere precious to the Dark Lady.
Dragon claws. The marks look recent.
It seems the Githyanki are keen to reclaim the artifact I carry. I can't afford that to happen. No lock, no handle. How does it open?
Time for a boost. Look at that beast. Seems almost too big to take flight. Give it time. And thought. The magic's been dispelled from that book on flumphs. Let's see what's inside. There is work to do.
You think I wouldn't have understood? We've all got a bigger problem to contend with. We need to be able to rely on one another.
Vita excolato!
A giant nest. Let's see what we can find. Try not to waste this. A temple to Lady Shar. It almost seems like... No. Surely it can't be.
Normally, I'd tell you you're just reading too much into things. But... well... Sorry. I'm being silly.
I thought I made myself clear last time. Lose the other Gith, or there's nothing more to say.
Not just the city. Imagine the swathe of destruction the Absolute's armies will have caused.
There's a hag pit stench about you!
Don't worry, I'm coming. I know enough. But I'll risk it over certain death. Damn thing. Open.
No. Anything but a wolf.
Good. Don't test me on this. I'm deadly serious. Can't leave an ally trapped.
Ad maiorem de gloriam!
You should have taken your own advice. Right then. Lead on. One thing. Just before we go. I wanted to thank you again. For freeing me.
Don't worry. Even if I could remember them, none could withstand comparison to you.
What you thought was best. This was important to me. This was everything to me.
It would be too much to hope that's nothing to do with us, wouldn't it? Obedi me.
Canto te!
Strange place for a button. Especially one that doesn't work. The air's foul. What is this place?
Sometimes having a sense of smell is a true curse. The particulars of childhood can grow hazy even if your memories haven't been tampered with. But I felt safe there. I know that much. Let her rage on. She may be able to hurt me, but she can't control me. Not anymore.
A magical staff? Will this be of use, Gale? You're the one becoming disgusting.
Necrotic energy. Best avoided. A Dark Justicia helm. Wanted one of my own so badly. And the Mother Superior would always deny me.
I hope that wasn't a healer you just knocked out. I'm glad you volunteered. I didn't want to have to shove you forward in my place.
Tuas nihil!
Something's guarding it. Something vulnerable to a hot hammer. Whatever that is. Wits and blades, always sharp.
Ah! That's hot!
Well, that was bracing. Those signs we found about Dark Justicias, perhaps they were no coincidence. In either case, I need to watch for any place dedicated to Lady Shar. A temple, perhaps.
Mutatis mutandis!
I intend to, trust me. On that score, maybe we should stay together. Better odds of survival. You sure know how to keep a party interesting.
She deserves better than to fall into his clutches. I owe her, in a sense.
An adamantine forge. Curious.
Ketheric Thorm is no more. But the shadow curse still remains. I need to be careful. This must be where initiates undertook their final preparations. The end is near.
The shape is odd. Feels strangely familiar. The hag's doing. It has to be. If nothing else, you can at least soak up any arrows that are loosed at us. Quite a view.
Protect the artifact. Deliver to Baldur's Gate.
They've taken Astarion back to Khazad-dûr. That was close. No doubt there'll be others.
Impressive, as weeds go.
Karlach, you must have a lot to think about just now. If you need time to yourself, take it. Is Drow society, as the books say? It almost sounds tempting. Matriarchal power flourishing to its greatest extent.
No matter. We survived the hells, survived the crash.
I have strayed, it is true, but I have returned to make amends. I will put my fate in the Mother Superior's hands and trust that Lady Shar will guide her. I never expected Ceramorphosis to be tempting. I think we should resist these powers. There's simply too many unknowns for us to risk it.
What? You? You're one of them, the ones who are attacking the ship.
We need to put a stop to this now!
A little more caution in future won't kill us. Quite the opposite, actually. I suppose it was wishful thinking to hope that thing would attack its own. Fine. Just don't expect my confidence if I don't have yours. And stop looking at me like that. I'm not sprouting tentacles just yet. Pulso! Help's coming. Perfectly hidden. Is this the blood of Lathunder? Bit underwhelming for a relic. No. This isn't right.
Hold on! We need to get clear of this chamber as well!
I don't answer to you. Move along.
That almost looks like... No, it couldn't be, surely.
No ordinary pile of bricks. Must be something worth hiding. This temple is positively dripping with power and dark beauty. Is homey truly the first word that springs to mind?
A magic keyword. We need to put this to use in the archive.
There's nothing for me to reconsider. You're the one with the questionable company.
I'll never be able to look at a butcher shop again after this place. But at least we were afforded a soft landing. Well, that's gratitude for you. Time to leave.
I'm here to get you out of here! They're all gone! It's over!
Hardly deserving of this.
I can recognize my own handwriting. How long ago was this? Years?
A protector is guarding it, if I'm reading this right. And this hot hammer is key to its downfall.
A better offer. You're lucky you're pretty and that I know you're joking. It's all I ever wanted. I prayed it was my calling.
Have to keep focused. Can't afford to get attached. To anyone.
Voco Potentia!
The shadows claimed that bird. Not for me to interfere.
I'll help.
The head of a clown. Unorthodox choice of decoration, I'll admit.
Is that Darkmoor the Wicked? I don't believe it. Chin up, this'll help.
I didn't take these refugees for killers. Maybe I've misjudged them.
Not a dagger. A spear. My Lady Shar's spear. City Watch! Fight for your homes!
So much for those stones. How are we supposed to defeat a netherbrain?
Toenail-tasting trout hole.
Whatever the Mind Flayer's plans were, those dragons spoiled them. That doesn't make our situation less dangerous. I wish I was being dramatic. This is how the Mind Flayers breed. We host their spawn, and once they're ready, they'll tear right through us.
There's a magic ward on these items. Cut off the source and everything's for the taking.
Heretic idolatry everywhere. Surely there can't be a Temple of Shar here.
A familiar design, this key. That dead shapeshifter in the tunnels had one just like it.
Faccio voco fere, tea cloda oculus!
More Dark Justicia relics. This is no coincidence.
Whatever it is, save it for now. A prayer sheet. What's this symbol on it?
Ferviro!
I don't think it's what happens if we fail that concerns me. We'll be beyond our worries at that point. I think what bothers me is what happens if we succeed.
Ah, ah, ah,
That's that settled. You seem to know a good deal about our condition, Gale.
An earthquake, perhaps. Strong enough to rouse the dead, too. Who are you?
Damihi facta!
No hope of clearing this without a shovel. Let's talk then.
That'll make for more pleasant reading. Hope my name's spelt right. Go on, then. Coyness isn't in your nature. What would you do with unlimited funds?
Pulcrio!
It's all right. I'll take care of you. And I've revealed all I'm willing to. At least for now.
The powers we already received have proved useful, true. But this is something different entirely.
Huh? You! You're one of them! The ones who are attacking the ship!
You know, I truly do marvel sometimes that I ever had feelings for you. What do you want? My favorite. A kind touch. Thank you.
No time to be warming myself by a fire.
Wait until the others are asleep, then come with me. It might just save your life.
Got to keep fighting.
Anything that's missing. Well, I can't miss what I can't remember. I have all I need.
More about this forge. But the other notes mention some sort of guardian.
Abuse. Nonsense. The Mother Superior made me strong. For the Dark Lady.
we can't afford to lose that!
I suppose we can manage that.
Let's see if they want to have their blood spilled.
I'm all ears.
I won't leave you behind.
The stones have failed us, and our enemy is more potent than ever. This feels like a step backwards.
I didn't want to fight. I wanted you to see reason. A foolish notion, clearly.
Trust gnolls to enter this world in the most grotesque way possible.
Oribus teneo lupum!
You're a vampire. I can't believe I actually invited you along.
Well, isn't it enough that they're beautiful?
Ha! Adorable. But your timing is awful. I'll get you. I have to get moving. Perhaps our paths will cross again later. It's huge.
Ah! What are you doing?
Are you the one I should actually be speaking to? Walk away. Now. I won't warn you again.
Free. Finally. Oh, that Ginny is going to pay.
Don't worry, I'll make it better.
Yes, I trust him. Whatever you have to say, say it.
You need this.
My lady, forgive me. Careful, Minthara. As a drow exile, you could be classed as a refugee yourself. Not volunteering, I take it?
Where are they?
Baldur set sail while the dragon keeps vigil over the city.
You deserve to be vaunted. Adored. Statues in your image should stand on every square. A whole generation of babies should be named in your honor.
But it will not be so.
No matter. We both survived, for now.
I suppose I can't really blame you. Astarion has a knack for making people swoon even while the blood's still in their veins. I hope you two find your version of happiness together.
No time for a lie down. Shortcut to the Underdark. Interesting.
Inexpugnabilis!
Is that Gortash? Of all the leering mugs to have on your wall. You should come over more often.
Changed your mind yet? I don't think either of us have the luxury of time. Not against what we're facing.
Voco nubis!
Interesting looking doll.
Might give a child nightmares if that's your goal. Not the worst technique, priest. Good wrist movement, lots of enthusiasm. They pursued the Nautiloid. Perhaps they were trying to free you.
Gela! You're lucky I'm sympathetic towards a fellow amnesiac. That's all I'll say.
Be still, it's murderous. Not sure it appreciates the healing touch. I love the sound of lockpicking.
It seems like Will and Karlak will play nice from now on. Saves us having to pick sides.
I need to get to that transponder. Better get to it. Better make myself known. Let her rot. The Absolute's allies deserve no better.
You're doing just fine. After all, I'd scarcely anticipated being courted while fighting for survival in the wilderness. Very well.
Let's do all we can to help her. Tenebra!
Love, is it? I hadn't realized I'd bowled you over that much. Give it a try, then. Impress me.
I wouldn't quite say that. But it'll be safe with me. Let's go.
Propera!
I've got your back.
Often, I think I feel her influence when the wound pains me. Not even memories, just glimpses, impressions. Perhaps the wound is her doing, something Lady Shar bid her to do. I don't know. Very well.
There are many ways to serve Lady Shar. The cloister can wait.
And who is to say what useful secrets I might stumble upon with a travelling companion such as yourself?
Let's see what my touch can do.
I sense magic. But where?
Good. We might even get lucky and find one right away. As I see it, we're overdue some good fortune. Rest well.
Better give it a try. This goes very far down. We'll have to go in to see the bottom.
No. It can't be. I'm an orphan.
Dress thy face. The hags are hiring. You can't summon a dead ogre, it turns out. An illusion. Better tread carefully. What the?
Omnia mutantor!
So many Selûne statues. But no worshippers.
Over here! Veritas! Credo! Oculus!
Need to act fast.
What can I say? They were eye-catching. Consider me an art lover.
Only a glancing blow. Clearly Gith aren't quite the killers they believe themselves to be.
Better not get too close. Might be toxic.
Lae'zel is still back there. Should I just abandon her? A tome on necromancy. I think a certain someone will be interested in this. That door. There were similar patterns on a key from earlier. Too bad the rest of the note is pure gibberish.
Ketheric is vulnerable. All we need to do is strike.
Chin up. This'll help.
Imparote!
I suppose there's plenty of other things that are set on killing me around here.
Felt like a bloody earthquake.
I should have known you were a vampire. The signs were there.
No, we won't. From now on, we'll only make new, interesting mistakes.
You didn't want to hurt me. I'm bleeding, you pasty ghoul.
No time to dally. An adamantine forge. The Dwegar spoke of this. It's nothing. Even if it was something, I'm clearly not going to tell you, am I? Let it go.
A rat-sucking vampire. Just my luck. But all right, you sound sincere. But no more of this. Next time, it'll be a stake in the heart. This place wasn't built for the living.
No. I can remain with you as an ally, if nothing else. But beyond that, I'm not sure how much I can promise you.
Dead tiefling. Hasn't been here long, but nobody I recognize.
That voice we heard. All sorts are flocking to its banner, worshipping it as a god.
What is this place?
Fudgefondling Fustelarian!
This'll help with the pain.
Tea clodo oculus!
He went into the shadows alone. Then he's as good as dead, or worse.
Selûnite coming of age rites. Barbaric nonsense. May pain be forgotten. You need me at your side. Dead. They're only good for kindling now. Can't afford any mistakes. You're the same as me. You know how important Shar's secrets are. Something's wrong. This feels like a trap. She's an angry little thing. Sort of adorable, really. Oh, there's Ethel. Not that I'm keen to trust her.
I'm sorry. I didn't know any of this was happening until it was much too late. I came to try to put things right.
Something missing here. A mold, I'd wager.
No.
Ah, fancy.
We carry on. It's all we can do. I'll follow in a while. I think I want to stay here a little longer, firstly. This place isn't familiar, but it's peaceful.
This cure looks set to kill you. Get out! If I succeed, maybe I'll be allowed a pet. Ugh, stop being silly.
Perhaps she took some pride in her work, forming me to Shar's liking. She certainly relished wielding the rod.
Ah, my head.
Perhaps you do. But let's leave no doubt. I can't truly love you. Not like most define it. I'll always have to keep a place for Lady Shar.
It's nothing, I swear.
You must be imagining it.
Best hope all this wine makes me forget what you tried to do. What do we have here?
I don't know. What more can I say?
Who's this supposed to be? Statue looks ancient. Not one for taking things slowly, I see. Fine, I'll help.
Mithara, no!
Hag can't have gone far.
But kind patron, I am but a humble cleric. All I have belongs to my goddess.
Oh, you've risked plenty.
You're keen. Just don't get carried away. Some of those guts might be of use to us unspilled, at least for a while. Don't be concerned. Perhaps she'll present you with an opportunity to prove yourself. If I can find myself in her graces, you must have at least an equal chance.
It's not talking enough for my liking. She'll tear me in two for touching her egg. That thing could swallow each of us whole. Need to tread softly.
This is no cavern. This is true darkness. Perhaps Lady Shar will show you a path to her embrace if you are worthy. Why must the dead three be so obvious and ugly with their decor? Blood and bones, bones and blood. Pointy nonsense. At least Shar had some panache.
These webs are everywhere.
The shadows have upended the ground itself. Such power.
Omnia mutantor!
Half-elf. And maybe we should travel together for now. In the interest of survival.
Then I realized I was in your arms. We did it. Everything's perfect.
This crossbow is too well designed to be made by Dwegar.
I hope we chose the right ally.
We need to get out of here. Now!
Oh, I need a bath. Or several. Forever, ideally.
And you assume too much about what I can and cannot tell.
I'll remember that, should you ever need something of me. Better take a look. Don't worry, I'll help. That's a Githyanki blade if ever I saw one. Doesn't matter how loud the horn's blown. Dead ogres can't hear it.
They must not find out we have it. A nice vintage or a comfortable bed bring me joy. This is much more than that. This brings me purpose.
I'll join along, if I can speak to whoever's really in charge. Otherwise, I'd best be on my way.
I am glad for the time we had together. There is much I still cannot truly remember. But I will never forget you.
Risus abundat!
Seems like some shadow druids turned someone called Korga to their cause.
You're
utterly insane, aren't you? It's so plain to see now that my eyes are open to it.
But we mightn't survive these things in our heads. They're going to consume us from the inside and turn us into mind flayers.
Shall I compare thee to a sow's fart?
The Gauntlet of Shar is no ordinary temple. It is the highest test of the Dark Lady's faithful, to judge if they are worthy of becoming a Dark Justiciar.
Doing the rounds, are you? You'd better get some rest.
Te executor, Kitius!
Those students are under his spell. Makes them more dangerous for us.
Anything to hear that voice. Each hour that passes, the thing inside us grows. We need to find a healer. Let's wake up at first light.
You're someone I can actually turn to when I don't know what to do.
Say will take over. His work is sloppy. He'll kill the prisoner too quickly.
You could say that. And yes, I still have it.
And your fellow Gith stares at me like she's contemplating how my heart tastes.
Thou art a hairy-hearted whoreson.
Shar's secrets must be preserved above all else. All who worship her know this. There's magic keeping this chest sealed. I can feel its aura.
We need to deal with that. But first we have to get off this thing. Let's join up.
You wanted something?
You'll have to look elsewhere for company. I already have an arrangement.
You know what would be nice, just for a change? Venturing through a mysterious bazaar or a lush, dark wood scented with lavender. But perhaps there's more to it than I know, or would care to admit.
That symbol in the blood. What does it mean?
Dead. Hopefully most of its friends are in the same condition. Dollar! Incande!
These corpses are arranged with a certain sort of gruesome flair.
As you like. Perhaps I'll see you at camp. I'll be keeping an eye on you. Understand?
That structure we saw from a distance in the Grimforge, something about it struck me as noteworthy.
Whatever comes, I'm ready. That's hardly a scratch. Not much protection against dragon breath.
What the? You're the one who killed me. Why did you bring me back?
I won't fail you, my lady.
A mouse couldn't squeeze through those vines.
Yes. We're right where we need to be, under her gaze. This is the right path. Let's continue. But I felt her anger. There's no point in denying this is real. This weapon they seek. Perhaps it's the artifact. After everything that happened, with my parents, with Shar, I didn't think I was owed any happiness. I did things that fill me with shame now. Ah! She's still intent on hurting me. These aren't the remains of some skirmish. Whole armies clashed here once.
Precis alia ferro!
Over there, a shrine to Seluna, by Moon Maiden's grace.
My wound, my episodes. You were compassionate, where others might be wary or worse. You stood by me.
You left me to die.
Did you do that on purpose?
Quite splendidly, to give credit where it's due. You and I have shared some good times together, and it seems we have plenty in common. All this has been to bring me to this point. And now I'm finally here. Thanks in no small part to you.
Darkness take you. Let's pop you open, shall we?
More like soon-to-be tadpole residences. Every infected prisoner will just make things harder on us.
Not someone I'd rush to speak to.
You're reading too much into things. A childhood bauble, that's all.
The ring's a different colour from what it was before.
Have you ever considered entering into politics? You've some form with giving non-answers.
Why even bother with this one?
Goblins ahead.
I'm not chasing after it, if that's what you're thinking.
Evanesco!
Respect's given freely. If your goddess needs to demand it, she's not worthy of it. This is the spot Rugen marked. Doesn't look like much.
Needs a key.
Share a bottle with me?
I really fell for you, you know. But then something about you changed. I can't be at such odds with you and be your lover. Not anymore. We're not ready yet. We must find that spear. That hyena's making a break for it.
Voco Araniai!
So, only a mind flayer can wield the stones from what the Emperor said. And not a Partalithid either. The full-blown thing. Second time's a charm, eh, Halsin? Let's make sure Ketheric Thorm is gone for good this time.
I know what to do. Fine. Put your faith in a marauding freak. Just do it away from me.
Expello te!
So am I.
The light. It's warding off the curse.
Wounds begone.
I hope you can keep your cravings in check going forward. Otherwise, I think you and I will be parting ways. Understood?
No harm in trying. This was a nightfall ritual, carried out in Shar's name.
Selûnite. Once my enemy. Now the enemy of my enemy.
Impara mortus!
But I trust we can all sleep a little more soundly in camp now. Well, apart from you, of course.
That's more true than you may have intended. I'm not sure I'm the same person I was before. Shadowheart will do just fine, thanks. Love is making you fanciful.
I do as Shar asks of me. You would have done the same, I'm sure.
Time's short. We need to act, one way or another.
Dust is sparse on that door. Looks like it's been in use more recently.
Ketheric Thorm shown in Selûnite armor. Is there any god that turncoat hasn't bowed to?
That mad drow was searching for this forge, too. Seems he wasn't the only one. Voco spikai!
A key? Wonder what it opens. But I've barely made a dent in it so far.
A portal to Mephistar. I think I've had my fill of devilish strongholds, if it's all the same. Poor Karlach. Having to face her own mortality in such a definitive manner. Though the rest of us are still liable to perish, if it's any consolation. Looks like a Githyanki.
That's Arabella's father. Or was Arabella's father.
Won't budge. There must be some way to get it open. Baldur's Gate prices, though. Not worth it, if you ask me.
Can't give up. Not now.
You know what that offer truly entails, don't you? Become half a mind flayer, lose half of yourself. I don't want that.
None of your business. Now, seems like the owner was quite the literary type.
Do you really need to ask? It's all I've ever wanted. Fall, damn you. I have to get moving. Perhaps our paths will cross again later. Stuck, eh? Hold on.
Something of a much rarer vintage. After I offered up the night song to Lady Shar, her blood was on the spear, on my hands, on my clothing. I wrung out every drop I could. Saved it for a special occasion.
Faccio voco fere! There's no time to spare. Lead the way. Why is it always a mephit?
I bet Gale will want to have a look at this staff. Shouldn't you be in someone else's bedroll by now?
Careful. She obviously sees your kindness as weakness. Don't let her take advantage.
A Githyanki hunting party. Perhaps that device was trying to warn us when it sounded out. Now that introductions are out of the way, perhaps we can look for a healer. Interesting jewelry. Certainly not from around here.
But you know all this, of course. Only a pity that more don't reject the Selûnite's lies.
One moment.
I suppose it was a lot to take in. A devil sought us out, teased us with his help.
Might as well. Let's see what we have here. Time to open you up.
Agreed. There's not much we can do but press forward.
Answer me!
It seems our infection comes with an unexpected symptom. The ability to influence others.
Ethel! Show them what you're made of!
The whispering's already quieter here. Once you're dead, it'll be gone entirely. But in truth, it'll become all about you as soon as you can twist it that way.
There's some sort of aura blocking me. Need to get rid of it.
Those screams. Someone's trapped in that mirror.
What do we have here? Darkness take you.
That Orphic hammer could be crucial. We may have to try and get our hands on it.
Well, that told me nothing.
Cupio vertus licet invocote!
You know, I didn't realize it was possible to be so cordial with a former flame. I suppose I'm lucky. Did you want something? Forget I ever said anything. I'm just indulging in thoughts best buried.
If you're sure.
Oh, stop. You can hardly be that miserable if you have energy for flirting.
But who knows? Perhaps someone else made her that way, as she tried to do to me.
A friend in need.
That is not what it seems. I see you, shapeshifter.
Better be a way out of here. This is no time to be stewing in a cell.
Crescat scientia!
Shar's favor is all the reward I need. She made a place for me where no one else would. If I succeed, I can return to it, and be even closer to her.
Ludus non factum est!
More of the same.
Healer!
Then I won't breathe another word about it. But the sentiment remains the same. Chin up.
Ludus non factum est!
Well, I think I was the one who did it.
Good. I wasn't intending to.
But you're clever, willing, and flexible. You needn't feel left wanting. I knew her well enough. You might have traveled with her for a time, but she trained me. What's your point?
Fools. Rising from the dead just to protect some dusty old baubles.
Looks like that dragon destroyed the road.
Are you hungry? Better give you extra so you don't nibble on me in the night.
This must be the forge. What a sight to behold.
Careful! Stealing the most precious item in this place is hardly going to go unnoticed.
Then it's your own fault for not asking.
Spare me the indignity. You looked set to loot this sad little shrine.
Intertus pulcher imperio!
This night song must be the source of Ketheric Thorm's invulnerability. But perhaps it could be turned against him. Speaking plainly, this isn't the first sign I've come across of a Sharan presence since we've been journeying together. I can't ignore them forever.
That mold should slot in here.
A poor reward, considering the sacrifices you made. But I understand.
The whispers won't let me sleep. They keep pushing me. To you.
Hells! I had my fill of tentacles on the Nautiloid.
Dollar!
What? Now you're resorting to threats? The answer's the same as before. You'll know if I have anything to tell you. Lead the way. That's her finished. An impressive scalp to lay claim to.
What's next? What's this heraldry on these two's armor? No matter, might come in useful.
Hells, did I have to sing? The things they made me do.
What's it calling to? Are there more of them?
Or is it? Suddenly I'm not so sure. Baldur's Gate can be dirty, overcrowded, dangerous. But I do like it all the same. Found anything to admire in it, Lae'zel?
Lava. Better watch my footing around here.
And just to be clear, come daybreak, finding a healer is our first priority. Let's see what we have here.
Let's go.
Bridge is down. Better look for another way across. Still me. Even after everything.
Enough! I'm taking my parents away from here! I'm taking them away from you!
Hells. What did that mind flare do to me?
Looks like it siphons power from whoever lies in that cradle. Just needs a volunteer.
Listen up!
Quite the understatement, but yes, I have it. And I'll guard it with my life.
Inexpugnabilis!
Don't worry. I'll fix you up. Burn marks. And not from someone's campfire either. Best be careful. The more I find, the more curious I get.
Almost there. I will not fail you, my lady.
Too heavy. Whatever Marcus hid away looks like it's staying a secret.
I don't know. I'm sorry. It's not for me to guess what value Lady Shar places on each servant.
A cave beneath a tavern. I wonder how deep it runs. I warned you, didn't I? You ought to reconsider keeping her around before she causes real trouble.
Quite the gossip, aren't you? Wouldn't have thought you cared.
The distinction's lost on me, if you still feed on blood.
Why? Why me? Why all this effort?
What's that? I suppose so. Celebration's over. Time to pick up the trail again.
But you consort with a better class of people now, right?
Better give this a try.
Still, we're lucky nobody died. I hope you can keep your cravings in check going forward. Otherwise, I think you and I will be parting ways. Understood?
I don't remember how long it takes, but we should hurry.
I'll keep a spot for you. It'll be just like old times.
Parchment-pallid villain!
Better get to it. Whoever built it, they let it rot for ages.
Karlach! I thought after all we've survived, maybe one last miracle would rear its head. But no. I'm sorry.
Some crude scratches in the metal doesn't make it yours.
Karlach has offered to take on the duty. She doesn't have much time left, so there's a certain logic in leaving this to her. The Dark Lady would approve, I'm sure.
Tenebra!
So, we've been traveling with a vampire this whole time. Wonderful, just wonderful.
Locked. Might be a key somewhere. Let's do this. I saw it. In your head. You follow someone else's orders. I'll deal with them, not you. Please. Any supposed new god would have an uphill battle.
A secret lair in the Undercity ruins. That doesn't sound at all nefarious.
Ugh, I hate swamps. The place reeks. Probably full of bloodsuckers as well. Must have been fishing when these monsters came. Bad luck.
Are you quite sure you have a friend called Shadowheart? Not an enemy?
It hurts. Darkness, protect me.
Dum vita est, spes est. Would you have joined up with her if you'd known she'd be indulging in this sort of thing, Astarion?
We're hardly awash with options right now. That mural, it shows dark justiciars. Another sign of their presence.
Flagilo!
Because it just is. Trust breeds candor. So for now, that's all you need to know. Well, now you can run away again, Gith. Keep away from me. I can respect that sort of loyalty. It's not all that removed from what was instilled in me.
Diminuez!
Not exactly an ambush for the ages.
Perhaps you could wear a mask. Say you're a leper or have taken religious vows to conceal your face.
You're done pretty and scented to wit! Seems it's guarded by a protector of some sort. Something weak to this hot hammer.
Worth a rummage?
I can't hold it any longer!
Head to Baldur's Gate. Someone's waiting for me. The voice said I'd become a beautiful weapon. What do you think that means?
Of all the things to be indebted to, a bloody mind flayer.
I failed. I failed, Lady Shar. She won't stand for this. We can talk later. I need to get out of here first.
You knocked me out cold. I ought to return the favor, with interest.
This isn't the first sign we've come across. It can't just be a coincidence. They had a presence in these lands once. I should keep watch for more signs.
Odd. I feel a touch of loss at this grave. Grief, even. But who is this?
In either case, it's not something I want to dwell on just now.
Simply begging to be robbed. There's worse ways to travel, I guess.
That was most of them. Time to press on.
Martam toam sum!
A little help, please.
Rotten food and dried blood. A wild party, or something more sinister. Punished. Floric must be locked up somewhere, assuming she's still alive.
If you're expecting me to drop to my knees before you, forget it.
As long as I've prayed to Lady Shar, I've wished to serve her as a dark justiciar.
Of course. I'd be stuck in a pod, or worse, if it wasn't for you. Glad to see you're all right. Now, maybe we can help one another. You're lucky I managed to catch up with you when I did. We're both lucky, in fact.
First they take her friend, then they steal her face. Some people just don't understand boundaries. Oh, that stench. Body must have been here a good while. Teleported right into the Underdark. Lovely.
I don't know. Lady Shar expects me to act without question, but I need to think. I need to be sure this is what I want. It's done. This place is mine now. Shar's forces are mine when I need them, and her power, it's right at my fingertips. I can't believe it.
So, Astarion, which of us would you rather feed on if he had free reign? I feel a presence here, a power, the patron god of this place.
Blasted fog is everywhere. Tenebra.
I like her. She looks like she could throw me over her shoulder and carry me to safety, should the need arise. Still, though, I wonder if there's more to it. Surely they could have held out at the inn for at least a while, unless they too felt night songs passing. You accepted Baal after everything we've been through! I can only hope this is part of some clever scheme I'm not privy to. Otherwise you might as well have stayed with the Absolute.
Sorry, but a problem shared and so on. We should discuss this.
Dialino! That book's got your name written all over it, Gale. Figuratively, I mean. This Halcyon person seems to know a lot about tadpoles.
Notes on the shadow curse. Perhaps some feared it would spread.
Diore!
Wasn't just her fate we decided. Will. He belongs to the Hells now.
Not much point when the platform's already here.
No.
I could listen to this forever. Fine. But understand that I'll cut you loose the moment I have to. Neither of us agreed to a lot of what's happened lately. Perhaps together we can change that. There were no right answers with that devil. He was toying with his food. Us.
There is something I need before we continue. The Spear of Night. We can find it in the library.
The coming of age rite? Yes. I suppose I did. Though, I doubt they realized I'd get lost for years when they sent me into the woods.
Even when I'm awake, I dream. There's blood. There's so much blood. Tormentum.
Indeed.
Strange. I've had more freedom this past while than my whole life.
Look quasi tibi placet.
I can be valuable in more ways than you might expect. When you figure out you need me, just say the word. Let's see what's to be had. Moons and stars, like on the dwarf's poem. Looks like these plates can move.
An idol of Lady Shar. It cannot be a coincidence that I found this. All these signs of a Sharan presence. Dark Justiciars.
Resisto ignum.
At least the cub has a fighting chance now. Looks like this fits the controls next to that pod.
Note this trunk of lies.
There's death magic embedded in this portrait.
I know what to do. It's a good thing we were here.
He did it. He actually did it. He blew up the brain.
Cave curriculum.
They fought hard for bone piles. We were lucky to escape with their loot.
That elf is leading an army of dark justiciars. Who is he? Nobody will shed any tears for a dead goblin. The opposite, more likely. Let's move on. Why are you looking at that dead spider coquettishly?
There is nothing Sharan about this man. He has betrayed the Dark Lady. These war implements could go in a museum if they weren't half rotten. A century old, I'd say.
Good. Then hopefully you'll understand exactly what I mean.
The night song is Shar's sacrifice. She's my destiny. He cannot have her.
Looks like a trap there. Seems the mad drow wasn't alone in hunting this adamantine forge.
Oh.
This is one of Lady Shar's trials. Allow me, please. Healed, but she doesn't look much happier. And watch out for Raphael. He's better at getting into people's heads than you are, you ass.
Most would consider us enemies, not friends.
Anyway, thank you for tonight. I'm still missing the Sousa bark.
Not the right moment!
Careful. I'd rather not have to pick bits of gnome from my hair.
Better see if it has any valuables.
What is that? The bark is in place. Now for a great sword, dagger, or sickle. I don't need your tough love. I need to be left alone. Now.
Te stringo linguam.
Adventurous.
Ah! It hurts. I have an idea. But I'll need your help.
Corruptus.
Are you sure being Ravenguard's son is enough to be accepted as Grand Duke?
A button. Revealed thanks to this ring, no doubt.
What do you think?
In my name.
That easel's crying out for something to be placed on it.
A house of healing, from the looks of it.
I saw something that reminded me of... Well, it's private. But then I felt something rise within me, like my blood was on fire. Then it passed.
A fine crossbow. Too fine to be Dwegar made.
Besides, mushrooms aren't my favorite. I think it's because of the gills.
Good. I like you. I wouldn't want to sour things between us. Not while we need each other.
Some sacrifices just aren't worth it. Yes?
Looks like an ambush. No matter. I'll breathe easier once we're clear of this place. So, Will with a Y. Why? Just a moment.
Strictly speaking, you should have killed me the moment Shar banished me. But you didn't, for whatever reason. Help me or don't. We can't rely on the Harpers. Not when Orin has them infested with shapeshifters. We're on our own. Though, I suppose we're used to it by now.
I almost pity her, if you're the quality of follower she attracts.
Ad maiorem de gloriam!
I don't care for mushrooms on a plate. Never mind like that. All entrances sealed tight.
Meleos!
Please, it's nothing. Just let it rest.
You should be careful. Plenty would take advantage of that.
Hells.
How many lives were snuffed out to spill that much blood?
Did you want something? If not, I'm perfectly happy to just gaze upon you a while.
So, we've been traveling with a vampire this whole time. Perfect, just perfect.
And Lae'zel, no less. That's one way to keep an eye on her, I suppose.
There, a mind flayer.
And it's hurt. I was. He mentioned Dark Justiciars, and we've come across other signs of a Sharan presence during our travels. I'm not sure I can dismiss that as a coincidence. No. The opposite. I feel like I can share this with you. I've never felt that way before.
Perry!
It's fine. But we're on the right path. I'm right where I need to be. Under Lady Shar's gaze. Feels like we're nearly at the end. One way or the other. The follies of youth. I have no need to daub walls in order to be remembered now.
Guilty? Ridiculous.
What's there to be guilty for?
That was not what I expected to see today.
I'm sure.
You need this. Lead on then, Lae'zel. Up in front, where I can keep an eye on you.
Pizzled rancor!
Yes, I trust her. Whatever you have to say, say it. Meaning things will start becoming easier for us? Or our situation will deteriorate from here? Better than becoming a mind flayer. Keep it, in case things start to go very wrong.
Let's see what I can spirit away. We're not exactly special. There's a lot of bored elves and curious humans out there.
Agreed.
Oh.
Night Song promised she'd tell me something about myself. I need to speak with her as soon as I can.
Still, he wasn't the worst company, bloodlust aside. Part of me will miss him. The shadows will not consume me. I am shielded by Lady Shar.
Hag-shouldered scum vestige!
Find a way to rid ourselves of these things. I don't think I need to repeat where we stand on that front.
I didn't come this far just to give up at the final hurdle. We're leaving this place together. I'm going to take care of you.
So, Gith, aren't you worried your kind will punish you for consorting with us? Sounds vile. I assume the meaning of perfect was lost in translation. Should check for anything useful.
Shape-shifting assassins? As if I didn't have enough to keep me awake at night. If this place is as inviting as other aspects of Githyanki culture, we'll be in for an interesting time to say the least.
Another one. Whatever it is. Quite the welcome. Let's take time to think about it. Some food and rest. Things will be clear then.
That's an understatement if I ever heard one.
This ruin's dedicated to Selûne. What happened here?
Nothing is simple anymore. Sometimes it feels like all I have are doubts. Lying, tailing, observing without being seen, picking a purse without being felt. I think I must have been sent to learn all these things from the man in that grave.
There is work to do.
The city would be lost, and us along with it. That's a weak form of victory at best. There must be another way.
Let's finish this.
Stabilio!
I could have died in that pod, back on the Nautiloid. You could have died, spending precious moments trying to free me, but you did it anyway. I owe you my life.
A lot of the little things, they're lost to me right now. You're lucky I'm helping.
A mind flayer? What's going on here? No, I'm not giving up on you. We can weather whatever Shar has in store for us together. I hope that was worth it. Even the Absolute's armies couldn't hope to kill so many so quickly.
Live with it. For a time, at least. Anyone who bows to the Dark Lady could turn on me the moment they see me. I'm a target.
Let me help you.
After I failed her?
These little markings look like goblins and gnolls, right in our path.
Spurious prune tart!
It felt like I was suffering the agony of 1,000 people all at once. My blood was boiling, my hair was on fire. I thought I'd claw my own face off with the pain.
Where I come from, that's frowned upon. Admirable, I suppose. Or desperate. I'm not quite sure.
I don't know how exactly Orin managed to spirit away someone as big as Halcyon, but we have to get him back. Either via rescue, or Gortash's death. The decision is made. No point in regrets now. Let's keep going. So much time's been lost already. Most of it I can't even remember. What I do remember, it would have been so much easier to just become a monster.
Tempestus!
Ugh, he's scarpered. We'd better track him down if the shadows don't stop us first.
Detonno!
My ring lit up. Must have been linked to that button.
Omnia mutantor!
Vium sapientiae.
Never visited before? I thought you got around.
Oh no. I provided the refreshments. You can supply the entertainment. You're lucky I'm feeling kind.
An imposter in our ranks. If this is true, it could be anyone. You, me... Well, not me, I know who I am.
Ah, seems this thing is missing a component. What might be tucked away in here? Worth a shot. No time for dallying.
Oh, hells, what now?
I can think of at least one Wriggly stowaway who might dispute that.
You and Gale. Oh! Well then, head on back. I'm sure your cold bedroll is missing you terribly.
No, you're right to our taste. There'll be time for a proper reunion later. Let's get clear of this place.
Timasks, known to cause confusion. Best not get too close. No matter. We've dealt with every other oddity thrown at us lately. We can handle this one too.
So the Gith are at odds with the Absolute as well? Oh, if only they'd just wipe each other out.
All mine. Stuck, of course.
I know. And the feeling's mutual. I'll settle for gazing into those eyes for now. A Cambion? The Absolute has eclectic taste in recruits.
I can see your scars. All of them. I know what it's like to suffer like that. Only I bear fewer reminders on my skin. More of the Mind Flayer's pets. Odd necklace. Might sell for a few coppers. Pretty, but it doesn't do much.
And you expect what in return, exactly? Githyanki aren't given to charity.
I don't want explanations. I want sleep. Aggression.
Rings a bell? Why?
War-grutting wrong-wrinkler!
Hold tight, I'll help.
It doesn't seem aware a few of the rules were bent a tad.
She survived the Druid's wrath just to wind up like this. What a waste.
A night orchid. My favorite. One of the few things I can actually remember clearly. They're not exactly common. Perhaps finding one is a good omen.
We share a common goal. Getting rid of the tadpoles. Seems you've come to the same conclusion as I did, that these absolute cultists are involved in some way. Only sensible that we help one another.
Cuckold-courting curmudgeon!
Someone cut these men to pieces. I doubt they had time to scream.
Dolor!
Besides, Shadowheart still suits me. Even better than before, perhaps. You can't cast a shadow without some light.
Those people.
The Mind Flayer made them its puppets.
It's all right. I'll take care of you.
Ignis!
Such charming aesthetics this place has.
You do that. Sacrifice yourself for us. If this is truly what you want, then thank you. Come on up. Hold tight. I'll get you. People up ahead. Something's wrong. The artifact is being hunted, and so I'm being hunted. The Absolute Forces want it. Githyanki Raiders want it.
That may be the wisest thing you've ever said.
Loose stone. Hiding something, maybe? She's going to get herself killed out here. Powers or not. Looks like a hospital.
Walk away, now. Try anything like that again, and you'll find your guest privileges can be revoked very quickly. Good. This little venture would be duller without you, I'll admit.
Hidden for now.
Don't treat me like an idiot, please. I have a talent for recognizing when someone has a secret. You hear that, Lae'zel? It's called common sense. When the time comes for me to do my duty, stand aside.
Infernal gems straight from the heart of Minauros. For that special someone.
Interlego.
But that doesn't sound half bad.
We'll see. Give me a while to put my imagination to work.
Now go rest, and keep your mind to yourself. Say will take over. His work is sloppy. He'll kill the prisoner too quickly. Do you think your kin search for you, Lae'zel?
Ouch! After what this city's been through, people will scarcely tolerate cuttlefish at the fishmonger's stall, never mind a full-blown mind flayer in their midst. Karlach, you look poorly. It's the engine, isn't it? It's burning out. Sir Cazador saw fit to carve his ambitions right into your flesh, Astarion. If I were you, I'd return the favor with interest. I'm afraid you're stuck with me for now. I can't reach our camp from here.
Consider me gone. Maybe I'll see you around. If you survive, that is. Damn thing. Coffin would be more inviting. Darkness take you.
Ah! Why?
Ah! Seems like you had the same idea as me. Not to mention the same problem. I felt it. The artifact. I was sent to retrieve it. At any cost. Good. Play nice until we get what we need.
Faith is one thing I have in plentiful supply. In fact, it's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Vis medicatrix!
The catch is this. I can't truly love you. Not like most define it. I'll always have to keep a place for Lady Shar.
There. Not so impregnable after all.
A cruel end. I wouldn't have wished that for Zevlor, no matter his failings.
Looks like that idol is enchanted. Might be worth getting a hold of for Gale. Ketheric Thorm. Looks like he's mourning his daughter. Make it fast. And don't even think of venturing far without me, or it'll be your last bad decision.
I thought you were going to kiss me. I wanted you to kiss me. I don't have a favorite flower. Perhaps there's another Shadowheart out there that you're confusing me with.
Let's see this done. But I don't want to stray far. I've already learned the consequences the hard way.
What have you done to them? I'd be worm food if it wasn't for you. Thank you. Not again.
There's still life left in this old thing. You're lucky I'm feeling kind.
This must be what's behind the curse. Oh, if there was just a way to stop it. Maybe you and I are not meant to be. I don't know. I sense I'll have little time for distractions moving forward. Especially ones that don't bear fruit.
Injuries begone. I can't promise that'll be any time soon. But thank you, all the same.
Lady Shar's church in Baldur's Gate has yet to be cleansed.
A rot has set in amongst the leadership, one that I must cut out.
Dolor. Maybe not the right time. The Shar Temple is one thing, but what's this about a shadow curse?
Research notes on the shadow curse. May be wise to heed what's said here.
Ah! That trinket is radiating magic. Gale would take an interest, I'll bet. Don't worry. I'll make it better.
The Mother Superior even gave me elocution lessons. Helped me blend in.
Interesting vault. Perhaps it hides something of value.
Blasted wolves.
They always make me feel like that scared little girl all over again.
Well, look at that. Self-service for a pet. Or other collar wearer, I suppose.
Thank you. Lady Shar teaches us to forswear material goods, but I think she'll make an exception for her own image. Then I can only hope Lady Shar will prove lenient if I try to keep a little piece of my heart from her. I don't want to go back. Not just yet. Last night was an experience, but I don't think you've changed quite as much as some might think. I'd recognize that vigor anywhere.
What's that?
Perhaps I should hire a bard to follow you around and make a constant racket then, just to be safe.
I'd love to know the full story.
Seems they've herded their last prisoner. We go our separate ways, of course, what else? The ties that bind would be well and truly severed.
Of course. Sounds better than most noble feasts.
Seems like someone liked their books to have a twist.
You're hardly in a position to stop me, given how weak you are.
Venia Juva me!
You'll have to face oblivion another time, it seems. I'm glad for you. If it's what you want. She may have offered me some protection from her shadows, but that doesn't extend to you. Easier for me to serve her if I still have you at my side.
Quite a weapon. I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that thing.
Aqua pura.
No offense, but my first experience with your kind was one of your dragons nearly roasting me alive. Something here is disturbing the weave. Magic might be unreliable. Shadow beings, out for blood. Who put you in charge? I'll trust my own judgment.
Is it the tadpole? Has it taken control of you?
Makeshift graves with Selûnite markings.
Fallen in battle against Shar's forces all that time ago.
A firm answer. I'd do the same.
Wyvern whiskey from Nimbrel. Only the Guild in Waterdeep imports this, I believe.
Raphael has a portal to Neverwinter. Imagine what tricks he must get up to there.
I'll patch you up. Worth a try. If so, they might have returned to the grove. Help's on the way. You're lucky I'm even helping.
I think this was my favourite part. Losing myself in here. Being someone else, even just for a while.
No, I won't hear of it. Not until we know there's absolutely no other way.
Perhaps I can still wring something useful from this old forge.
Hardly even worth selling.
Or just company for our final moments.
She still has answers I need.
Let's make this quick. If you say so. Either way, there's still our little problem to contend with.
No, I mean more like vices. You know, pleasures of the flesh.
The blood of Lathander. Might be important, if it's still around. Worth a rummage. I sank a spear into the heart of the Moon Witch's daughter. Lady Shar rewarded me. She turned the pain that once held me back into the power that now drives me on. Their eyes are made for the dark. Fire and light is our friend.
Fine. Well, don't just stand there. Turn around.
I don't know how, but this artifact is protecting me from whoever controls our parasites. You won't get much farther without it shielding you. Trust me. Now that you have the truth, please don't make a big fuss about it.
Ut ventus!
An idol of Shar? Shadowheart might want to see this.
It's fine. Really. I just feel we're on the right track. I'm right where I need to be. Under Lady Shar's gaze. I would have bet anything you'd have chosen Astarion. He's so very... Astarion.
Might be other survivors. Careful. I'm not sure we want Raphael as an enemy.
Da mihi facta, intactilis sum, non compos mentis.
Not sure what this is. But I don't think I'm in a rush to find out. What? You didn't think to search me after you knocked me unconscious? I'll let it slide this time, as I owe you my life.
Let me follow in your path. Let me become one with your umbral splendor. Lady Shar's presence. I felt her too. We're right where we need to be, under her gaze. This is the right path. Let's continue.
No, I'll stay. I'd rather know exactly what you're up to.
There's comfort, yes. But often there has to be pain beforehand.
A god's idol has to have some magic lingering in it. Your sort of thing, Gale?
The whole village is falling to pieces. These goblins aren't exactly house-proud as occupiers go. We had the beginning of something special, you and I. But no more. You didn't change your ways, even when I warned you.
You know what that sounds like to me? Leverage.
Perhaps, but they could just as easily mean nothing. Those ruins seem to be Sharan in nature, at least from what I could see at that distance.
Need to keep out of sight.
Necromantic knowledge. Explains why it's cursed, anyway.
I suppose there's worse things to drown in. Moonrise. There's a lot resting on what we find in that place. It had better deliver.
Allowed. More like tolerated. But I thought it wiser to swallow my misgivings and keep focused.
Wherever this is, I don't intend to linger.
Perhaps we can come to an arrangement. I think a celebration is in order. It's the least we deserve. I haven't the faintest idea what you mean. Perhaps a cat pounced on its prey.
She asked my name. I can't remember what I said. I can't remember anything before those words. All I know is she saved my life and gave me a new home. With Lady Shar. The sooner we find this priestess gut, the better. Can't wait to get rid of this thing in my head. Poison's faded. Just my luck to find a healer, only to have her try to kill me.
Pain is the gauntlet that all who love Lady Shar must endure. Only her embrace can truly heal me.
If anyone asks, I'll say you were transforming. Don't expect to be mourned.
Maybe that's what I like about you. You're different.
Pale d'amors!
You seem overburdened with hangers-on already.
Ale me, obedi me.
Looks like Flumph mating rituals has revealed its true colours.
Whatever you think may be compelling you, you may have greater ability to resist it than you realize. Everyone has unseemly thoughts. Being able to quieten them is what sets us apart from the beasts.
I'm sure enough. This is how the Mind Flayers breed. We host their spawn, and once they're ready, they'll tear right through us. Ah! That stings.
Well, I want to save my parents, of course. Take them away. Far from Shar's influence. Someplace peaceful. Away from the city, perhaps.
That cowl looks fit for a wizard, Gale.
Invocate! Fabian ran his calloused fingers along Allura's scales. Her tail quivered in response. That didn't work out the way you imagined, I reckon.
Such faculties of observation you possess. I'm ready. Whatever's coming.
Aha!
No harm in a sly chat. I'm almost flattered. Almost.
No, it's nothing that can do any harm. Simply a gesture, but an important one.
Well, so are you, but we keep you around, don't we?
I shall. Nightly. There's something I need to do once we enter the Dark Lady's domain. Just don't interfere. It's important. You were in it, so it was certainly lively. Guess it could be worse. At least we're still alive. I suppose we owe the Emperor some thanks for that.
Oribus teneo lupum!
Seems hard to imagine your efforts haven't always been appreciated.
Look at them all. Enough to infect an entire army. Well done. The world's better off without it.
I've been traveling with a blasted vampire! You'd better keep those fangs to yourself from now on. Team me!
I'm listening, though don't ask me why. Or who you feel, seemingly. But no harm done. We were merely dabbling, I suppose.
Nor are you mine, as it stands.
Where the hells are these from?
That's what your kind does. They take. Still, you did help me.
I lost more than a few comrades to your kin, but we were infiltrating Githyanki territory. Blood was spilled on both sides. Just soldiers following orders. You're the only one who can make this decision. And whatever you choose, I'll be by your side.
Pull yourself together. Where is she gone, I wonder?
This fabric. I think I attended a ball once. Infiltrated it, rather.
She went mad, now she's dead. What's there to talk about?
Something that powerful could be turned against Thorm.
Don't call me that! My name is Shadowheart!
This is a Harper emblem. What was she doing here?
The perfect chance to liberate some magical valuables, I think. Please. How many breathed their last just so we could make it this far? Trust me. This will help us.
Canto te!
It doesn't need to. So long as you can keep your thirst in check. This place. These shadows. I don't seem to be affected. Not as badly, anyway.
On the move. No mercy.
I suppose you don't have much use for hospitals. Unless you're seeking to steal their blood stock.
And just like that, it's gone. What do you know about me? You spoke of my past. Being chased by wolves. I told no one about that.
An idol of Lady Shar. It's beautiful. If that's the case, we've got more problems than just the worms in our heads.
Now leave me alone.
Lady Shar. So many must have toiled to make a visage so grand. It's beautiful.
Don't stand on ceremony, Lady Keen! We need you!
I just know that my heart sinks if I let my thoughts wander to them.
Same as you, I suppose. Looking for shelter, supplies. What do you want?
There's quite some arcane knowledge to be found in these pages, if you care to look.
Inveniam viam!
More where this came from. Weapon blueprints that use Sousa bark. Rare find.
Leave it to me. You'll see exactly what I mean soon enough.
I'd be careful with Will. Anyway, I feel the same. Other than the occasional mental exchange, it's almost as if we're not infected. Darkness struck you down. These don't mention Sousa bark, though. Perhaps an earlier draft.
We could attempt to sneak past, or just fight our way through. Gale was clearly interested. There's not many who could match his charm when he sets his mind to it.
They always disappoint, though.
Death offered to Baal himself. We can't undo this.
I've always had a soft spot for the confident ones.
Good, you got there eventually.
What's theirs shall be mine.
Not always. Some enclaves are content to sacrifice a goat and toast Lady Shar afterwards. But this time was a special occasion. I thought we'd better pull out all the stops.
Lux in tenebra. Can't leave you stuck.
Sicarius. Is that a password? It might be worth trying at the tombstone store.
Some sort of chapel or sepulchre. But dedicated to whom? Can't leave anyone stuck.
You seemed quite forward with your compliments earlier. We'd only just met. That's that. Got to keep moving.
Sounds like gold. Fees collected, no doubt.
Maybe both, knowing myself. But yes, once we've saved ourselves, we can talk more on this.
Venne juve me!
No loss to our little venture either way.
Typical. Suppose I'll help.
Oh. Did you do that on purpose? Perhaps.
The Night Song will be headed for Moonrise Towers. We'd better get there and see what she's unleashed against Ketheric Thorm.
Oh, don't be such a killjoy. What's the worst that could happen? Well, I've said my piece. Get some rest.
This place is quite a find. Imagine all the people going about their lives unaware of what their city is hidden away.
I suppose I am. Fitting company for a decidedly odd situation, wouldn't you say?
Delighted.
I can't. I'm sorry. My place is here. Lady Shar needs me. Her children need me. Grand Duke Ravengard. Seems Moonrise Towers has acquired a high-value asset. Oh. Another time, of course.
This chest disguises whatever's placed in it. I'm not sure I like her chances out here, even if she does have powers.
But all that must wait for now. The Night Singer's Church cannot thrive if the Absolute isn't stopped.
Can't summon any ogres now. Not unless this horn has necromantic properties.
Tadpoles. These little monsters certainly do the rounds. I suppose I do, don't I? You've done more to help me than my faith has in recent times, if I'm honest. Thank you.
I remember the ship. I remember falling. Then nothing. That doesn't matter. What matters is how it can help us against the monsters in our heads.
I don't know what to say. We're already together as much as Lady Shar allows. Is that not enough for you? Nothing but junk.
Looks like there was a fight. No love lost between Dwergar and Myconids, it seems. Secrecy above all. How pragmatic. One would think letting the goblins torch the grove would have resulted in the same.
I'd advise you find someone to taste your food from now on. I think we're done here. I'll certainly be glad to see the back of it anyway.
So, Will, what was the Blade of Frontier's toughest kill?
I think that was the Absolute speaking to us. But we managed to shield ourselves. We should keep moving. Corridor!
Looks like the ritual worked. The whole grove is walled in.
So that's to say you'd like to pry a little.
You do seem like the type, I must say.
If we recovered those explosives, we could free Thulla's friends with one blast, then move on. I'm down. Of course I am. But we can talk about this later. Let's go.
We'd better press on for now, and hope we're ready when the moment comes. The Elderbrain was working her like a damn string puppet. What else is it capable of?
Vivat crescat floriat!
What's a little stench in exchange for a lot of power? Hells. Not another dragon. Anything but a dragon. Cast all wounds into darkness.
Dale Land's cheese. Very mature. Ugh.
Farewell, Balthazar. You won't be missed. From what little I can recall hearing of Baal's mortal children, not all succumb to his influence. Perhaps you can still resist your nature, if you want to.
The Adamantine Forge. The memory shard already revealed its location.
Save your breath. I'm going nowhere with you as long as you have that gith in tow.
Goddamn leech, you bit me!
A dragon and elf apparently befriended. One day I'll share such a bond with a dragon of my own.
They can't hold forever. Come on!
Ravengard. Never met him, but quite popular on the street, as far as aristocrats go.
Do it! Claim what's yours, and give him what he deserves. These shadows can drain the life from someone. But not me.
This looks like a matter for Gale.
Chin up. I'll wager they'll come back as soon as we move away from here.
That doesn't sound like the Mother Superior I remember. Are you sure?
You need to pick me up.
We can't do anything until morning. Those vampire spawn will be in their element right now.
I had thought you would want to make time for me. I suppose I was wrong. Rest well, then.
Te fideo!
I can respect that. The same end awaits us all. At least you can ensure the final moments are on your own terms.
Suppose I'll help.
Of the Moon Witch. Ought to be burned.
You do that. I'll be here, for now.
Don't be. It's nothing to do with you. And there I was, thinking the killing was over.
Nothing like being dropped in a stinking bog in the blink of an eye.
Perhaps not for long. The Absolute may yet put us out of our misery. I may see my parents again sooner than you think.
Invocote! I'm fine. It's past whatever it was.
To serve. To repent.
Well, to begin, I think a toast is in order. Any suggestions? Those shadows. There's power coursing through them. Oddly familiar. Better stay on alert. What good would it do for me to be troubled? We can't save them all.
We're still in this fight. Time we got higher.
I can't work without a blueprint.
I can feel the intestines delicately parting from my prying fingers, the supple kidneys greeting my inquisitive claws. I think this is my work from months past.
You need to pick me up. This thing's falling fast. Got to right it.
Better not tempt fate again. There's blood by the bed.
The strength vanishes as soon as I stand. Curious.
Fine. If you insist.
I didn't think a little game would sting so much when I agreed to this. But you're right.
Allow me, friend.
She'll pay handsomely for its safe return. But what's inside that she cares about so much? It's nothing to do with the tadpoles, at least, in case your imagination is in danger of getting away from you.
Cleric.
No time like the present.
I've heard you can't get blood from a stone, but apparently you can get a wizard from one. Gale seems interesting.
Worse, they defied Lady Shar's power openly. Now they've paid the price.
I thought perhaps you'd be tempted to seize Cazador's prize in his stead. But you didn't. Perhaps that makes you the better man. I'm sure all those people you spared would agree. She took flight to hunt down Ketheric Thorm. All I can do is help hasten his demise, and hope that answers soon follow.
Anything to hear that voice.
I can tell it's serious. Whoever's won your heart, I won't stand in your way. I hope you make each other happy. Perhaps we shouldn't take Gortash's word for granted, but if he speaks the truth, we need to be careful. Orin could have eyes and ears on us right now.
I thought we had a shared understanding and a shared respect. Perhaps not. Might find something useful.
This must be the last step. I need to pray.
Only by Lady Shar's grace did we even make it this far. Honestly, and don't laugh, it's the smells. I never thought I'd be so glad to be greeted by the waft of docks and alleyways. Are you sure? I don't want you to resent my divided affections.
They're not attacking. Thanks to the mask, no doubt.
Seems like Will's a Grand Duke to be. I hope he remembers us little people after he's ascended. It's so strange. I don't remember much of it, yet I can't help feel like I know it. It feels like home.
Unnoticed. Good. A casting mold. Which means there's a forge nearby.
This feels familiar to me somehow. I'm sure I've stood before this mirror before. Many times, perhaps.
Something's off. Pure shadow. Around me. Inside me. Mithril added. But something is still missing. Protective charms, offerings, prayers. All left by harpers before they charged into battle.
It was bad enough having just one of those tadpoles forced upon us. I can scarcely believe you actually inflicted another on yourself.
I could use a drink after wandering these ruins. The shield is still warm to the touch. The dragon is not to be trifled with.
Precis aria ferro! Glacius!
Hardly a scratch.
This chest is hiding something. Looks like a false bottom.
Fine. I'll be here whenever you rediscover your taste in company. Too many to list. But the fact that you can't figure it out for yourself is very telling.
We are finished. But that doesn't mean I don't have uses for you. And perhaps you for me.
Made me wonder if perhaps we're just too different. If we should just let things lie.
Yes. The city must be rebuilt. Lady Shar's church needs fertile ground in which to flourish. And in the meanwhile, there'll be plenty of lost souls drawn to her embrace.
Get thee gone, custardous discharge!
An elf sailor with a dragon. They look positively cozy together. The one downside. I think you might have stopped the count too soon.
Perhaps she'd still be alive, had she never crossed paths with us.
Not just any Grand Duke.
The most influential in the city, if my memory serves me right. And for once, I think it does.
Ha ha!
Careful you don't pull a muscle in your haste.
Beating thee would soil my hands!
Oh, you attempted, were you? Interesting.
A lance board set. But good luck trying to move those pieces.
Brains. Not the strangest thing I've seen today, unfortunately. Right, better get to it. It just had to be locked, didn't it?
Resisto ignum!
A powerful asset. Just what are their intentions, I wonder?
There's something hidden here, in the hay. Lead the way. But try anything suspicious and I'll kill you. Understand? An adamantine forge. The same as that dead drow spoke of, surely. I'm ready. These boots are laced with magic.
An empty brine pool. But then where are the tadpoles?
There's only one place I'm finding a Susa tree. The Underdark. Of course I am. You're not going to be undone by a flower, are you? Right, better get to it. We need to get out of here, before it's our turn. Indeed. These creatures are mightier than they look. This must be where the gnolls attacked.
Mors animae!
Not leaving you behind. I thought I was gonna die in that blasted tube.
I thought perhaps you'd be tempted to seize Cazador's prize in his stead. But you didn't. Pity. A vampire lord would have been a fine ally. But no matter. It's done.
It's beautiful.
Lady Shar's embrace has been lifted from these lands. A necessary sacrifice to stop that traitor, Thorm. Still, to join their ranks would be an honor almost beyond measure.
I can but dream.
Karlach, no!
Seems like Kethric's wife loved him very deeply. No accounting for taste. This cowl's definitely enchanted. Gale could use this.
We still have use for each other. But perhaps one day that will no longer be the case.
I lapidem!
Hardly. He's merely one more obstacle, and a killable one, now that Nightsong is free.
Allow me.
So, the Githyanki have no cure for our condition. Unless you count death as a cure. I won't pretend to be surprised. Selûnite. Strange. Once I would have been repelled. Now, I don't know. Sir Gale's been walking around this whole time with some sort of magic bomb in his chest. I'm not normally one to begrudge someone their secrets, but that's something I should know.
I'll be there soon, my lady. There's bound to be a settlement somewhere along this river.
These are all about me. 40 years of my life, documented like I was some sort of specimen.
Adamantine. We must be nearing the forge.
Let's hope we chose the right ally.
That is not for you to know. Leave it at that.
Will's father won't be around forever, but the pact, that's a different matter. I hope he won't live to regret being sentimental.
Can't give up.
Unlocked. Good.
But suppose I turn. What would you do? Another mystery. There could be thousands, but they'd lose their nerve if we found the right weak spot. It stays with me. I'll kill to protect it. Already have.
Perhaps. We'll see.
I can no longer suffer your company. Be grateful I don't rid myself of it with a blade.
Partly why the Ducal Council controls supply.
Got to press on. Healing's on the way. I'm inclined to agree. Let's not involve ourselves in this place any more than necessary. I should take that. I can't sleep. The whispering won't let me. It keeps pushing me to you.
Then just trust me a little longer. This is almost over. You're better company than I would expect for a Selûnite. Don't let it go to your head, though. Yes, it was worth it. No words of yours can diminish that.
See that symbol? This must have been a Mason's Guild. Let's see what I can glean. Up you get. Outside threats, perhaps?
Simplicity is the key to good deception. If in doubt, try thinking less. Too big to be a spear wound. A horn?
Might fit that chest. Hold on, I'm coming. I don't know.
Concerned about turning into a monster? You're already halfway there by most standards.
Can I do that, Lae'zel? Can I turn my back on you? There is something I lost. No. Had taken from me. My family. My life. I want it all back. That song.
Organs stuffed in vials. I doubt they were donated willingly. Vampire Ascendant. A fine prize, Astarion, paid for with a sea of blood. I'm glad to know I have an ally who understands the value of sacrifice. Congratulations. So the demonic figures we saw were Githyanki all along, dedicated to Selûne. A place where fools kneel, then.
There's Volo. If he's as knowledgeable as he boasts to be, perhaps he can help.
Don't play coy. It happened to you as well, didn't it? It's all over your face. There's no hard feelings. Genuinely. You deserve happiness. And I'm more than glad to remain with you to bear witness to it. If you can give him the solace that I'm convinced he desperately needs, then it would just be cruel for me to try and elbow in. Liable to end in tears, or blood, or both.
How would you know? You didn't even try. Help's on the way. Enough about me. I saw Lae'zel looking at you a little less murderously than usual. Go on. You know what to do.
Eternal! Time to clear the air, Astarion. We know you're a vampire.
Be my guest, but that door's too strong. Maybe there's another way. Up the cliff. Speaking truthfully, I'm a little surprised you chose to shield Astarion.
Kethric's vulnerable now. All we have to do is strike.
That thing better work. If it doesn't, I doubt you'll be in any position to complain. See that symbol on the ground? This was a Mason's Guild.
Does this mean she's Kethric Thorm's daughter? But she's alive.
Tempestus!
Let's just forget that little encounter ever happened, shall we?
Veritas credo oculus!
There's no taking it back now. We just have to move on.
Rank malodorous pustule! Incertus! Pulcher! Imperio!
For now. But we can't take the lack of symptoms for granted. We have to keep looking for a healer.
A mind flayer target dummy. Not quite as intimidating as the real thing. That's the last piece of clown. Better see the ringmaster.
There's something off about this glaive. Touched with magic or something.
Poor thing. He must still be tired.
If you leave me, I'm dead. Please! Let's see.
Is that so? Clearly, I've been going too easy on you.
His people are lucky to have such a noble prince. I hope he manages to adjust to his new way of life.
Only kisses?
Are you sure about that?
Wherever we are, it's falling apart. Conversation shouldn't be made. It should be grown. Let the seeds sprout in their own time. If her powers were worth anything, we wouldn't have beaten her. Finish this.
The hypocrisy isn't lost on me. If anything, it makes me more likely to be sympathetic to you than anyone else. Soon it'll be mine. And with Lady Shar's blessing, it will become even greater.
I know. But it's nice to hear you say it.
I know you have your personal demons to contend with. But if I didn't make it clear before, I think you can beat this. Just don't give in. And seek help if you need it. But there's a simpler answer to your question. I simply forgot about the desire I had until I saw some things that reminded me. Now, I can't get it out of my mind. All gone. Was that really because of what I did?
Might be worth talking to some of the gnome slaves. Before they're worked to death, that is.
I suppose I should count my blessings. Clearly I was mistaken. But at least it's a mistake I won't make twice.
These melodies.
You can really appreciate the quiet here. Not like in the city where noise and life scarcely ever fall silent. It's not natural.
I'll give you all that I can. Just don't call it love. I see. It must be difficult to have someone you revere turn on you. I'm willing to let the past go, if you are as well. Another doppelganger. At least we didn't kill a real clown in front of an audience. The Elderbrain's working her like a damn string puppet. What else is it capable of?
Let me take the edge off the pain.
Perhaps you had no choice then. But still, we can scarcely afford such losses.
A commemoration of battles long past. Like the town itself. It's all right, I'm coming. Let's see.
Minthara is in Orin's clutches. Either we try to mount a rescue, or pay for her release with Gortash's life. She can try to twist the knife all she likes. I know I can survive her worst. Nothing she does can sour the fact that I have my family again.
I won't leave you behind. Let me help. An owlbear egg. These are supposed to be worth a fortune.
I wondered if you'd have kissed me, if you could.
It was on my mind all night.
Looks like we're in Eltergard. Some distance from the city of Baldur's Gate.
Gone. Swallowed up by the shadow curse.
The forge at the blacksmith's house should do. Don't worry, I'm coming.
I was younger. Much younger. An initiate at the cloister. I was upset about something. The others were teasing me, mocking my name. Like I wasn't worthy of it.
I know. One of my many fine qualities.
There's nothing more to be said. Farewell.
I could come with you. Once I've taken care of my parents, they'll understand. They've always had each other. They'd want us to be happy. Nothing Selûne asks of you can compare to the tests that Lady Shar's children endure. Indeed. But the truth may yet prove painful. Who knows what Shar still keeps from me?
Let's just take things in as they come.
You need to return to Avernus. Look for a cure. Fight on, whatever it takes. Just don't give up.
It's hopeless. Sylvanus' will holds these vines in place.
What does it mean? It means we'll have power. Power we can use to take on the Absolute and rid ourselves of these parasites, once and for all.
Iactote!
Always a pleasure watching your foes turn on themselves.
The shadows are draining me. I can't just walk through them like before. But other than the occasional mental exchange, it's almost as if we're not infected.
Their trinkets may be worth a few coins all the same.
Moving down with you. Not your typical pet. Hopefully it doesn't wreck the camp when it gets there. Rather fine blade and hat. Left behind by some unfortunate adventure seeker, perhaps. Smells like blood and tears. This place saw a lot of suffering.
That's one way of looking at it. You could also say it's a prime target. The one pocket of light in the gloom. As luck would have it, we have the spear already. Time to move on.
Let me help, friend.
Locked. And no keyhole. There must be a switch or something hidden around.
Let's keep an eye out, and hope he's still drawing breath when we find him.
Fine. Hog them all to yourself. Perhaps I'll find amusement elsewhere. Hello? It's a little cramped in here. Can someone give this thing a rub?
I gave you every chance. Now you've forced my hand.
Take what? You don't have it.
I don't want to. But Lady Shar demands it. Everything is surrendered to her, ultimately. But she claims some things earlier than others, it seems.
No sign of Will. What happened to him?
It all stems from that childhood memory, I suppose. It's strange. I now know that it was my father I saw, yet still, I can't suppress the fear. But I only just found you again after all this time! I can't lose you again! Oh? Not feeling any regrets, I hope?
Arde!
Back on your feet. An extra blade's always welcome. Lead on, Will. She's my mother. She nurtures me, cares for me, loves me. I assume you're joking. You tried to get my pod open, didn't you? Tight fit. I won't be getting back in that way. All right. Say you didn't leave and we didn't come to blows. What then?
Are you sure you're not making a mistake? Seems your heart is a hotly contested prize, and I'm just... well... me.
Oh, yes. Show me.
When I ate the noble stalk, I remembered I had a friend. But all I have is a name and a face. There must be more.
Snap out of it!
Out of the question. This is my mission. I won't just give it away.
Imparote, cum mortuis in lingua mortia.
So, what do you have left to contribute?
Your personality? Let's just hope those powers return soon.
So you're a vampire, Astarion. I suppose I shouldn't really act surprised. The signs aren't exactly subtle, if you care to look. What grabbed you exactly? His parlour tricks? His manners? His lavish spread, even?
Hells, I wouldn't want to get hit by that. Resisto mortem! I'll help you. A group of us was sent to retrieve the artifact. Now I'm the only one left. I can't afford to fail. If only I knew where to find some. I like it. To victory.
Lae'zel had better hope that Vlaakith appreciates her loyalty. Otherwise she's achieved nothing but kill a potential ally. This tunic. I'm sure I wore it. Did I have to disguise myself as a bard?
Not sure it suits you. But that's probably a good thing. That's the last time I want to see the inside of one of those.
The disc rose up. After I moved something on the altar.
I've definitely seen that ox before. It has the same strange look in its eye. Let's chat then. This was the first sign of friendly life I came across. I hoped I might find supplies, shelter, and a healer, of course. Try to keep up. That was a little too close for comfort.
Trust me, I'll be an eager pupil, if I have a thorough teacher. Lady Shar's initiates. We weren't supposed to have relationships. Or flings. Not even stray trysts. And yet, we found a way. Neither did I. But I can hazard a guess with hindsight.
What are those? Better not let too much be spilled. As much as I'm enjoying the show, we may still need her afterwards. Broken shackles, near-miss arrows, a trail of blood. Looks like a gnome escaped.
Good. I did this for Lady Shar. For myself. But I had hoped you'd like it as well. This hungry look in their eyes, the haunted complexion. What could it mean?
Something's burrowed in there. Something big.
We need to keep pushing forward. I don't want to test how much punishment this ship can take. What happened to the person I fell for? You've changed, and not for the better.
Hard to budge. Good thing I'm stronger than I look. Let's see what I can glean.
I was sure you had eyes for Will alone. And I wouldn't blame you either. Shame. More than I ever knew it was possible to feel. Shar left me with all the memories I need to punish myself. Just remember that you helped me reach my potential. What you see before you are the fruits of your labors. Loyal, blind, and beguiled. Sounds like someone I know.
A Zentarim symbol. Those outlaws must be operating here. Stay out of my head! You already know my biggest secrets. What more can you ask?
No, this must have been due to the battle. Lady Shar's warriors would have little interest in looting.
I can feel it. In your head. You follow someone else's orders. I'll deal with them, not you.
Living flowers. This must be the sign that Halsin told us to watch for.
Merkel's holy symbol. He must have had a follower come to this place.
We're not finished here. Not until Thorm's dead for good.
Ah! Amazing that the sword stayed sharp for so long.
Voco nubis! It seems like we can't escape this mess. In the waking world or otherwise.
I can feel it. In your head. You follow someone else's orders. I'll deal with them, not you. I have had certain memories suppressed. Voluntarily. So that I can serve Shar without compromising her.
Pity.
Mustn't be seen.
Thank you. Sometimes I have to remind myself of that very thing. It's nice to hear someone else say it. Though, I have little doubt she is most pleased after the offering we made together. I know I certainly was.
You'd have to be a fool to pick a fight with that lot. Best to keep away for now.
Agreed. There's too much at stake for petty squabbles.
A self-loving type. Looking for a hook that lets you talk about me, supposedly.
I can't believe Mistra actually expects Gale to just sacrifice himself like that. Seems like a waste of a fine mind. All that said, there's no harm in asking me in advance.
A shame. I thought we were doing well together. Perhaps I'll see you at camp. Farewell. Either way, we can't take the lack of symptoms for granted. We have to find a healer.
Curious. I could never quite tell if she was proud of them or not. That graffiti, it almost looks like it was done in my hand. Did I do this?
Blessings of the Moon Maiden. Praise her. Sine metto.
But remember it or not, I felt right at home there. Surrounded by books and night orchids.
Another brain. These creatures are consistent, I'll give them that.
There's no chances without me. Only certain death, or worse. I'll help you.
Prisoners. Is this my final task for Lady Shar?
You surprise me. And not in a negative sense, I must admit. Lucky those bandits valued their own hides over their loot.
No, that wasn't right. Need to try a different combination. You know what would be nice, just for a change? Venturing through a sun-dappled vineyard or a gleaming palace.
There's a pressure plate in the chair. But I'm missing something.
Karlak, you're very beautiful, you know. I might even kiss you if I valued my life a little less. We'll see. I didn't think anything was left unseen after that night. Even if you have reservations, I enjoyed myself very much.
Vincere est vivere!
I wonder how I'll feel when I remember everything. Won't leave you behind.
You will? Well, thank you. I appreciate it. It hurts. I say you'd better start looking for your true love, because it's not me. It seems you've made up with Mistra, Gale. Congratulations. Though I don't see any such reconciliation between myself and Shar anytime soon. Normally, it would not be for me to pursue becoming a Dark Justiciar without a superior's command. But this is different. My lady wanted me to find this place. I know it.
Seluna. As if mingling with a horde of goblins wasn't bad enough.
I know. Your turn.
Intactilis sum!
I'm trying to say that you've earned my trust in a way very few ever have. I want that to mean something. I want you to know more about me, at least from what I can remember.
Darkness, protect me. By the hells. Is that a lava elemental?
Perhaps it's time we stop trusting the Illithid to save us. Its manipulation has brought us nowhere.
A hospital. Might be able to scrounge a few supplies.
You're the last thing the world needs. Another would-be tyrant who thinks they have divine rights. You're just someone's pawn, you know? That's all we are to the gods. Always.
These tracks. Squat. Bow-legged. Goblins, I'd say.
If I was that slave, I'd be tempted to add a dash of something poisonous to their drinks.
So, Gale just consumes magical items like I do wine. We truly are a group apart.
That did the trick, all right. And down it goes.
Go ahead. I'm sure you're in need of a little penance.
Time for a quick talk.
Confusio!
Honestly, what did you think was going to happen? You'd develop a taste for it? I need them alive. Stow that blade, or I'll show you just how messy things can get.
So, Lae'zel, will you be joining them?
Who are those prayers for? Normally the patron god is obvious. Not here. I'll take this way. Where does it hurt?
Fair point. Looks like there's plenty of fighting ahead.
Those whelps are blocking the bridge. Time to put them in their place. My faith protects me.
Minsk? The very man Jahira is after. Didst thou mother sex a plague rat?
Likewise.
Waste of my skills.
If you have a chance to climb Mount Halcyon, well, I'd be cruel to deny you. I'll be waiting to hear the details afterwards.
Eretio inspira!
Saloonite book. Fit only for the pyre.
Makeske!
This is a terrible idea. But I suppose there is some sense in what you say. That's a bigger fight than we needed to pick. Not the subtlest of assassins, are you? Off to find someone else to ensnare in her dealings, no doubt.
I'll lend a hand. A Saluna idol, really? Are you in need of a paperweight? Then so be it. I did my duty. As for the artifact, it's powerful, and has a mind of its own sometimes. You'd better hope you're up to bearing it. Lae'zel might not be my warmest friend, but are we going to just abandon her like that?
A poor reward, considering the sacrifices you made. But I understand. May Lady Shar bless you.
You chose well. We have enough burdens as it is without taking on more.
He'd surely not have been buried here if he was exposed. He must have taken the secret of his faith to the grave, undiscovered. A very Sharan ending.
Can't leave a friend trapped.
I can't feel the tadpole. They must have all died in the explosion. That means I can't turn into a mind flayer.
I suppose we should aid him, though I'd hate to miss the show. Let's see.
Tibido penas! Tibido penas!
The Netherbrain's lair must be close. This could all be over very soon, one way or another.
And look at that statue.
That's what frightens me. She must be angry. Yet, I don't feel it. Or hear it. There's only silence.
You could feed an army with an egg that size, if you found an intact one.
Leroican has his immortality then, and Dame Ailin has lost her freedom again.
Need to keep focused.
I never thought I'd see the gauntlet of Shar for myself. In fact, part of me wondered if it was actually real. You're hardly alone. Bloodletting is quite popular of late. Though your twinge of conscience sets you apart from the brigands, monsters, and kill-happy fiends of the world. But the curse will just have to go on like this, suffering.
An apple a day keeps the tadpoles away. I wish.
Your head's empty as a debtor's purse.
No, keep back! No biting! This is worse than I thought.
I don't suppose there's a stairs, is there?
None shall see me.
I'm sorry. I need to obey my parents' wishes this once. If you are sure this is what you want. We've spoken enough of this. I cannot allow your misguided beliefs to poison my mind.
Oh, I'm well aware. Trust me.
In fact, as I remember so little, the way things stand, all my fondest memories revolve around you. Lady Shar's power will soon fade from these lands. But it is a price that had to be paid, so that the traitor Ketheric Thorm could face justice at last.
Nobody I'd rather whisper to more.
Wise choice. Now the streets will be safer and you'll be stronger.
Some sort of ritual circle, but not one that belongs here.
We can't trust her. Her kin nearly got us killed when they attacked the Nautiloid.
I'm sure you have questions.
And replace it with another! Don't ask me to kill my parents, please! I can't live with that.
That armor, it looks like that of the Dark Justiciars.
I'll admit it. Staying true to Lady Shar has proved difficult at times. I found that my mind is prone to wandering.
Plumbing for guilt is pointless. I did what I must. Do that again, and I'll split your skull. Understand? That chair leg could make for a fine weapon. This place again. I'd rather not put my stomach to the test. Better start a conversation. Chests unlocked. My prayers are answered. Whatever they were, those plans were interrupted by the dragons.
Something the matter? Besides the obvious, that is.
Only jesting. I know all too well what it's like to pine after a goddess.
Do I know you?
How cynical. I should borrow that line sometime. But if I have to die, so be it. Like I said, faith. A waste of breath. The ogres won't answer this thing anymore.
Your business is mine, and vice versa. We're relying on each other, remember?
I see. In that case, you'd better go get some rest. Wouldn't want your focus to slip.
Quite right. On that note, I think I'd like some time alone, if you don't mind. To meditate. We'll talk soon. The Drider's caravan came from here, I'll wager. Here, let me help.
So that's how you win Mistress Forgiveness. Self-sacrifice. I'm sorry, Gale. That can't be what you wanted to hear.
The artifact. I felt it burn.
Just wandering the streets is causing little things to come back to me. Just the barest crumbs of memories, but still. I suppose when you're famished, a crumb is a feast.
That statue. It seems they worship some kind of scholar. Quite the statue. A formidable piece of stonework.
Ah, that book mentioned the thunder statues that moved.
This'll raise your spirits.
You flatter me. Perhaps I'll have the chance to reach your heights sometime, whenever Lady Shar requires another offering. I didn't want to surrender it then. Perhaps now, as first among Lady Shar's children, I can give myself leave to do as I like.
Free. For now.
Arribastenio lupum!
I'll fetch you.
We've made a powerful ally today.
Better get this over with.
Corpses on display. Perhaps someone didn't appreciate the mason's stonework.
Luque si tibi placet! I don't hear anything. Are you losing your mind already?
His mind lingers in the Shadowfell, but perhaps it can be returned. We need to remind him who he is. Some personal effects, maybe.
My blood is the least part of me, drow. You need some support.
Sounds familiar.
Quite a jealously guarded item, I must say.
There's nothing more I can tell you. All I remember is that I have to get back to my contact in the city.
Looks like some kind of magical contraption. Now to get it to work.
What do we have here?
We should have had wine more often. More warming than the fire.
This disguise. I remember it. We all had to wear it for training. Horrible, itchy thing.
Trust me, I will. Let's keep going.
No. This is different. Very different.
Voco vinei!
What's a promise worth when the blood you spilled hasn't even dried yet? Pardon my skepticism.
I told you already. I surrendered my memories for the sake of the mission. We both have the same problem, the parasites. You won't make it much farther without me. I have an artifact that can protect us until we can find a cure. Yes, and a lot of my people died in the process. I won't fail them. Not after what I saw your kind do to them. Interlocking circles with moons and stars. This is the seal mentioned in that Selûnite's journal.
Grand Duke Ravengard!
Broken. Must have been here a while.
Let's just move along. Time's a rare currency for both of us.
A fine seat. Would suit someone with ambitions. And a ruthless streak.
Curse is strong here. Torches won't even stay lit.
Don't be foolish. You're far too easy on the eyes to hate.
No! Wait!
This'll ruin someone's day.
The long overdue death of Ketheric Thorm.
You need to return to Avernus. Look for a cure. Fight on. Whatever it takes, just don't give up.
Resurges!
Darkness guide my hand.
Fine, I'll tell you. So long as it spares me your ham-fisted threats. Imagine turning on those who love you for your own glory.
What's that look you're giving me? I feel like a mouse cornered by a cat.
Blackout drunk, the lot of them. You can smell it from here. There's an aura of magic to that blade. Gale will have use for it. You're here. Just like it told me you'd be. Gith. Blocked on the other side. Strange. I've had more freedom this past while than my whole life.
Luskan? Can't say I know much about the place.
I know the truth. I know my parents still live. Tell me where they are, and I have no quarrel with you.
I'm sure. Have your fun. Perhaps I'll have mine.
I can't feel the tadpole. They must have all died with the brain. That means we can't turn into mind flayers.
I thought I'd seen the last of you. I can't tell if this is a temple or a library. Seems simple enough. What is it? You'd better not be hungry again. Bare your fangs at me and I'll knock them out. A rune? For what? What's this gibberish? We can talk later. An ally in need.
I've seen them at work before. I wasn't alone in my mission. All those who were sent with me were slain by your people's blades.
You sacrificed your own father. I hope freedom from the Pact was worth it.
That's not something I'm accused of very often. But I suppose you're right. I'll let you get your rest. Good night.
Well deserved, though.
Forgiveness?
No, I don't think so.
Part of me hopes that this is another test. Or that there's some way to earn my way back into the Dark Lady's graces.
Stop that!
Quiet as a mouse.
That statue. The man wears Selûnite armor and seals. A relic from an unholy age.
A continual flame spell, I'll bet. It already has. These things here didn't die in their sleep. Unless you meant to raise my spirits by other means.
Just my luck to enter a place where Lady Shar's power holds sway, only to find a Selûnite stronghold in its midst.
Ugh, Gortash. Anyone have some throwing knives? I've found a nice target. There. Looks like the secret's unraveled.
Baldur's Gate is an obvious answer, but we landed too damn far away.
Inficia.
I'm not sure this is a good idea.
Cinemeto.
Wise choice. Now the streets will be safer and you'll be stronger.
Nothing interesting buried here.
Not working. Must be turned on elsewhere. You'll see for yourself soon enough. Just leave it with me.
I think the voice inside you will guide you where you need to be. Mine called me to Lady Shar. And yours? Well, only you can know for sure.
Wouldn't take much to send that stone crashing downwards.
I'm adept at dealing with old wounds, trust me. But if you don't want to, well, I won't force you.
More the drowning! And the things that could be hiding underwater, and the drowning, and the cold. Did I mention the drowning?
They're not attacking.
Perhaps they think we're the same as them.
An elf sailing away while a dragon remains with Baldur's Gate.
Tornitras! But you'll steal them. An interesting way to show your devotion.
All these rules. Reminds me of home.
Giselle, no!
No prizes for guessing what this weapon thereafter really is. The artifact. I can't say I'm not a little thankful. You've been lucid for quite some time now, and from what I understand, you won't stay that way for long.
Ha! Might as well be wielding a feather. What's wrong with this thing?
Shame they've wilted. These must have cost a fortune.
We have emptied our hearts of falsehoods. We have vanquished your foes. In the darkness, we see your truth.
Damn. We could have helped each other. So be it.
Except you decide blindly.
Te quiero.
No, but I thought you might be keen to get away from me. We haven't always seen eye to eye, after all. Don't worry, I've got you. Scratches that size. Something powerful made these. I should grab that.
You're like an eager, pale puppy. Let's not take things too fast.
That's it. We're dead thanks to you.
Remarkably calm for a woman I plan to run through. I can appreciate that.
Moonwitch rubbish. How much time did some dim-witted artisan waste on that?
Blessings from the Moon Maiden. And bearing the same symbol as that chest.
Wait. You're the one who attacked me. What the hell's you playing at?
Careful that she doesn't take a piece of you as a souvenir. Hold on.
Just a little bit farther. See my actions, Lady Shar. Hear my words of faith.
There's a familiar power to these shadows. Neither fully comforting or threatening. We should speak to the innkeeper, sleep indoors for a change. Really live it up.
If I wanted a tail, I'd kill a cat. Talk to me.
I'm talking.
So Laroa can covet Dame Aylin. He'll live to regret that once we inform her.
Nothing. Merely an observation.
Down with you.
Can't afford casualties now.
Even the rats have the good sense to pay homage to Lady Shar.
Goblins aren't exactly renowned healers, but we can't afford to ignore any options.
Voka Arvina! What are you doing? Stop!
A dragon. Hell's above. Quite literally. You clearly haven't learned. Keep it up, and I'm gone. Last warning.
I'll take your silence to mean utmost trust and respect, then. Just follow my lead. The famous Blade of Frontiers in the flesh. Clever, this hero act you've got going.
Or to just leave you. See me when you've cut the dead weight? Silence can be an excellent tool, you know. Especially if it spares you an unwinnable fight. Looks like the goblins found her.
Arabella?
Oh, is that what you're doing? And I suppose you were testing my reflexes when you thumped me over the head? Look to keep the evil in, or the prying eyes out. Let's see. Oh, it's going to be like that. I love strong women.
Halsin, if I were a druid, what animal do you think I'd be?
He's bloated like a corpse and smells worse. Did the curse do this?
They're going to call for help. Stop them.
There's at least one person who doesn't want me happy. Shar. I felt the wound last night. While you were sleeping. Like some sadistic child de-winging a fly.
Odd.
The circus, it's gone. Maybe, if you keep a respectable distance. I suppose I'm flattered. And alarmed.
Dark Justicia weapons. How long have they rusted here?
It doesn't matter. Astarion's gone. Now just hope he doesn't come creeping back next time he's hungry.
But you're right. If we're to make it through all this, there can be no room for hesitation. You're doing well.
Overwhelming. Worship of Lady Shar is usually discreet by nature. Her holy sites have to be modest, well hidden. But that place, I never knew such grandeur had been built in her honor.
I don't have to explain myself to you.
Those vampire spawn came for you, didn't they, Astarion? Good thing you're charming enough to fight for. I think he's taken his leave. Strange fellow. Some sort of barrier. The shadows can't penetrate it. Fool. Someone so gullible has no business being near a scalpel.
Invisibilis!
Ketheric Thorm, shown as loyal warrior of Selûne. Did Lady Shar embrace him only to lose him?
The Netherstones. Perhaps if we use them here, they'll work this time.
This is the Dark Lady's domain. He does not belong here.
I've seen your resolve. Whatever is trying to control you, you're stronger.
All right, I'll come with you. I suspect you'll need someone watching your back. She deserved better than that.
I hope your goddess is pleased. Give her a moment. It may get worse before it gets better.
I should have seen this coming, coward. There's something more to this. What am I missing? No time to dally. Sealed with magic. It'll take more than nimble fingers and a lockpick to get past this. Please. I felt it.
We could always spar if you want to practice.
Someone marked a spot here. Right at the base of Moonrise Towers.
Well, the truth's out now in either case. Did you want something else?
There's more than one way to keep me warm. We'll see. Maybe. The same. These parasites are proving suspiciously benign.
What are you doing?
The old ways were lost over time. Now some claim the rank simply by killing a single Selûnite. But before, they were a true elite. Many would attempt the trials, but few would succeed.
I prefer to keep a few things secret. It's old habit.
You thought of me. Thank you. It's beautiful. I'll find a place of honor for it in camp.
After everything you've been through, my name gives you pause. Please. Uh-huh. Will it is, then. Let's move.
I can't believe you actually tried to bite me last night.
Stay calm. I'll get you up. An opening in the metal. That mold should fit perfectly.
Extende vita mortis cario!
No. Or at least, I don't think so. Perhaps Lady Shar is testing me somehow, but if she is, then I have no idea what her purpose is. Ketheric will be vulnerable now. All we need to do is strike. I don't think there'll be any more trouble between Lae'zel and I, if you were wondering. We can all sleep easier now. Well, apart from all the rest. A grim-looking piece. I'll bet it's responsible for more than a few howls and screams.
We should wait a little while. Until the others have drifted off. Seems like the domain of a well-versed scholar. And not a squeamish one at that.
Hey! So much blood. Almost dizzy with the smell of it.
Fine. You can accept you're wrong, or we'll be rid of you permanently. Either way, I win.
Thank you, kin. I'll remember your help if I succeed. As will my lady.
They won't be herding any more prisoners from here, thanks to us.
It seems Gale has made amends with Mystra. Good for him. Though, I don't see any such reconciliation between myself and Shar anytime soon. I won't lie. I won't pretend that part of me isn't hoping you'll look in my eyes and still feel something.
If you say so. Just don't expect me to put all my eggs in the same basket.
That disc has started moving. Might be a quicker way to get around than the stairs.
Well, don't stand in ceremony. Come here.
This'll boost you unnoticed. Good.
I wish I'd never been sent on this mission. That was always a fragile, elusive thing. Ever since I slew Nightsong. The feeling's mutual. I didn't think it needed to be stated again, frankly.
Now, enough about me. Haven't you seen the way Gale's been stealing looks at you? Go on, see if he wants something. Or someone.
It is forbidden.
Prepare to die.
I gave them the release they asked for. Freed myself from Shar's grasp just as they wished for. But there's moments where I think I'd trade that to be able to see them again. Talk to them again.
Looks like all those moon plates can be turned.
Dark Justiciars are hated by many, judged to be ruthless fanatics. Even the few who would accept a follower of Lady Shar would likely balk at a Justiciar in their midst.
Beyond Shadowheart, there's not much to say.
That's ironic, coming from you.
Thou pyrite-loving tit!
And you're carousing with Astarion. Time for a conversation.
Are you sure it's not the flowers you're smelling? You may be allergic.
Cawdor!
As you worship Selûne, I assume you know of her twin?
The shadow curse still taints the land. Perhaps we could have lifted it had we tried. Keep calm. Breathe. Come back to me.
Nature might have provided for it. Too late now. Perhaps they're still down there somewhere. But if not, who knows what they might have left behind for us to claim.
You're lucky to have such confidence. Me. I think the full price of what I've done has yet to reveal itself. I'm a target to Lady Shar's followers now. While it's a fascinating prospect, I'd like you all to myself. At least the first time. My life's bleeding away. This curse, it's too much. Gale defied Mystra herself. Good. Not every goddess is deserving of such love. I would know.
Don't worry, help's coming.
Fulgor!
That's not a luxury open to many people, us included. I have my faith to turn to instead. You should find something of your own.
You've been decent to me so far. Maybe if you can, don't make me face any more of them. At least, not alone.
Ugh, useless. Hold on. A Selûnite amulet. Better in Gale's hands than mine. All right. You've suffered enough for me to risk a little candor. No one's coming. The deal is done.
I thought you'd never ask. Oh no. I hate wolves.
Such a noble shrine. I fail to understand why some speak ill of Shar. She radiates grace. But I'm not afraid to admit when I'm wrong. You seem good company so far.
Don't go soft on me now. This is hardly the first life we've taken. Besides, this place has been empty for years. The sacrifice can't be a simple mortal. More likely a monster.
Let me help.
But whatever you have to give, it's not enough, is it?
I can't wait to get this thing out of my head.
Karlach and Will seem to have put their differences aside. I thought it was going to come to blows for a moment.
Bashful come the light of day?
Kill her or turn her loose. It doesn't matter. She's finished either way.
I'd be good.
Body parts on display. Not sure the children will care for that.
That can't be. I'm an orphan. Time for a boost.
Veritas credo oculus!
Another scrying eye, same as the goblins had. Someone's watching.
I was hoping you'd say that. Whatever lies ahead will be far less daunting if I have you.
Wait, we need that!
You know, you didn't need to wait until I was in the water to hold me.
Titius!
But I think we both know what we really need. Someone who can help with the stowaways in our skulls. Pity. Must be worth reading if it's kept so secure.
I doubt Shar will look too kindly on her failure. We all know how she treats those who disappoint her.
Talk to me later.
We've got more pressing matters to see to right now.
I think the thin air might be getting to you, Karlak.
Looks like it belongs in a latrine, not a bowl.
Blasted little thing slipped my grasp! True. Your proclivities might not matter at all soon enough, if we don't find a cure. There will be plenty of others there too. If we can get them to see sense, I would rather we spare their lives. I don't want to lead a congregation of corpses like Balthazar and Ketheric.
Of course you need help. Gather your thoughts. Then perhaps we can talk some more.
Curious. Last time I saw that ship, it was docked at Moonrise Towers.
Best not touch those webs or I'll end up as a meal. The night brings comfort. Through loss, we find acceptance. In the arms of the Dark Mother, we find peace.
Better get to it.
Jar's broken. Good.
We're wasting time. Please, just let me do this.
In Baal's name. This fairy ring isn't working for some reason.
Let me see to those wounds.
Hey, Fideo!
Help me do this. You will not regret it. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
I'd better do the talking. Wait. Looks like you've a full complement already. We'd make for easy targets all grouped together like that.
I didn't realize you had such a soft streak, Astarion. Now it'll cost you. And the city as well, perhaps.
Unholy assassin. Subtle. A ritual circle. Looks like it's what empowers the moon lanterns. I failed. I let the Night Sun just be taken.
Cages, chains, all awaiting prisoners of the Absolute. You're keen to chat for someone in mortal peril. What's the matter?
Get out of my head! All of you!
Got to move.
Just a book. About as magical as a leaky shoe.
But what does it mean?
I am a servant of Shar. My home is a secret cloister in Baldur's Gate. I need to bring that artifact back there, no matter what.
Careful what you wish for, Jaheira. I have some form in humbling ladies of your vintage. Why can't you fetch, puppy? Death is no excuse.
Better help.
This thing has a chill of death to it. Necromantic magic. I would have been compelled to offer a prayer to Shar here once. But no longer.
But Gale... he's gone.
That gem must fit upon the altar from earlier. Lady Shar guides me. But nothing to worry about, right? Better get this over with.
For the Absolute!
That orc seems a little too interested in me.
You don't understand. This will help free us from our infection.
Feels like there's magic in every thread of this cowl. Something for Gale, certainly.
To conceal a family is no mean feat. Perhaps her skills lean more towards the Dark Lady than she realizes.
Hardly a scratch.
A bullet. Those things are vicious. That smell. Something died in here.
Watch it, oaf! A waste of good healing. You were on the ship. You have one of those things as well. Klausus.
You're right. I'm sorry. It's been difficult to take much for granted lately, especially when it comes to Sharans. When you're ready, lead me there.
Faccio voco fere!
Let me help, please.
You did well. I hope you're not trying to surpass me in Lady Shar's graces. What? Who was that man?
Astarion's an interesting find. Let's hope any future acquaintances don't hold a blade to your throat by way of introduction.
Darkness cloak me. Onward.
Perhaps I'm just grasping at straws. But I should keep watch for more signs. Huh. Selûnite detritus. Wait, just give me a moment. I can manage. as long as you stay with me.
Your words, not mine. But not what I mean.
Listen, you!
It'll be all right.
Say for a moment that I was. Do you think your blunt approach would get me to confess? He's trouble. Worse, he's a traitor. Whatever loyalty he had towards Lady Shar is long gone. It would please her greatly to see him meet his long overdue end, I'll wager.
These boots have clearly been enchanted with powerful magic. I think Gale might be interested.
Lae'zel thinks I have something important to her people. She's deluded, clearly.
We're hardly pushovers, but let's not pretend we can take on an entire army. Or perhaps they found a better life with a new owner. Time will tell.
Got to go! This whole place is about to blow sky high!
I understand. Feel free to have your fun. Perhaps I'll have mine. I'm not going to last much longer.
You are not allowed to die.
No point in lingering here.
Seems as though the Absolute's attracting followers from all kinds of places.
Nighttime exertions? Oh, I see. Well, considerate of you, I suppose.
Mind Flayer's dead. The imps killed it.
This darkness is suffocating. I can barely catch my breath. We need light.
Behold, a most noisy cock!
Cupio vertus laicet!
That feels good.
Resisto accidum!
What in life isn't? I consider myself blessed to have a goddess guide my very mind.
Let's do this.
Ah, those toys look like the ones from the barn. Better be careful.
Damn thing's sozzled. Might make for an unpredictable fight.
Would you have had the self-control to not drain me dry if I hadn't stirred? I'm not sure I want to think about it. Mistress of the Night, guide my hand, my step, my mind, and my blade.
What? Join up with you? Got to focus. A relative safe haven, I suppose. I'll be here if you need me.
Indeed. And already I have seen to some of her holy work. The apostate Ketheric Thorm is dead. He stole Lady Shar's powers to extend his profane life. No more.
Keen to change the subject, are you? You weren't so interested last time I tried to get your attention.
Perhaps later, when we're alone. The darkness will prevail in the end, Jaheira. You're clinging on just to wage an unwinnable war. We have. And our luck held, despite everything. But we can't rely on that forever. I won't roll the dice day after day if your life is on the line.
Huh. Where's Gale? I assume you've heard of her. Almost pleasant travelling with company. If you ignore all the less pleasant aspects. Your blindness as much as my deception, Selûnite. We can talk about this later, if you're willing. I'd like to think that would have happened anyway. I saw you training those children. You were so gentle. That's not how I was taught.
Planting explosives in children's toys? That's low, Arthur.
I'll fix you up.
Can't do anything with this. Not from here, anyway.
Oh,
What do you think? What should I do?
Nocturnus!
I won't remember you at all. Nobody will.
Mundus voldicipi.
I smell a trap.
I suppose it might be nice to be remembered, though I'd be less keen on having birds perching on my head forevermore.
I'll help you.
Jaheira must be tired. Forced to prolong her duty, her life. No potential successor has met her standards, I suppose.
Allow me.
I don't have anything to give you in return, I'm afraid. A powerful ally. Well chosen, Shadowheart. No harm in a little mystery.
Never seen that before. Tight fit. Barely got through.
Time to unleash Orpheus, then. Thank you. I had a feeling you'd be understanding. Let's spare the both of us the bother, shall we? Whoever you think I am, I'm not her.
No, you're trying to trick me.
You must have it. I'll take it off your corpse soon enough.
There! A miserable pile of secretion.
Need a lot of propping up, don't you? A tiefling. That's Arabella's mother, I wager. Or was Arabella's mother. Yes, my canids are more powerful than you realize.
A small remembrance. From one who can scarcely remember. Rest well.
He won't be of much help to us now.
Looks like it gored one of its attackers before it died.
Done. Nothing to it.
Tell me one thing. Is there someone called Renald there? A tiefling with short horns and purple hair? Easily remedied, if you like. I know a place.
The toys from the barn. This must be where they were crafted. Interesting bottle. Looks expensive.
Not just that. You did what no one else was capable of. Thank you.
I said I don't know. Forget it. Qua dico face. Perhaps you'll learn more in time then. If we have time, that is.
Normally I'd agree. But with you, it's getting easier by the moment.
And yes, I'm sure there's someone out there for you. You should go see who'd like to spend the night with the savior of the grove. Half-elf. I suppose the finer details are lost on a creature like you. Back on your feet, friend. Talk about having your cake then killing it. I hope all your romantic liaisons don't end this way.
I think I might have hurt people here. Learned how to break their bodies. Their spirits.
Somehow, I'm not sure I'll take your word for it just yet. A little more trust needs to be cultivated first.
This'll dampen the pain.
You're an outsider in every regard. Small talk with the natives won't help you fit in. I jest. It's good to know you're not entirely without a sense of humour. Shall we?
You know me better than most. But I need to find out if I'm worthy. Never mind their history. Let's look for help.
I like her. She looks like she could throw me over her shoulder and carry me to safety, should the need arise.
Finding one won't be easy in this wilderness. We'll need supplies.
All will be revealed in due time, I hope.
An elven warrior mourning. But who is he?
It seems Gale has made amends with Mistra. Good for him. Though his choice of goddesses leaves something to be desired.
I worship Shar, the mistress of the night. It's my mission to deliver the artifact to her secret cloister in Baldur's Gate. Good call. Looks like that's going to bruise. Try not to waste this. Because it's safer that way. We had our memories suppressed before the mission. That way, none of us could betray the Dark Lady if we were captured.
Pretty, whatever it is. But if you're seeking to court me, I'm afraid I'm busy.
Blasted Jenny. I am not going to become a meal for whatever those things are.
She's a liability. It's the artifact we need, not her.
A prayer sheet, with the same symbol as the one on the chest.
Esuria.
Half-buried femur. Some beast wanted to save it for later, perhaps?
Any restriction, any tether must be shed. Surely you understand that. It's a form of freedom, if a tragic one.
A chest of transformation.
Perhaps I shouldn't put it to the test, but compared to everyone else, I feel fine. Better than fine.
I'll tell you in due course. I just wanted to see how close we are in thinking, first of all.
Please, help. Tempora mutantor. Resisto frigos.
Some kind of hell creature. Not part of this thing's crew, I take it?
Amicus animalis.
The same. Except for a knot of worry in my stomach that's in no rush to go away.
Lady Shar demands my heart, and I give it to her freely. But there's more to me than a heart, and I'd like to indulge you. Just this once.
Just let me enjoy a drink in peace. You're not going to let this go, are you? You might wish you had. Besides, you saved my life aboard the Nautiloid. How can I do anything but sing your praises?
I want to wash it away. All of it. A perfect score. I'm flattered. Have you been studying up on me every night at camp?
What is it?
So they kept the blood of Lathander here? Hardly surprising it was looted.
Besides, I think it suits my bone structure.
You sure about that? Neither of us knows what lies ahead.
You don't need Shar. So Hagen, they're not exactly in their element here. Why are they so close to the city?
I remember this. I'm sure. A true workhorse in turning people to Lady Shar. They'd beg for her embrace.
Fiat voluntas Dei!
I'll see what I can learn. Barrel stalks, full of poison.
And under Myconid control, no doubt.
Spit it out, then.
Stuck, eh? Hold on. That's so. I won't pretend I'm not surprised. We haven't always seen eye to eye, after all.
Spare me the petty tyrant routine. You're better than that.
Forget it. I've bigger problems than your poor choice of disguises. We both do.
Thank you. I needed that. I needed to know I can face things without Shar.
Intactili sum!
More owlbear eggs. Already hatched. No point in taking these.
You keep dangerous company.
All these trinkets. A diabolist must have gathered them.
Don't know what that says. Don't even know if it's writing.
I'm not here to answer to you or anyone else. I'm here for my parents.
What was that? Unless you're going to say I'll be leaving, I'm not interested.
True enough.
Yes. She must. I'll offer thanks to her in my prayers. And we should speak more later. Alone, ideally.
Magic? Ethel's less helpless than she made out. I don't trust her.
Better go and help that wretch.
There's someone waiting for me there. Someone I have to reach. As soon as possible. Hold tight. I'll help.
Very nice. He really captured you.
Risum teniatis!
But he also stared as if we were the banquet, rather than the one on the table.
Time!
I think I heard something click into place above.
Invocote! Wait. You're not actually the one in charge of this group, are you? No offense, but I need to speak to a leader. Someone who knows where they're going.
Perhaps we shouldn't go any farther just now. Seems risky.
Dead. Good.
But don't worry. Can't hurt you. Only me. Engravings on this ring. It looks like the same language as on the door, whatever it is.
Fine. Perhaps you can sell them for a couple of coins.
Well, since then, there's been a few occasions where you've given me doubts. Said things or done things. That did the trick. Who needs a code when you have an imagination? Balthazar. Ketheric Thorm's pet necromancer. For a time, perhaps. Deception and concealment has been part of my life for so long. But this is different. This is beyond me.
You tried to free me. I couldn't get out until after the ship crashed.
Maleas!
It's nothing, trust me. Beautiful evening, isn't it?
Overawed, of course. But I have scarce time to savour the majesty of Lady Shar's domain. There is yet work to be done, in her name.
He's been in the Shadowfell. All memories will have been stripped away. We need to remind him who he is. Some personal effects, maybe?
Worth talking to, perhaps. And yes, I'm sure there's someone out there for you. Gale's been stealing a glance or three in your direction.
Still in one piece. What did that thing do to me?
Looks like normal weapons would do the trick here, not just ceremonial.
I can't. Lady Shar needs me. Her children need someone to lead them. My place is with them.
I haven't had a chance to figure that part out just yet. What happened barely feels real to me. I had my family back. For such a short time. And now they're gone again.
I must keep going. A military fortress, perhaps. An odd sight in these dim caverns.
Tekioro!
Covered in rust. Some time's passed since this place had its heyday.
Thick as a glob of unguent.
She's dead.
Sod this for a game of soldiers! Manos potentes paro!
Agreed. Could scarcely find a worse figure to trust even if we tried.
Moving.
Not that there's necessarily anything wrong with being a mind flayer, of course.
I can sympathize, actually. With some secrets, well, often a lie by omission seems like the safest course.
Arabella's father. I remember him from the Grove. What happened?
What have I done? Let the earth feast on the blood of the faithless, until only those who seek the embrace remain.
I can't. Ab uno disque omnis. Pore!
He's done for. I'll drink to that. A map. Shapeshifter's location and Father Lorgan's name on top. The killer must have been here.
Everyone seems to be in high spirits. What? Where am I? I know what to do.
I know. One crisis at a time, eh? Still, I must see this done when the moment arises.
There's an entire army camping here, judging by the number of fires.
But I'll keep myself easy to find in case you change your mind. You may come to miss me yet.
I'd better strike up a conversation. Unseen. Perfect. This gibberish is giving me a headache.
It's me. I'm Jennifer.
You need to pick me up.
Ah! Did you feel that? You've got the same thing I do. In your head.
Lead the way.
Better stay back. One strike could be lethal.
I wonder what the next move is. The highlight of my day.
If you can't control yourself, you're nothing but a liability.
Worth grabbing.
Away, eye-watering stench! Dissolve!
This could have been me.
Halsin, no! It's no use. He's beyond reach for now.
This again. You're persistent, I'll give you that. Now on you go, and happy hunting. Seems like you truly know the city. I never got to explore it to my liking. Probably wise of you to get rid of that thing.
But imagine what we might achieve if we channeled some of that hostility back at our real foes, instead of each other. They wouldn't stand a chance.
They look like scribes, despite the weapons. No wonder they're dead.
Look here!
Bodies everywhere. Accidental sabotage. On I go then.
Let's take things down a notch, shall we? She's no devil, Will. You'll have to look elsewhere to find fodder for your blade.
But we'll have no such luck in this place, from what I've learned of it. A brain. No thank you, I have one already. By all means. Sounds like a fight out there.
Lady Shar, is that you? Gods, I hate clowns. I'm not even sure clowns like clowns.
I should have anticipated the Mother Superior would try something like this. Have me walk right into a trap.
Better get to it. A Saluna prayer book. Well, she didn't answer any prayers from this place.
It's been a day, Scratch. Come here, boy. Even those devoted to loss fill their pockets and bellies when the chance arises.
I know. It doesn't make much sense, does it? A whole lifetime of faith, of service, all gone. Because of a few words from a stranger.
Non-fitting Jora.
Yes. I'm counting on it. I have little else to turn to.
That tadpole fist thinks we're his allies. No need to correct him just yet, if he can help us.
Huh. That was actually rather comforting. Thank you.
Bleed for me.
A lava elemental. That thing could melt armor and flesh alike.
Good. Now keep going. And if you see me again, go the opposite direction.
Dead. All the gold in the world can't keep your heart beating. I'll remain by your side, but as an ally, and nothing more. Keep testing my patience, and I'll leave for good. Tadpole be damned.
Scratch! So called because you like to scratch behind the ear?
More that Gith have a problem with everyone else. But there's more important matters right now. Survival.
They were mine to deal with, not yours! Fine, but I'll be keeping an eye on you all the same.
Stuck fast. I'll help.
Didn't do anything.
Wrong. Your business is mine. We're entwined, thanks to this. Looked like his heart gave out. I've seen it before.
That's what was in there. Those brats deserve a taste of their own medicine.
We do get to see some interesting things. Almost makes the mortal peril worth it. Almost.
The House of Hope. Raphael's abode. Only this time he hasn't invited us to his table. That was horrible.
A brain in a jar.
I can't!
Home. Baldur's Gate.
Poisonous necrotic appendage!
Let's just hope you're right. Otherwise, we're just aiding the enemy.
You're a marauder from another world, dolt. Of course my name will seem foreign to you. Stay focused. They'll be tough to fight, but not impossible to beat.
Bet this idol has a bit of divine spark left. Something Gale can use.
All those lives just snuffed out. I hope it was worth it.
My faith will protect me.
Please, my lady. Forgive me.
The best I can do is to stay close. Bide my time. Eventually I'll need to take it. Then I'll have to see what can be done about that.
But don't worry. I still have plenty of room for you in both mind and heart.
I'm right behind you.
Praise be to Lady Shar. As the sun retreats once again, all becomes your realm.
Tekuro.
I was wondering why you always smelled like a wealthy dowager.
Back in the hag's lair. Good thing she's dead.